unfortunately, with so many movements going on in the bottom lane between Helper and Shubin, now we've got the top lane as well, where Natural's out and Chalitza's in. Trying to find a dynamic that works for this team hasn't quite come together. So maybe looking at the two old school members in Xiaopeng and in Twyla, they might be able to find some specific success.
Twyla looked a little bit tilted / tired / stressed on that couch as well. And while we are going through the list of DMO, while we are looking across at, I believe that was Aqua, we have to continue and say EDG running into them should be feeling pretty good, right? And EDG are a team that are sitting towards the bottom of the standings but still made playoffs in spring, still running that roster, bar BBD.
And I think that's why we're so excited about EDG, is that yes, we're seeing the same roster, but we're seeing new strengths emerge from them, which is what we want to see from our top teams. Is okay, cool, we got this one style down, which was these front to back team fighters, but let's mix it up a bit. Let's try these, well, Junja going for the Nidalee, this more mid-focused team fight where we started to see them have massive success on. Then they swap JJ in, they go, right, Audi, it's your turn to carry, let's go for the Camille, let's have this split push orientated style. And it works out super well for them, because now we're seeing what EDG is capable of on multiple fronts. And we're starting to see more of that macro-oriented gameplay come from them, which was something I was a bit skeptical on and what they could do within spring. But coming into summer, they look great.
And on the side of DMO, just a bit of a touch-up here as well that, you know, will be Chalitza once again. It will be Shubin in the bottom lane. We are about to have a look at those lineups running into Summoners Rift for game number 1. There'll be a lot of questions on your mind to see if DMO can actually pick up their first series win. But against EDG, let's find out as we're back in Hongqiao. What a nice little introduction for us here. We even get the highlights like we did in 2019.
This looks sick. It's good to see them again. And you can see the lineup on your screen.
You're actually going to see the players come out here as well. Chalitza in the top lane, Xiaopeng in jungle. You got Twyla mid, Shubin and Mitsuki are your bottom lane.
We'll have to see how this roster is going to do here today. We already posed a lot of questions to them saying, look, how can they try and set up? How can they try and fill in for the gaps that have been left with the likes of Gala, Mark stepping away from the team, Natural not being able to find success in this roster? So Dominus Esports with these 5 gentlemen, we'll have to see if they can take down EDG.
Nice to see that we're getting back to a bit of normality here. The players have been in Hongqiao since the start of summer. That is our Shanghai arena as we look towards EDG. It's Audi on the top side. Jej is going to be starting in the jungle this time around with Scout mid, and no hope today. It is BBD alongside Mako. And of course, there's Clearlove right next to them.
Yeah, Clearlove looking fantastic as always. But yes, BBD will be starting. Hope's a little bit under the weather. We're hoping he'll be able to get a speedy recovery soon, but BBD will be filling in for the moment. But still, we saw what EDG is capable of with BBD in the roster against top esports. I don't think we're really going to see EDG slow down very much today.
No, we're not. Players on your screen. There we go. Highlight towards the jungle matchup there. And ladies and gentlemen, chat, we're being taken on a bit of a ride. I'm not sure where we're going from here, but this is a great way to start as players take their seat. And again, we're in the midway point of the LPL summer split, so it is nice to see a bit of change here. And some grins on the faces of both our junglers here. It is going to be JJ going into Xiaopeng. And it's funny because they have similar champion pools, so I'm excited to see what gets brought out.
They do, and I actually think that this mid-jungle 2v2 is going to dictate a lot of this game, because right now, as we talked about with JJ playing very heavily towards mid, but also moving a little bit in towards that top lane, Xiaopeng will need to try and control him. If he can have that impact, well, maybe then you can open up the room for Twyla to step into this carry role. He's been taking on a little bit more with DMO, but otherwise I'm a bit worried about JJ having too much of an impact, because this is still EDG being very aggressive in the early stages of the game. In spring, they were the team with the highest first blood rate. Right now, they are second in the LPL with a 79% first blood rate. So nearly 80% of the games, these guys are picking up first blood.
But I will say in contrast to that, Xiaopeng, who's on your screen now, in the individual game win they had against Suning, Xiaopeng was dictating a lot of that pace himself. So that's why, as further to your point, the jungle mid 2v2 matchup is going to be really, really important coming into this series. And even the man on your screen getting influence in the top side, because we know that EDG outside of that will often play towards the top side and often put pressure down. Even if it is Jerjer, he still goes up and helps Audi.
Yeah, it's basically the way that EDG would work in spring was, okay, let's play towards Audi, we'll get him a kill or two and at least make sure that he's set up for the first few minutes of the game. And once we start to see these dragons rolling through, EDG will move down towards the bottom side and start putting priority towards Hope. But Instead now we're seeing that they're more open to being a bit fluid with their game plan, where maybe they want to play more heavily through Audi, or they just want to try and put Scout ahead. I think though, as you talked about with this jungle matchup being so contested, I think Lee Sin is going to be a big pick for this series. Both junglers have prioritized super heavily. It's JJ's most played, and Xiaopeng looking really strong on the pick as well. So I think either of these junglers getting their hands on that Lee Sin could change the sway of that early game.
And also, even though Xiaopeng's Nidalee is no longer unique as his pocket pick, you expect to see that maybe flourished around as well.
It's most banned against DMO as well. Like it oftentimes doesn't even make it through the ban phase because teams know how good he is.
His Nidalee is just so good. In 2019, Xiaopeng's Nidalee is, I believe, what helped make him a top 3 jungler. We remember in 2019 spring when they were known as Sino Dragon before they renamed and turned into DMO. Xiaopeng's Nidalee was so controlling, it was just so dominant, and you couldn't beat it. That was the biggest issue with Xiaopeng, is his jungle was his jungle and not yours.
And I mean, speaking of champion pools for DMO, Twile is the one that's impressed me the most in swapping into some of these new things. We talked about the LeBlanc that we saw in his last series, but even then, I've always had them pegged as the Zillion, the Lulus, this kind of supporty, control magey style in the mid lane.
Yep.
It's great to see him flex his muscles a little bit. Now coming onto stage and people are like, look, you need to be the carry for this team. We can't rely on the likes of Shubin or Chalitza to really be the star power on this roster. And out of nowhere, Twyla has stepped up to fill those shoes now. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to pick up a series win yet, but definitely seeing the growth from Twyla has been impressive for him.
It has, because his laning phase was shocking in 2019, right? Even though DMO were a team that made playoffs as Sino Dragon in 2019 spring, Twyla's laning phase is what often pulled them back from ever being more than a top 8 team, from ever being more than a top 6 contender. So the issue right now is that through mid-jungle 2v2, they're not the strongest jungle mid-2v2 in the LPL, not even close. So they have to continue developing, continue growing to stand against the likes of EDG.
And if you don't get control of that mid-jungle 2v2, EDG are happy to play these heavy roaming mid laners like the Galio, like the Twisted Fate, and they can try and get out and then influence the rest of the map. And EDG will very quickly start to snowball these, and advantages compound them out of control. So DMO need to get control of this in the early stages of the game, or run the risk of Galio consistently diving top lane, getting Audi ahead on maybe a pick like Camille or the Wukong, and then as well on that bottom side of the map.
Kind of fun to talk about Audi's champion pool. Yeah, it has been the Camille we've seen recently. Up against top esports is what sparked the interest. Also, Audi is that Mordekaiser player, the set combo we saw a lot in 2020 spring. Because remember, when he came in to fill in over Jinnu, he paired up with Junja, and Junja would play Sejuani in a meta that really didn't ask for it, paired with the set, and that was their combination that they spammed until it got respect banned. They've since diversified, their drafts have gone outward as well, but we still look towards that carry Mordekaiser, the crazy Camille. There's so much that Audi's showing us that we're impressed by.
He still has yet to bring out the set though, although we're not really seeing it too much in the top lane in the LPL. Still a little bit in other regions, but it's interesting to see that he still has some of these picks in his back pocket that he can bring out if he does want to. But I think as well, looking at JJ, not from a champion standpoint, but more so his playstyle has changed up quite a bit. Back in spring, he would have been much more heavily focused on objectives and dictating the pace of the map through getting early dragons, getting these early Rift Heralds, and it was one of the things that separated him from Junja, which was this, Junja's style was, I'm going to go and gank top over and over, I'm going to make sure that Audi's getting ahead. JJ didn't fill that role, and that's why I was curious to see when actually JJ came back in, he'd almost slotted into what Junja was doing for the team, except now adding a little bit more of that objective control. So I'm delighted to see JJ, after his hiatus on this, as the starting jungler on this roster, now coming back into his own.
I mean, JJ also had a lot of focus towards the bottom side as well at some stage during spring when it was Hope and Mako. Again, it is BBD starting today, as I believe there is a delay on stage, otherwise we would not be pacing around as much as we're doing and staring at the players. Or we could be in practice tool kind of warming up, and we've just really hit the stage cameras super early today.
Yeah, they kind of forgot about the start time a little, but I mean, look, for talking about BBD, I'm actually surprisingly happy with his performance, especially when you're looking at Hope, who has been such a monumental performer for EDG. It was kind of what defined that front-to-back teamfight style that we saw in spring, that you could rely on Scout's Azir, you could rely on Hope if he got his hands on the Azir, or not easier. Sorry, if he got his hands on the Varus or something along these lines where he could be the big carry. Well, for game number 1, BBD was put on Senna duty. We didn't see a huge amount from him. But when he went on to the Aphelios, he was still dealing a heap of damage. He ended up close to 30% of the team's damage in their series against top esports. So this guy is not like, oh, we'll bring him in because we have, well, they do have to, but we're bringing him in because, oh, well, he'll kind of fill the shoes at the moment and then eventually we'll get hope back. This guy is still someone that you do have to be worried about carrying games if you're on DMOs.
Super interesting to see the difference in dynamic between teams as we're going across. And chat, you'll notice on EDG, like, Clearlove is very vocal. And you can see kind of like, not shouting at the players, but being a very much heavily communicated with at the moment. While the dynamic for DMO is a bit more lax, a bit more quiet. It's just interesting to have the contrast between EDG and DMO at this stage. EDG, a team who, if we just quickly go through, again, we apologize for the delay. We'll find out if there is an issue on stage while we're waiting. But EDG is a team who went up against WE, kind of through that series and should have beaten WE 2-0. Then went on to beat OMG Suning, but have versed IG and Top Esports, who are looking like their top 3 teams, especially Top Esports is first. So I don't think it's a true representation that EDG are a mid-tier team being 2 and 3, but how they beat DMO today will show us if they deserve to be called, you know, a top 8 still, or if there are some concerns with EDG, because their players still been pretty good. To take a game off Top Esports, to take a game off that form of IG was still damn impressive.
And I think that's the thing, right, is WE was one of our playoff teams last year. IG as well, Top Esports, they're still pushing these guys to their limits. So this says to me that they still will be in that playoff contention spot. It's more so about how high they can climb. But I think at the moment as well, flexing into some of these different styles that we were talking about, you know, with the split pushing and not just relying on these objective focused front to back team fights, which is where EDG made their mark in spring, will give them more opportunities to try new things. And especially for the likes of Audi, I mean, the confidence to go, right, I'm just gonna play Camille and I'm gonna beat the Shy is really strong to me. I think this says a lot about where both not only Audi's confidence level is, but also the likes of Clearlove and the coaching staff behind them to say, look, we know what Audi's capable of. We know that we can go into these new styles, find success, and nearly take down what are the top teams in the Audi.
I mean, Clearlove is essentially to EDG as to what Faker is to SKT now T1, right? He is their franchise player. He'd been with them since 2012, 2013, if I'm not misguided there. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I also think he's part of the EDG organization. I think they gave him a share in Edward Gaming.
They did,
so that's a really big deal. So I look at him like I look at Faker. Obviously, they're different roles. Clearlove was a jungler, and in his prime, he was, you know, a god tier jungler as well. But Clearlove just has so much experience that having him as your coach, and especially as stage coach, because you have to remember, he's the head coach of EDG. So having him as stage coach, as an EDG member, I'd be like, hell yeah, this is great, especially as Audi and Junja when he's on the stage, even BBD who's come up from the youth team. So this is really exciting to see that as we jump into pick ban, finally, that they've got a lot of experience and they're benefiting off of it. As we go into game 1, it is DMO blue, EDG red, and we apologize for the delay, folks. Just as a reminder, we are in patch 10.12 with no global bans. Fiddlesticks and Volibear have been played and are both enabled. So let's start with Aphelios, get that out of the way, then we'll talk about the real champ select.
Well, do we want to just wait for the Ezreal to be locked in as well, or are we just good to chat
Oh,
about
that's
him for a little
true.
bit?
Hey, Callista's banned, so yeah, probably Ezreal.
I mean, we could still see BBD go towards the Senna. He did play that, as we said in the series prior, but I kind of like getting BBD onto an opportunity to show what he's capable of, especially when he is on the stage here and does look pretty good.
There you go, different priorities. That's a different pick and ban because Ornn has been first ban worthy now. Here in the LPL, it's risen up back to a S tier pick.
And I also think it works pretty well here when you do see the Aphelios, because having that pair between the Ornn and the Aphelios, you kind of go, hang on a second, this is getting towards a little bit of a scary prospect. So Audi willing to just take that away, it's going to have a good time. Potential for Chalitza to go towards something like the Volibear, which we've seen answered into it quite a few times. But we'll have to see if that is the direction that DMO want to go.
At the very least, securing the bottom lane here with Mitsuki's Thresh. This has been his best champion. And you take that for what it is. 5 games. This will be number 6.
Yeah, I imagine they are going to. It's great to have that maneuverability with the Lantern for the Aphelios. So yeah, we're going to see it locked in. This would be an interesting one. We already talked about how Lee Sin was going to be super high priority in this series because of how important it is to both these junglers, but Xiaopeng wanting to go and match that early game aggression with this Rek'Sai pick, and I think it could work out quite well, especially in just answering for these guys.
That was a nice little hover over because Xiaopeng shows us that they didn't actually pay the respect band towards Nidalee. Gonna go a different direction here in game one, add a bit of AD to the jungle, and the fun thing is, as we see the Ezreal, Xiaopeng has such a wide champion pool. He has the largest champion pool in the jungle right now, so anything's possible for this series.
I like that EDG have done their homework though, right? They knew how this was going to go. You leave open the Aphelios, it's going to be first picked. Well, they instantly gobble up the Ornn and the Lee Sin, so they obviously have a game plan coming into this, because most teams we'd see go, okay, we'll take the Ezreal, we won't show too much, but EDG, by opting into a jungle top, are pretty much going, right, we know exactly what we want coming into this.
Wukong ban comes out, and so against the Ornn, options getting limited here for Chalitza, while Yuumi paired alongside BBD, not going to be an option, but we know what Mako likes. It's the set, it's the Naught, the Yuumi alongside it normally, the Leona's there as well, so he too has many options.
So I'm curious to see what we're going to see from Scout as well, because we have seen very different styles where he's going towards the likes of Twisted Fate. I know the Galio has been banned away here, and Syndra as well has been a pretty high priority for this guy, but it's EDG who's banned that away, so could see him go back towards the likes of an Azir here, and then you've got that late game scaling coming in with the Ornn and the Azir, and you can really do work in team fights, but I'll have to see if that is either banned away here on DMO side, or if we'll see something different.
Also, Scout played a lot of Zoe in Spring as well, so that's also available. Syndra is not. Karma, the final ban, while you talked about the Azir, see if they lock it in here or we get that support we've been needing. An easy no-brainer to get the mid counter pick.
This has been the go-to for Mako when we do see the set and that Yuumi band away. They've paired that Ezreal Yuumi a little bit so far, but definitely going to be going towards this Nautilus, opens them up to go for these early roams and try and put pressure towards this mid lane for a Scout. This has been something that Mako, when he first joined EDG, he was well known for his roaming style, and I'd love to see it here again today.
Also in Spring, Mako pretty much only exclusively played the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Champion pool actually not as limited to split around as we were talking about this for Audi, but it's going to be Chalitza who takes it into the Ornn. As this will be a nice steal as well.
I'm not sure what they're going to go with here. The biggest issue that I'm seeing right now is that they're going to struggle on DMO side for engage-wise, and you've got the Thresh there, but to try and get a Mordekaiser and a Rek'Sai in against the likes of a Nautilus and the Ornn in the top lane as well is going to make it really difficult for DMO, so I don't know how you're going to find that in a mid laner, so it looks like instead what they're going to do is go, right, we'll look for this later scaling when we got the Aphelios and the Azir, and maybe we can try and win team fights when EDG aggress into us, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to figure out that one.
It's going to be super interesting because a balance now for Scout, who has his LeBlanc to run into the matchup. Scout does also play Echo, as you saw the flash over, but it will be the lock-in of this mid lane champion, who's moved down a couple of tiers, but still prevalent here in our league. So we've already built up the scaling for DMO. You look at Aphelios, Mordekaiser, Azir, and the Rek'Sai to get you through the early mid-game transition. Now tell me about EDG.
Yeah, well, look, EDG are looking for this mid-game fight where you've got Ezreal who's come online. Same with this LeBlanc, can do a lot of work off of even just one item. So EDG are still going to be looking to go aggressive around these two Drakes, around that 15-minute to 20-minute mark. And then I think that's where DMO are going to struggle quite a bit, because you've got a bit of a mixed bag here where you've got an early game jungler but two very late game scaling carries in the Azir and the Aphelios. Mordekaiser is in and of itself works well into the Ornn, but I don't think it does quite what they want here in the composition that they draw.
Just a reminder, Bella's Breath can actually stop the Death Realm as well, if timed perfectly. So nice little interaction to look out for, but at least for EDG, you know, if you look at the lane that doesn't have as much presence as any of the others, you say, all right, top. And where do they like to gank? Let's go top and stop the Mordekaiser from achieving anything in this lane anyway.
And I feel a little bit worried when I look at DMO, because if the Mordekaiser isn't doing anything, well, when you get to those mid-game fights, you don't really have a carry. Aphelios still needs to get to those 3 items. Azir has very expensive items that he needs to get to as well. So by the time you're getting to the point where your Azir and Aphelios are actually pretty useful in team fights, your Rek'Sai is well fallen off. Your Mordekaiser isn't going to do particularly much. So I think at this stage, EDG are definitely having a big advantage.
All right, we'll see. Going to game one. We'll talk about the setup and everything inclusive there between DMO and EDG. EDG, let's just give you a quick touch-up. 2 and 3 right now, sitting in the middle of the standings, excuse me. DMO at their very bottom, still looking for their first series win. Is it here against Edward Gaming? You'd think not, but we've been wrong before, and I don't mind being wrong, especially when EDG are involved, as that Ezreal skin as he walks out of base is hilarious. Let's go. Summoner's Rift again. LPL Week 5, Day 1. We're in the middle of the split. We just begun. What the heck is happening?
Time flies when you're having
fun.
though, you know?
Yeah. Alright, that's stupid answer.
Well,
it
I
is
love
true,
you
though.
too.
It is true. No, it's the answer that
I'm
everyone
walking away
says.
from you now. I'm upset now.
That's fine.
Keep
No one can see us. We're all good. Hey, nothing's changed. And by that, I mean runes. Bar the electrocute on Twyla. So, laning phase is going to be a bit more intense.
Yeah, looking to try and trade super aggressively in lane with this. I mean, I'm not sure, because usually if you see the electrocute here, obviously you're going for laning phase, but going for the teleport. So, not exactly going to have these aggressive summoner spells in the mid lane, but we'll see how it goes. Looking as well as Xiaopeng opting for the Conqueror. We've seen some Halo Blades and some of these types coming through, but still going to be looking for more of the dueling potential against JJ with this rune.
Good to see when we come back to Azir, we're not just tunneling into the one rune anymore as well, that there is a bit more adaptability. As Twyla going to take the first trade of the game. And I was wondering, watching LPL yesterday, what is this on the bottom of our screen? Now, this is the 10th anniversary lore book, yes. So I'm assuming if you guys have WeChat, you can scan that, and you might be able to buy the book. Oh, damn, my phone's
It might be in Chinese, though. It's the only thing.
However,
for the English broadcast,
well,
might be a problem.
it's a good way to learn the language, I'd say. As Mako in with the dredge line, it's traded off nicely. And we're talking about comps here and interactions. Now, we set up how EDG like to play. They look towards the top side consistently, but we also talked about the mid 2 versus 2, which I feel like is going to be very impactful here in this early game.
Yeah, especially with Scout on this LeBlanc. When Scout came over to the LPL, he was renowned for how good his LeBlanc was. So glad to see him back on this champion, and definitely a champion that can set up these mid lane dives and ganks and fights. So I wouldn't be surprised with JJ hovering towards this top side after he goes scuttle, if he can maybe move in towards this pushy mid.
You know why? It was the LeBlanc and the the Azir as well, right? Because of Faker, because this guy, under the tutelage of Faker in, I believe it was 2015 when he was there underneath a substitute.
Yeah, moved over to EDG in 2016.
Yep, after EDG lost Pawn and Deft, which was kind of sad.
Yeah.
And then eventually, Mako was already on the roster at that time. Actually won the MSI alongside Deft. Twyla going to get the electrocute back onto Scout, but Scout with a favorable trade. It is Corrupting Potion versus Corrupting Potion, and Scout has an extra stack, while Junglers hovering around once again. JJ topside, and Xiaopeng towards the bottom.
You can see though how scared Twyla is right now, hovering right the way back, actually going to back off of the push in towards Scout, so not wanting to be up too far, bit worried about JJ, as we said, getting involved in that mid lane, so we'll just back away and use this time to teleport in once again and just pick himself up a nice Doran.
I just love that Xiaopeng is backing near the mid wave as well. It's essentially what we talked about with the conditions, where it is going to be the mid focus, so making sure nothing comes from JJ, who is now towards the top side clearing out Krugs. And I guess when we talk about these teams, especially EDG, there are moments where we see these slower paced early games and ramping up into mid game. Well, expect that early game to be slow for now.
Yeah, especially when we look towards the likes of an Ezreal, you kind of go, okay, well, we're going to be waiting for him to come online. We're not going to be playing too heavily around him. I was looking to maybe seeing when we get towards these later, like say the 6, 7, 8 minute mark, that we might see Mako making some roams from that bottom lane towards mid. But at the moment, especially because JJ is on the back foot when it comes to the Rek'Sai matchup, he's going to be looking to avoid Rek'Sai in most situations.
Which is why things actually go down. You can see trying to track Xiaopeng right now as Chalita gets a deep ward himself. And you know what? This is exactly what I expected starting out. I thought we're going to have a slow day building up to FPX V5. I'll be honest. I think everyone in the casting team's prediction was EDG over DMO.
I mean, I think it's kind of fair based on the performances so far. DMO picking up only a single win. Now, we're hoping they won't match the V5. They will go and at least pick up a series win, but
maybe.
mid lane.
Hey, this is good fighting here from Scout, but this gank's going to come through. Chilling Smite forces the flash. Nicely timed here from Xiaopeng. And Twyla's trade means he keeps his as Dredge line avoided narrowly with the help of Dark Passage bot.
And I'm not surprised to see Xiaopeng playing so heavily towards this mid lane. When you think of the lanes that JJ can actually influence, it's got to be mid. So having Xiaopeng hover towards Twilight, keeping him safe, and getting the main carry for DMO in Twilight set up just worked wonders. It's a 2-for-1 when you're a DMO.
And he spotted out this Dragon take that was started by JJ thanks to the Tremor Sense. Bottom lane roams up first, but Mitsuki behind, alongside Shubin, who's making the move. And there's priority mid for Twyla as Dredgeline starts off the fight. The Arcane shift into Xiaopeng. The Sonic Wave needs a resonating strike. That gets knocked up. JJ's baited on in. And EDG lose their jungler, give over first blood. And DMO with Force still want to chase this one up. No, level 6. No, he didn't pop the ulti. I was about to say, Twyla doesn't look like he has 6, but okay, first blood and get the dragon.
Surprised he didn't use the Emperor's Divide there to shove him back, but whatever, they get the kill, they get the dragon. DMO still off to a good start, and that is exactly why you don't see Lee Sin try and go aggressive against the Rek'Sai, because the pop-up, knock-up, drop-em is exactly what we see.
And EDG started this.
Yeah, and you think, okay, EDG, you're looking okay. Scout's able to negate the mid priority there because he's got the mobility, but it doesn't matter if you're just going to get knocked around by Xiaopeng, you're going to go down.
That was not a smart play. Did not require brain to make that one happen.
Look, it's all, every Lee Sin has happened. They're looking low, they're looking juicy, you just got to go for it.
No, it was the Lee syndrome. It's been a while since we've seen that, but to be fair, JJ is the kind of player that would do it. When we first saw him on EDG in 2019 summer, it was 2019 summer, wasn't it?
Yep.
We saw him with Olaf flash over a red buff wall blind for a kill. And it worked. But it could have looked bloody ridiculous if no one was there. As Mako does spot out the backing from Xiaopeng in that bottom lane. Gives him time to put a deep control ward because bottom laners aren't there just yet. But as we track what happens after that first blood, it is DMO with the small gold leader. It is Xiaopeng who picked up first blood, which means Caulfield's Warhammer. He gets back out on the map towards Herald.
That ward actually we were just talking about has just been cleared out. So they spotted Mako going back over the scuttle crab. So just pop in, clear out that ward. So you're not going to get the vision or the idea as to where Xiaopeng will be. But they have a fair idea he'll be on the top side of the map right now because all those camps on the bottom side are cleared.
Will help when Twyla moves out of lane too. Scout going to pick up his own blue buff in the meantime. And across different lanes, not too much in terms of CS discrepancy. If I can piece my words together, we've got 65 to 67 mid and pretty much the same down the bottom lane. The first game in a long time that I can't, in how long, God knows how long, where there hasn't been lanes winning in CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much even Steven so far. And at this stage, though, we're starting to see the Rift Herald popping up, so we might see a little bit more action. Scout actually hovering around to see Xiaopeng, but
he's level 8, so actually the most experienced person in the game right now. JJ behind with the red buff just taken. Both junglers 6.
And Mako's starting to move as well, so both supports trying to make their way up here, but Mako off the bat a little bit sooner, so if EDG can start something off quickly, they can make it work.
This is telegraphed. Twyla, if he gets caught out on here, it's on him as the Tremor Sense spots it. The Sonic Wave connects, while meanwhile, Mako is caught on out. Only level 5. BBD just has to watch. We didn't get the context of that one, but that's also a mistake.
Yeah, Mako started to move to try and make this play mid, was looking to scoot into the enemy jungle to try and get towards Twyla as quickly as possible, but runs into Shubin and Mitsuki, ends up falling for it.
Well, EDG, a bit of a rough start to the early game here.
Yeah.
In the early game, to get snowballing was a nice little tidbit we added in and picked there. So, Richard's going to go down as well.
And Xiaopeng's been doing great this matchup. Yeah. I mean, you already saw him hovering towards mid lane because he knows that's more than likely where JJ is going to be looking to influence. Then turns around that play towards the dragon to set up the first dragon. Now you get the turnaround play again from DMO to get the Rift Herald. So overall, this is looking like a strong start from DMO. And although we might try and compare them sometimes as a bit of a fun or a bit of a meme to V5, this is a team that looks way more proactive and can definitely work with the lead when they get it. So a little bit dicey for EDG right now.
Really is. JJ was trying to set up on the bottom side meanwhile with the Herald getting taken down and given over. We'll keep looking at top. That's nice. I don't care right now. Show me when actually something happens. The biggest point was that JJ actually stepped on the tunnel system. So he was spotted out there and then spotted out in the wall on the bottom side as well. So Shubin stays safe, comes back to lane. It doesn't really miss out on too much. Plus, he picked up the kill before. He has a BF sword and Cult. This is a great start, to elaborate on what you're saying before on DMO. 1,500 gold to lead at 10 minutes.
And you get the back here for DMO in the bottom lane just before this Dragon's about to spawn as well. Won't have enough gold to finish off the IE, but definitely get another pickaxe for himself, or even if he wants to go towards some boots. And then when this Dragon does spawn, well, you've got a pretty solid Aphelios. Your Azir isn't in the worst of positions either, so there is a potential here that DMO can look to scrap once again, but it will more than likely turn into a big 5v5 for this Inferno.
I wonder how Scout's going to feel about that one. It's 15 seconds till Infernal. Scout is just scouting. Sorry about that one. As DMO going to be spotted over a ward. And yes, it's funny that once again, the other day I talked about, LCK is scrapping a lot more. They're skirmishing a lot. This would be a 0-kill game if JJ didn't decide to blindly, like his character, go into the Rek'Sai who had 4 people nearby, and if Mako didn't get caught out. So, still slow and steady as Twyla does have ulti. He gets kicked into the wall. That's a mistake. He flashes over. And away he goes right when Dragon's spawning.
Yeah, Scout wasn't quite in position to follow up on that. I thought maybe we get the distortion into the chains, but weren't there, and DMO are tearing through this Dragon. It's gone already.
Done it quick enough. There is a disappearance act from the side of EDG, and Dragon goes over while Twyla gets engaged on. Scout misses the chain, unfortunately. But second Dragon spawns the Ocean Soul for an Aphelios team.
A swing and a miss there for EDG, but it does mean Audi's left alone in the top lane, so can try and answer for a little bit of gold. But realistically, Chalitza a bit over-aggressive with the teleport. Definitely wasn't needed and could have hung on for a little while, so he wouldn't have lost out on a bit of experience and a bit of gold here. But it's not the end of the world for DMO.
No, it is not. Oh, it's the start of a new one at this point, because the early game continues to look so successful. You take that misstep from Twyla if you're them, because you've set yourself up with Infernal for a team that's scales. You got Ocean Soul on the horizon. Another Herald will be brewing soon, with this one still yet to be dropped. I
want to see him drop a bot lane. Like, I think Shubin could be a massive benefactor here, and oh, never mind. I was going to say cracking open that bottom lane can start.
I mean,
Shubin moving around.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, true.
Shubin is mid, so you win out on that one. As Scout won't defend this. Gold gets spread amongst DMO. We're now almost at 2K at 13 minutes. Controlled game so far. First items coming across the board as well, to note the Liandry's Torment in this topside Mordekaiser. Plus we should have that Luden's Echo Luden's Echo coming for Twyla soon.
So DMO do have this scaling when it comes to the Azir and the Aphelios, but when it comes to actually getting these fights started, they are super reliant on either picking people off or Mitsuki landing the God Hook. But if they can't, I'm not sure how they're going to start these fights rolling. So even if they get a lead, it's still EDG who might be able to just play it back, keep the wave clear rolling. So it'll be interesting to see now as we start to get to this mid-game how DMO want to operate, because they definitely have a lead. It's just about how do they try and extend this.
How they use Xiaopeng and Mitsuki will be a further conversation there. But in the meantime, DMO continue. And the problem is with slow games is that it's all well and dandy, but we've set our audience up for this region being not only the best, which is still true, but bloodthirsty, risk takers.
It was the same with myself and Munch for who was LGD and IG.
Yeah,
we came in, we had a whole
the
fight night segment, and then it was 20 minutes, not a single kill, and we're just like, I am so sorry.
You went from
everyone.
Fight Club to like Bridget Jones's Diary.
We went to the book club. It was the book club.
It was literally the Breakfast Club, right? You sat there and you talked. Things got heavy at some point, but the whole movie was really about talking. So I still don't rate that movie, by the way. Have you seen The Breakfast Club?
I haven't. I'm just nodding along in solidarity, just been like, yeah, I get this reference.
Dude, it's an old school movie, and look, it's still good, but it's not as great as people make it out to be.
Is that Breakfast at Tiffany's, or is that a different thing?
That's a different.
Is it? Okay.
And that's,
it's a good song.
What about Breakfast at Tiffany's?
Yeah.
That's a good song.
It is a very. We ended up singing that somewhere. I think when we were out exploring, didn't we?
I think we went to the.
There's a Yuyang Gardens.
If people haven't been to Shanghai, which you know what, not everyone's been here. Is Scout wants to show us he still does damage with the Luden's Echo. I was going to say the French patisserie place. That's what we went to. It was fancy.
True.
It cost like a bombshell, dude. You make something look like France, and it suddenly costs like 200 RMB for a meal, which is like 40 Australian dollars, which is ridiculous for Eggs Benedict. Very upset about that. I will say, parts of Shanghai are like double the price of Sydney. And Sydney's already an expensive city. As Hook goes out. Xiaopeng actually on the wing here, but JJ's there as well. We start off with the box down, but they haven't spotted out the Rek'Sai, who hasn't come in yet. Teleport to be burnt over the wall. DMO's bottom lane. Go. The DG on the run, and it was a double. While Xiaopeng is the assassin on the back line. Shubin sends out the ultimate. EDG are behind enemy lines. They will get the trade off. The kills go fast. But BBD going down there is a win for Xiaopeng.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1 when all said and done. So unless they're able to turn this into something more, they're actually losing out. They invested 2 teleports for that. You still have Twyla, who's free farming here in mid. Won't quite be able to get the turret before JJ and Mako come across. But, I mean, DMO still doing a relatively good job here.
Yeah, they are. Turret plating goes down. I guess the only thing that could be worse for EDG is if Chalitza here was getting those turret plates. And Twyla able to do the same. So we reset. Everyone goes back to their lane. Now a bounty on Xiaopeng. Now a Mordekaiser who's been whacking this thing for a while gets first turret blood.
And he can shove in this wave, push it right the way in, and then look to start moving down. Because someone's going to have to deal with this Mordekaiser in the top lane while this dragon is spawning. Yep. So for DMO, you could even look to trade this dragon if you really wanted to and help Chalitza. But yeah, no, instead, Chalitza is going to start moving down now. You can see pings galore going towards the Mordekaiser. Well, DMO just go for third dragon.
I guess EDG were like, okay, we don't care about giving away this dragon. We'll contest for the next one while we all move up to Herald. Chalitza, he can solo them out, but he's a level 12 Mordekaiser. Wherever he takes in the death roll, probably going to die. Xiaopeng makes it so DMO are on sell point. This early game, yet again, has been nothing but control here for DMO.
Really, really strong. And the thing is now, with this Dragon Soul being on the cards, DMO's answer to how do we get EDG to come in on top of us is presented. Just let EDG come and fight you at this Dragon, then you can start to open up with this Azir. Then the Aphelios, when you've got Scout, JJ, Audi all up in your face, then they can start to bust out all that damage.
Important to note that JJ wants to set up the Herald right here, right now, gets dropped on down. There's going to be a bit of pressure for DMO. We'll see how they respond because mid pings are going down. That turret's still standing while EDG finally get a trade back. Scout gets hooked on. Mitsuki steps up nicely as the shurikens fly fast and plenty. While DMO, they get the bottom lane turret anyway. So it turns out it is a trade.
Exactly, and especially when they've invested the Herald for that top turret, it feels like DMO are still coming out on top. But Shubin does need to be careful. Don't you tempt fate there.
Dark Passage is safety.
I've seen enough Nautilus hooks pull you out of Dark Passage to be a little bit scared there.
You're not wrong about that one. And we reset. Now, Herald was taken and used top. Next, we're going to wait for that Ocean Soul. And the way this game's been going, who knows?
I don't even think we're going to wait for that. I think we're going to see some scrapping around this mid lane turret. It's the last one to go down for DMO. They have both these side lanes open. You push them in as Twyla and Chalitza, and you collapse on this mid lane, trying to just shut down that last little bit of defense. And it opens you up so beautifully then when Baron's here, because you get all that good vision control into the back of the pit, and it just makes things so much easier for team.
Yeah, that's true. I guess by the time we get towards that as well, we should be seeing the second items come out if they do manage to find that turret as well. Twyla did go straight towards the Nash's Tooth. Now, I apologize. I remember that Azir builds. We sit on the Lost Chapter, we get Nash's, then we upgrade. So second item well on the way. Also for Chalitza, who's going Nash's himself as the second item. And the Runan's Hurricane, of course, for Shubin as his second. While for EDG, they're trailing behind, waiting for that Trinity Force to come out of BBD, waiting for Scout to start building components for his second item, and Sunfire for Audi in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll be working on that Sunfire nice and early here. When it gets to be a little bit more difficult to deal with in team fights, but at the moment, I mean, DMO are kind of just happy to sit around, although to say that, Xiaopeng, don't think he wanted to connect with that.
I don't think he wants to be here, because EDG are waiting. Scout goes in for another distortion, spots him out, runs away. No tunnel for you.
But you can see here, DMO are just like, cool. I mean, if you were going to go for that play top, we can just push in towards this mid lane, and they won't be able to shove in as quickly as they would have liked here, so you will have some support from EDG, but they need more than what they have right now.
You said that forces, here they are. Why does that turret do so much damage? Well, 10.12.
Do you want an answer?
No, 10.13. You said he gets nerfed, because I don't look at patch notes for a patch we're not in.
He doesn't.
Oh, no.
It's a small.
Isn't it the chakrams with neutral monsters?
Yeah.
Good. That's a start.
I mean, it's somewhere.
You know, I don't think there should be as many chakrams. But, I apologize. Every time I'm on broadcast, I just talk about Aphelios. To be fair, though,
he gets so many chances to because he's picked every single game.
People are starting to ban him. I'm surprised he's not banned today because yesterday, I think he was banned almost every game, if not every game. It's kind of impressive to see people like, actually, this champion consistently adds a threat that we shouldn't deal with. Imagine flipping a coin and going, it's kind of a rigged coin. Chances are 60% will go on heads, but the other 40%, I'm willing to take that risk. That's Aphelios. As we're back into the lull state. Welcome. 50 seconds till Dragon. Let's get there faster, and then we'll pull ourselves out of it.
Well, the nice thing here is BBD just finished his Triforce, so not going towards that Iceborne Gauntlet build, realized, look, this mid-game isn't going quite as we want. I want a bit of a later game punch, so going towards that Triforce also gives the opportunity for Audi, obviously, to upgrade it. So this is going to be working out where EDG, at least with the Orin and with some of the item choices that they've gone for, can contend for a bit longer with DMO when it comes to being able to take these fights. But I think still EDG can just look to have BBD poke a lot of DMO and try and just play back a bit before engaging onto DMO.
BBD's damage is going to be pretty evident soon enough as we ARAM for a bit. That's the EDG way, apparently. The Death's Grasp almost connects, but Audi walks away. Just to clear mid as the Dragon now spawns. They do not want to give Ocean Soul this early over to DMO as Xiaopeng gets bursted out a bit.
Yeah, EDG don't want to give mid priority over towards DMO right now because they can just march down mid, give over that.
Oh, Mitsuki, the big player in town, with the box laid down, and Mako has to flush away. Drenchlight interrupted. Call the Forge God. This is super defensive. It lines up three, but Scout in the back line brings it back with Xiaopeng. They also find another in EDG. The damage coming out until Schubin. Yep, this is happening. One more auto until PVD says no. And EDG were losing the fight until they got that Aphelios. Now Scout shuts down Twyla, and now Mitsuki has to run for the hills.
And finally, EDG find the team fight that they want. You can try your best, Mitsuki, but eventually you will fall. And it will be EDG able to get the Dragon, get some much-needed goal back in their favor, and start to have a bit more impact in this game.
I'm so glad. I just saw those low health bars. I saw the Inferno, I'm like, no.
It was close. If that Calibrum had landed onto BBD, there's the potential there that Schubin does continue to pop off, but BBD does a good job at the end to shut him down. But you can see already this poke is becoming too much. Mitsuki, that hook was beautiful to start things off. It was just unfortunate that there wasn't enough follow-up to try and keep it going. You see here, everyone from EDG is spread out. BBD hopping around, relatively untouched so far until this massive amount of damage comes out from Schubin. Here though, if you'd actually managed to land that Calibrum, that could have been the difference in that fight. But not quite able to do so, and Scout popping back in as the LeBlanc, able to close out DMO from the end.
Big daddy, that's what it takes to jump back in a fight like that. Very impressive stuff from the stand-in AD carry, who's standing in over Hope, remember. He's one shot away to do that was a lot. As EDG, after fighting the fight, they deny the soul, they run mid. Also another shout out to Scout in that fight, who taking down Xiaopeng was a crucial factor as well.
Taking down Xiaopeng, getting onto Twyla as well, because this is what we're talking about, is that if DMO can set up where you've got Schubin at, in a safety position behind Twyla in the Emperor's Divide, maybe he can make these plays happen, but he wasn't quite able to get going there as Schubin, but still, DMO, you're starting to see, even if EDG are just looking for these all-out engages, there is the opportunity that DMO can fight back.
Yeah, at the very least, I want to talk about items again. We got 2 items for Scout, who's got Morello second, but we got the Trinity Fusion now picked up by BBD, thanks to Audi. So the upgrades are starting to come across as well, but DMO is starting to look for a pick. Mako, the hook was shallow by about an inch. The True Shot Barrage tagged everyone. Now they'll be spotted out with health bars that have been damaged. Okay, red buff does go to JJ, that was tagged by Schubin.
Also looking at Scout, who's down in this bottom lane. This is kind of the nice thing about having a LeBlanc in your team, is that she can take over that split push role when she's got the teleport. Because realistically, you want Audi with your team at all points in time, because he just provides so much more when you can pull that engage at any point in time. So Scout will be trying to push against Chalitza at the moment and can chip away at these turrets and make it a bit more difficult for DMO to have Chalitza in these fights.
But on the note of Scout, we want to see what we saw with Rookie. I can't specifically remember the matchup. I believe it was against Suning, where Rookie was on LeBlanc and Juan Fong just got deleted because Rookie was jumping into the cracks of vision, jumping into brushes where Suning weren't checking, playing the LeBlanc to its limit of being an assassin.
Showing how you can hard carry.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead as well, with 2 items, Scout will destroy Schubin, Scout will destroy Twyla, catch the carries off guard, and push EDG to that gold lead.
And that's what you can do here as Scout. If you're off on a side lane, pushing that lane super effectively, and then try and sneak through the gaps of vision. Because, I mean, if you're able to push in towards these this tier 2 on the top lane, or even push in that tier 1 on the bot, you have the opportunity to slip into the jungle unbeknownst to DMO as to where you are as this LeBlanc, and maybe pop out when they least expect.
Because props to DMO, they are controlling vision quite well, but this is what we wanted to see, forcing Twyla away. Now, it's hard to lock down the Azir, but escapes, gets damaged, pulls away.
And this is why we wanted to highlight the solo laners for EDG coming into today's games, because we are seeing them step up and have standout performances. Once again, Scouts hitting 3-0-2, the potential to carry this game and bring it back for EDG. That's what we want to see from this guy.
At the very least, we're to a point where we count down the timer of another Dragon. We look towards the Baron. We've got a team like DMO that are pulling back with the Aphelios, with the Azir, that are just building items and absorbing farm. Even Chalitza, the same towards his third. While for the side of EDG, you can see getting very proactive in this bottom side river, setting up for the next Dragon, setting up for that fight that could push them forward. As I want to also note, Scout has an 8 stacks Magi's that could increase next fight.
I love seeing the Magi's come in, especially when you have to get like so close and personal as Scout to try and set off these big plays, but I have to see if it is going to pay off. One of the other interesting items there is going to be the stopwatch actually for Xiaopeng. I know he's building towards the GA, but having that stopwatch now and the flash available for this next fight means that now Xiaopeng can be that engage tool, that key factor that's been missing a little bit from DMO. But this is why Rek'Sai is one of the champions that's so reliant on having a flash.
It was the highlight in the early game for DMO. His teleport's going to be channeled. Scout now spotted out over the wall. 2-shot barrage. And we're back to mid again. Let's go. Search for mid priority and then go to Dragon. We're gonna fight mid, are we?
I mean, Audi, I'm expecting that call to Forge God any second.
Scout wants a lockdown. Damage onto Mitsuki once again. The support at half health, but Audi's building items in the middle of a battlefield.
That's the confidence. That's that pizzazz I like to see.
Oh, he's got a warm-up.
Here we go. We are going to be starting this Dragon up. EDG. This is a little bit risky. You can still potentially have Xiaopeng just go in for the steal, get the soul.
Nice Bellows breath. Mitsuki going to follow through. The dredge line pulls him back. The box down. Over ambitious. He flashes away. And this means a call to Forge God as Chalitza interrupts with the Death Realm can't be used. Twyla is kicked back into the enemy team. And EDG have given space to BBD, who lines them up and takes them down. Jeje takes on the battle in the backline meanwhile. And Schubin is rendered useless. EDG take the fight. They're going to deny the Dragon and kill the Big Tin Man with Big Daddy once again.
BBD with the triple kill in that fight. And EDG managing to set it up beautifully. They will get the Dragon at a second one to their level. Manages to get the mid-turn, and they can set up beautifully now for Baron on the way out of this push.
What am I saying? It's Big Bad Daddy. That's what he is. BBD has shown up massively in this game 1. And again, the fill-in doing what he doesn't really need to do at this point is, okay, Schubin's going to do that. Everyone get over it. They do still get the turret in EDG now with a gold lead and heading towards Ocean Soul themselves in 2 Dragons.
And BBD is not disappointed coming into EDG whatsoever. So Mitsuki, a little bit over-aggressive. I don't think anyone on DMO was ready to go for that play. But JJ here as well, managing to catch Twyla, was so important. He was going for that big Emperor's Divide onto BBD, but the kick sends him flying. Twyla's got nowhere to go, and at that stage, it's open season for BBD. There's no more CC, there's no more anything.
The kick looked good, but you could imagine if Twyla just ults there, BBD probably gets shoved into the team.
Oh, yeah.
That was almost a little bit too scary as well, so good to see it worked out, and at the end of the day, we come out of that fight, we come out of the Dragon take. We still have a Baron on Summoner's Rift, but more importantly, EDG are getting a lot of these upgrades across that line. Yeah, you're not going to see it now because we're looking at damage, but everyone bar Mako has an item upgrade as BBD's damage is at 5k from that last fight.
The thing is, though, Shubin now has his second Zeal item completed. Thank you for dropping. So the Phantom Dancer just coming in. Looking at Twilight as well, working towards that Banshee's Veil. So it's going to take a little bit longer to come into play, but he's going to be even more difficult to deal with, especially for the likes of Scouts. So these items are starting to get rolling for DMO as well. So EDG, although they are ahead, aren't quite out of the woods. They need to make sure they continue to have these clean fights, or maybe even just pick off Twilight.
They were trying, but of course they're going to get spotted out with getting rid of the tunnel system. 4 members top side, EDG having top priority on top of that. Means they have access to the river, but a really good ward placed in front of the Baron that's not spotted out by any of the control wards. Means DMO don't have to go and check this. They can play safe. EDG need to clear that ward.
EDG are getting full control though of this top side jungle, and because, as you said, that ward is there, Chalitza is free to keep pushing on bot side. Now they're starting this up. Chalitza will have to start walking, but EDG just baiting and moving.
They've started it, stopped it. DMO don't know at this point until JJ gets spotted out. Before the Forge God, Shubin gets pulled back on in. Audi presses R a little bit too early. Shubin dodges away from the two-shot barrage. And Audi, that's not characteristic of how he's been playing usually, but I digress.
Shubin now back up healthy, so with that rep buff, he's able to heal him nicely. So DMO don't lose anything.
Well, Mitsuki caught on out, goes golden immediately here. Mako tucks up the damage as the poke comes through. The true shot barrage not used, sorry. It was Shubin's ulti I was looking forward to as the poke again onto JJ. DMO have an advantage as Mitsuki finds BBD, but it's cleansed QSS rather away. DMO now have been priority and a wave pushing up. EDG are on the wrong side of the rift.
They have to do something. They can't just let DMO keep pushing. You've got chakrams for Shubin. That'll be something.
Yeah, he did. That's big. Onto the jungler. EDG now want to go back home. That's Audi driving the wrong damn car in this one. And DMO are torn apart because this Ram had to go and jam right back into DMO.
The headbutt to knock up the entirety of DMO. They say, this is our turf. You get back to the base.
It is a Mordekaiser, but BBD silences that thought. Does take down one with him. Slows the pace, but EDG trade 5 for 1. And Baron is now theirs.
6-0-6 for Scout. BBD on 5, 1, and 7. These carries on EDG are stepping up, and even though Audi had a little bit of a misstep with his ultimate, the Siri charge was on point in that fight. Baron secured for EDG right before this third dragon spawns as well, or at least what I'll assume will be the third dragon for EDG, because I don't know if DMO can try and fight this.
Well, people will still be respawning. 22 seconds there with a 48-second death timer. Baron, as you mentioned, secured for another 245 left of the buff. And it begins. DMO trying to get here early, clear out some vision and set up some of their own. Remember, Chalitza does have teleport if need be, but Audi does as well. And the table has turned. Shubin started off the game well, but BBD now in a clear advantage.
Eddie's trying to see if he can come in. Has teleported, so I was trying to see if he's looking for a flank situation with the Call of the Forge God, but looking to just get here nice and quick and try and get some control back of this river. Yeah, I gotta be careful here as DMO.
Xiaopeng gets half health. Has the GA now available? Might not matter. A flail away from Mitsuki needed. Stretch lines there. Twyla uses a big team fighting ultimate from Scout, just poking his head. True Shot Barrage even tags him on the way out. And EDG have Dragon.
No TP for Twyla either. Use it to try and shove in that bottom wave. So EDG now free to start this up. DMO were so spread out. But EDG just take advantage
I mean, they're just lucky that this is not the soul, but they want to steal it away. Xiaopeng burrows in against the wall, flashes in. No vision, seals it. GA is going to be worth it here as Call the Forge God used. Maybe just the nail them down at the end. There's pings going down, but that's it. Soul for a kill onto Xiaopeng.
That is big for DMO. The fact that they now have this soul and you are actually getting to a point where Twyla and Shubin have the potential to carry these fights. That extra little bit of health is going to mean so much for what is a fairly squishy roster, to be honest.
Sometimes I wonder how Lee Sin's with, I think he either has a level advantage or same level as Xiaopeng can lose that. But still a big move. Now for the Baron buff. This is the other part of the play where EDG are going to start knocking down turrets. It's JJ by himself. The rest of EDG in the fog of war towards mid, pushing for the inhibitor.
hook won't land from Mitsuki. You got 1 second left before Xiaopeng is on the card. So now DMO can potentially try and do something, but see these waves collapsing at the same time makes it so difficult for DMO to split their focus between bot and mid.
But they have so much wave clear in the form of Shubin. He walks down with Infernum and the wave's gone immediately.
He needs to be careful though, Scout. It's not someone I'd mess with right now.
I will say, with heal available, might be okay, as DMO are going to forfeit this one. The hook lands, Fox is down. They want to fight here with everyone available and Ocean Soul. Shaliza gets knocked on back, but he's going to heal up, but BBD finds the first pick while EDG are quite low. The knock up there with Call the Forge goes out, he gets whacked on down. Mitsuki fails the next engagement. Shubin still at full health with the ultimate from Twyla sending Scout back. Shubin says it's my time to shine. Wait for this one as DMO are chasing up and EDG are on the escape out.
And look at the regen that's coming in on DMO right now. They're full health again, chasing on to EDG. They need to go get their waves in order though, so they won't be able to capitalize on this, but you can still see EDG, they need to be a little bit cleaner in the way they broach this.
There's no objective up. That's the one downside here for DMO after the fight.
But you can see a couple of nice plays obviously coming into this. Mitsuki with that first hook. We also with Twyla coming in with this big Emperor's Divide, but the big thing here is more so just Shubin being able to free hit on the back line. Scout, or Twyla as well, on this Azir, not being pressured in this fight by the likes of Scout, means that they're able to far better deal with the engage from EDG. And although you're investing a lot of damage into taking down Xiaopeng and trying to burst out this Mordekaiser, that's where Twyla and Shubin are perfectly happy because they're not the ones that are soaking all this damage.
And now Shubin's pretty close to getting his flash up as well, so this GA Aphelios, who's also got Death Dance as of now, is full build. This is a scary point for EDG, as that Ocean Soul is non-refundable. We've got an Elder coming up in 3 minutes. If DMO get that, the game's over. This team with Aphelios and Azir, the game's over.
And think about Death's Dance with Ocean Soul. I mean, it's such a nice combo where you're just healing back all that resisted damage that goes off of Death's Dance. So, I mean, right now, for Scout, it's super difficult to try and burst out Shubin. It's also going to be really difficult to burst out Twyla because he's got that Banshee's Veil. So, Scout now is going to struggle to be in these fights, which is why now EDG are opting to just have him play off in these side lanes a little bit more. Make sure that he's either coming in after the Banshee's Veil is burnt, or he's just going to be able to take towers on his own.
But you know what the bonus is to an Ezreal and a LeBlanc? Is their ability to burst out someone like Shubin or Twyla, force that GA. Ocean Soul doesn't come in, it's overtime. So you look for Scout to carry with a pick and bring this game back into more of EDG's favor, especially towards Baron that's up in 50 seconds.
This could be the very last team fight, Asterix. That Baron could mean do or die for either of these squads, especially when you look at EDG. Having that extra Baron buff again to try and shove in these waves will be super nice right before that Elder Dragon spawns. But DMO as well, trying to get some of their waves a bit beefier would help out just in trying to get some semblance of control over the waves again.
With Twyla matching Scout towards bottom side. Xiaopeng's here, level 14 to level 17. Jeje is 3 levels ahead in the jungle. This is going to be so hard if you want to steal now. 120 damage difference, plus the execution on Lee Sin. So we'll see how it goes for DMO, and if they can elongate this game any further. EDG with a 6k gold lead, full builds coming out left, right, center. Baron now up, Scout has joined the fight.
There's no real pressure on EDG right now though, because bot wave is eventually going to start pushing back in. Top is already shoving in EDG's favor as well, so they're free to just try and play with DMO for a little bit, try and keep them off of these side lanes, and eventually they'll start chipping down at these turrets. But TP mid for Twyla.
Yeah, he wants to be in position immediately, as EDG are going to see that as well. Sit mid as we have this whole game. Scout in for the flank. But Shubin's grouping up with the rest of them. Mitsuki shallow on the hook versus Audi. Twyla starts poking. Mitsuki at half health. Needs to hit someone for the Ocean Soul. Mako goes into the engage, stopped by the Pillar of Audi. Scout running away from the death trap. DMO are grouping up. True Shot Barrage tags him on the way out. Mako wants to start the engage with Audi's ultimate to knock him out. That could be it. BBD targeted as he flashed away from Twyla in the backline. Look at where Scout and EDG's Eddie carry are, but Shubin in the middle doesn't die because of Aphelios with Ocean Soul just continues to do the exact same thing he does without it. Severum in hand, the fight goes off on the backside with Scout and BBD looking for Chalitza. They group on in with JJ, now in the mix. Mitsuki dies first, but Chalitza healing up. EDG are in a choke, and Shubin's there to say, g'day, this champion is throwing shurikens at your face yet again.
And now we just got Chalitza goes, right guys, I'm done with this. Play keep away with Scout. I want to shove in for this inhibitor in the mid lane, but it looks like a bit of a split call because you've got Xiaopeng and still Shubin who are moving. Oh, okay. Still GA, still got GA, so.
But
yeah, Shubin needs to try and play keep away right now. He has a lot of shurikens, so if Scout comes over the wall, he needs to be careful.
he was trying to burst down Xiaopeng. To be fair, he was close, but Elder's now in hand with an Ocean Soul team that also has Baron. You have an Aphelios, and the Mordekaiser's going to help a bit. This should be theirs as well.
It looks like they're going straight towards it, but here, as he talked about, Shubin is completely untouched. And even though JJ does manage to shoot him in, there's no damage there. Scout and BBD are both focused on Twile in the backline, so Shubin recovers with that Severum and the Crescendum, heals up, takes over the fight, and now we get it. Elder Dragon, we get the Baron, and EDG is not looking too happy for you right now.
Even the healing from Chalitza. I don't think Shubin went past full health that entire time.
No.
Yep. Props to Chalitza. I think he's having a really good game one on this Mordekaiser as well.
Yeah, you can see the damage that he's churning out in these fights. It's absolutely incredible. So, I mean, DMO looking pretty good in game number one here.
Yep.
Especially, look, able to control this early stages of the game. We're taking over the Dragons nice and early. We're getting some of these Rift Heralds, getting gold in their favor, finding favorable fights. So, gotta give it their due, especially off the back of Xiaopeng controlling this jungle matchup in the early stages, which we said at the start is going to be super important for this game.
It was. Even with the level disadvantage, he's caught up a little bit. I was going to say, Shubin, stop taking camps. Give it to Twyla. Give it to Xiaopeng. He's full build. He sold his boots. He's got a BT now as well. No wonder he didn't die in that last fight. He's never dying. If Shubin dies this game from now, then he is just not a good player. I'm sorry. But with those items, unless the EDG find the biggest pick of the century, then wow. DMO are aggressing here. A hook lands. Audi is going to use that QSS once again that he's built for Chalitza. In fact, pretty much everyone on the team has one. Bar Scout.
Yeah, but Scout is going to be trying to play keep away right now, you can see. So at least this DMO slowly pushing in here, trying to see if they can get this chip damage. It is difficult when you are on Twile and Shubin because you don't really have the range in a lot of situations, so you gotta aggress as a unit to take down these structures, but EDG gonna back away.
Okay. Well, Scout here for the flank once again. The Elder buff is up for 10 seconds. DMO need to pick the fight now or potentially walk back. Still feeling confident with Baron in a minute. You can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Elder has expired. EDG, hold on.
Looks like they're going to go and grab that second turret, though. He's still got a little bit of time, as you can see, on that Baron buff, so just trying to use those last few seconds to see if they can eke out one more. And then it becomes a case of rinse and repeat. They can start to, well, I was going to say finish off items. They've only got one item left, really, for Twyla, and as we talked about, Shubin well on his way. So at this stage, DMO are hitting critical mass, and EDG are struggling to deal with it.
It's going to go down like paper. JJ getting a kick, Scout getting a pick, BBD being able to punish Shubin. Order's not doing too much to Audi and Mako at this point, but the wave gets cleared. Mitsuki getting close to a hook. As Dredgeline starts, and look at where Scout is for the flank. That knock up from EDG. The Wombo as well. Shubin gets knocked up and into GA. Audi re-engages with the Searing Charge, and they've found the pick against the wall though. Twyla with his ulti, and Ocean Soul does the rest. Twyla has one big moment in this game, and it's over.
And that is going to be it. DMO with the clean ace. Well, if they can take down BBD here, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
He's played so damn well, and for DMO, heading on for their second game win. Watch this one, ladies and gentlemen, because he doesn't die. DMO, with their second game win here in summer, lead the series against EDG.
DMO, who we criticized coming into this game, stepped up massively against EDG. Xiaopeng controlling the early stages of the game, getting these dragons, getting this Rift Herald, gold in their favor, and then it only becomes a matter of time. They do manage to scale, and with EDG, as we talked about, once EDG engage into them, well, then it's field day for Shubin. Great timing for Twyla, and that late game damage really comes into it.
Because I'm looking at, we talked a lot about the compositions, how the picks interact, what would happen. You know, DMO got to that stage in the game, but more importantly, they got to the stage where they got Ocean Soul with the steal from Xiaopeng. And that ulti at the end from Twyla against the wall hit 3-4 members of EDG. That stopped the game. And that made sure that DMO weren't going to, I guess, throw it away. Because I think JJ got a really good kick onto Shubin. And he went down in his GA.
Yeah, JJ was doing a good job of getting onto Shubin consistently. But it was just a case of whether the damage was there or not. And at that last fight, they couldn't quite finish him off. He actually healed like straight away back up. Thanks to that Severnum Crescendum. But still, solid play coming through from the rookies. I mean, Shubin looked great. Mitsuki with this flash hook in the mid game as well to start setting up some of these plays. We're starting to see the confidence come through from DMO, which is one of the big things that was missing.
Again, not the V5 of Spring that we've talked about very much. Oh, sorry, the V5 of Summer, I should say. DMO are a team that still can, you know, have opportunities to play through their lanes. And to be more specific, you know, that time around, Xiaopeng was very attentive towards shadowing mid, towards helping bottom lane as well. Xiaopeng had a good game one, and that still put them in such a comfortable position.
Yeah, and a massive, massive performance. I mean, if I'm looking for anyone on this roster, I know Shubin got a lot of the glory and stuff.
It's going to be MVP, isn't it?
I think it should go to Xiaopeng. I think he looked really, really good in the early game, setting up Twyla, denying JJ a lot of that early game aggression that they would have liked to. And even then when we got towards team fights, it can be difficult to navigate as a Rek'Sai, but he was happy consistently flashing in, getting these knock-ups, and setting up the team for success, because realistically, he just needs to wait for this team to come in on top of him, so then Shubin and Twyla can do their job, and Xiaopeng did an incredible way of setting that up.
I mean, I'd even look at someone like Mitsuki as well, who we've been pretty harsh on. Mitsuki had one of his best games of the split so far. A moment or two where he's caught out, sure, but the majority of the hooks, the majority of the engages started by him. When we were in that game, we had a conversation about how do they start the engage here? Well, Xiaopeng Mitsuki showed it wasn't up, as Damage Graph is going to highlight our 280 carries. BBD put up one hell of a fight alongside Scout, who did his job, but unfortunately couldn't beat DMO.
I honestly thought EDG were going to start splitting up the map. I thought we'd see Scout starting to play down towards these side lanes and not giving the opportunity for this big 5v5 brawl to continuously happen, because it got to the point where EDG just didn't have enough damage left in the tank to try and take them down, especially when that was a second lifesteal item came through for Shubin. It was just like, all right, guys, you got to try. You got to try and find a new way to deal with this. And they didn't. They started it, and I was like, okay, cool. Now you've got to have Chalitza off in a side lane. You've got to start seeing this working for them. But we never actually saw it continue. And unfortunately, as a result, they just couldn't find a way to crack through the team fighting of DMO.
I mean, the problem with that game one is if EDG were versing anyone else, it would be over in 20 minutes because of the way JJ got caught out. Mako got caught out as well as the second death. So there's a lot of things with EDG that we were highlighting. I mean, the team fighting there in that mid game was what we really praised them on. But we got towards the late game. We saw the steal. JJ had some good moments, but also some questionable moments as well. It's hard to place EDG because I still think they're a top 8 team. But games like that don't shore up the confidence when we've seen them go up against Suning and OMG and play much better.
Yeah, well, I think it was kind of having the hands tied a little bit for JJ, where we already talked about, Lee Sin struggling in that Rek'Sai matchup, and he only amplified things when he went for that aggressive play that you're talking about, giving over the kill.
That's inting. I'm sorry, but if you see that, you already know 3 people are there. If you press Q on the Rek'Sai, like, the syndrome is strong, right? The Lee syndrome.
Q and W are real close on the keyboard. It could have just been. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, right?
Nope.
But no.
I told you the positive one, and I'm going to be the negative
but still,
one. That was not good.
Look, I think EDG, I mean, from an individual standpoint, not talking about the team as a whole, BBD looked amazing. That Ezreal looked really strong. The confidence, as you talked about in that mid-game team fight, to flash in aggressively, to kill off Shubin, to start getting that team fight back in EDG's favor. So I'm excited to see more of what BBD is capable of and some of these EDG members. It just felt like, unfortunately, once we got to this later game stage where EDG were battling back and forth to get a gold lead, well, Scout wasn't having an impact with the death stances and the healing and the Banshee's veils that were coming in. He, even though he got super fed, couldn't do anything with that lead. And then as well, BBD just kind of looking to see what he can do, but fights were starting so quickly, he couldn't get the poke down to try and set anything up.
We saw EDG fall back. DMO pick up their second game win here of Summer, see if they can get their first series win. As usual, here in Game 2.
巨魔还在给阿里爆果实下来一个手左一，他身上有一个冰枪呢，先拉飞机，再一个催眠气泡也被躲，旁边中野过来了，这是 DMO 的中野，
感觉要被包，这个位置辛德拉很好发挥，看一下这边推到了3个，
盲僧2段踢过来，瞬间巨魔倒在地上，艾希的位置也不好，欢风也要逃不掉了，再打2个闪，这里还要再追，这个中野组合先一个 W 技能减速。 锤石机发了自己的余震，但也坦不住。盲僧还在如影随形，想再去追，这波踢过去，自己的血量也不太佳。辛德拉这一推没能成功的推到。
刚刚以为他这边有机会蹲一下人，但是看到后面没有队友了。
这里8条一个大招拉回来小 C， 小 C 的位置很差呀。下了一个英雄登场保护一下队友，但是可汗肉的飞起，又进行一个闪现1技能，效果很差。盲僧一个大招1穿2。 先带走了一个色提，同时串起了一个可汗。公子方这波想反打，林伟翔已经参战了，他一步一步往前滑，但是离得稍微有点远。杜云碧闪现给一个 Q 技能，先行收掉一波泰坦，双方要进行一波拉扯战了。看一下杜云碧和南前的一波拉扯，狗熊一波技能打空，这里 EZ 一个精准的 Q 技能先收掉杜云碧，这波 EZ 马上要来一波收割战场，他现在比较灵活，可汗自己仗着皮糙肉厚，帮助小天挡下后续的技能。
就是典型的团战英雄，只要配合到一起，伤害就可以拉得很高。正面想开泰坦吗？但是没有晕到 ，EQ 减速了一下，但是艾希的剑空了，这边开了一个响鬼石板甲，最后还是被贾斯收掉。正面女枪这边原地喊，大卫巴德一个大招定在了原地，正面杀了一个假猴之后，大猴也是被嘲讽了回来，贾斯拿到这个人头，趁着正面开了一个大招保护一下自己的 ADC。
有波狗熊的身上穿着王者板甲的绕后。 跑的是很快，但是不太好找角度，反倒是奥文想先进去开炮，奥文已经率先被留了，可汗撞出来，泰坦瞬间被秒，哇，这个可汗太肉了，他居然1丝血还活了下来，战场被分割成2块，杜云碧在屏幕的左侧想去找纷纷，又被小薇，又被小天一下 A 到脑袋上，他打不过这个男枪。
魔偶生气了。对镜成员。
黄布拉斯先抢一下中路兵线，旁边有一个狗熊的绕后，他可能会去拍林伟翔，大招想去拍林伟翔，先拍出一个小天，自己率先被打残，皇子一个 EQ 接大招，找出了林伟翔，再接一个英雄登场，林伟翔的位置并不是很好，他需要往后不停的拉扯，他还在输出，他居然活了下来，这个银焰的输出相当高，一米哥已经踩到了后排，再起一个铁爪抓了一个小 C， 直接打了一波大团灭。
I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh. hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Back after a DMO win, surprisingly enough, against EDG. A lot of questions being thrown out, but none about DMO in that game, where they picked up a pretty convincing 45, 46-minute win, I think it was in the end. Hysterics Dagda. Let's get this out of the way so we can talk about the rest of the team. There's an Aphelios as an MVP. It's Shubin. Shubin played well. I want to talk about other people, though. Dagda, I'm sorry. There he is. Look, hey, let's start with the credit.
So this rookie has come into the LPL. He's been put down. He's been destroyed every single time. And he finally gets his name in the lights. And
That's
you're
great.
like, you know.
No. So Shubin played the game well. I agree. He had one of his best performances. The thing is, though, who won the game for them? Xiaopeng.
But still, I think fair dues to Shubin here. Because, look, he had an incredible performance. He was a key carry in this game, which is why EDG were gunning for him every single time. And he was able to position correctly. He did get caught out by JJ a couple of times, but 9 times out of 10, it was, hey, it doesn't matter. And then, Twilight being able to set up. That was the big disengage we talked about, where you have this Emperor's Divide to just make it a little bit difficult for EDG to try and do anything. And Shubin was the benefactor of that massively.
I mean, like, Twilight had an interesting game, but then we got towards... Because he was very focused towards Scout and BBD, and there was that fight towards bottom side River as well, where he actually kept BBD at arm's length.
Yeah.
And also Scout couldn't really get in the fight. So Twilight had a better game as well. There are a lot of members in DMO who've had their best performances so far. Chalitza, one of them on the Mordekaiser. Unfortunate enough that everyone had a QSS, you know, bar the people he could actually ult. But still, Chalitza's damage that game was still really, really high, and his core in the fight for DMO.
I 100% agree. I think everyone on DMO stepped up here. I mean, we don't even talk about Mitsuki and his hooks. I mean, look, this across the board was DMO going, no, we're not okay with just lying over and giving this game to EDG. We want to start making these fights, and they did it beautifully when it got to that later game stage.
So now we have to look at EDG and say, what happened? Because there are a couple of moments, especially in the early game, Mako, JJ getting caught out. The steal when you're up levels as a Lee Sin from JJ is a bit questionable, but we don't have a sub here. We've got JJ going in for game 2, so not seeing Junjia. And if this is a 0-2, well then boy oh boy. I have to say, we did not expect DMO. They are the clear underdogs. Winning game 1 for them was a big success story as their second game of the split.
I think that we are going to see JJ coming in a lot more now. Junji, unfortunately, we haven't seen him for a little bit now, so it looks like EDG finally getting to a point where they're happy with their roster. Although, as I say that, hoping BBD is now going to be up in the air, so maybe not.
Maybe.
But I think still, look, JJ has been looking strong. His Lee Sin in that game, despite the early upsets, he still looked good in the later game fights where he was getting these big kicks on towards Shubin, but they just weren't able to amount to anything because the rest of the team were away. But still, we'll have to see if he can have a better time this time around.
DMO going to swap sides. We're going towards the red side here for Dominus. Now, how do the bans change? EDG banning away the Syndra, pretty normal.
Yeah, I think you're still going to see the likes this Callista banned away by DMO and some of these more nuisance AD carry picks. Potential for them to be a little bit of a change here. I think potentially, as you're calling for, Hysterics banning away the likes of this Felios could be a call here.
True.
Or even EDG just picking it up for themselves.
You'd think so, right, at this point? Galio, a ban? Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this says to me, look, we're going to go for Nephelios pick for EDG here. We're banning away the Yuumi preemptively because we know you're going to get Ezreal. We don't want you to lock that in on first rotation. So I think it'll be an Aphelios and then gift over of the Ezreal.
Let's see, because just seeing a Galio ban already from DMO is a little bit strange.
We have seen Shubin play the Kalista, but they're going to ban it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so we get Aphelios really on first pick. They don't care. I mean, one of Audi's most played champions. That
yeah,
makes
his most
sense.
played champion at the moment. But and I mean, you said already a lot of teams are starting to prioritize this Ornn more in the LPL. I know it's been like that for a long time elsewhere, but not so much here in the Chinese region. So I'm still kind of looking at this going, right, how do we want to try and approach this then? Because it means that you are going to get the same matchup again for EDG last time, where going to get the Aphelios, more than likely going to be the Ezreal here going through for EDG. Same support as well going over for DMO, so it's not looking like much has changed for the bottom lane here on either side.
Nor for EDG. It's going to be the same picks once again. And what does that mean? Rek'Sai? Yep, lock it in. And let's go to the second ban phase. Give me something new.
Yeah, I mean, look, sides might have swapped, but this is looking fairly similar to game number 1. So, yeah, look, I mean, both teams kind of going, no, look, we're happy with the draft the way that it worked. It was more so the way we operated in it. We'll have to see if we will continue forward. Still the option, though, for EDG to ban away the likes of this Azir, which was give them a little bit of nuisance just in trying to get onto Shubin in some of these fights. So I think definitely this is an option EDG should consider here.
That's why you're expecting to see the Azir again if it's not banned away. You've got the AD jungler. DMO in game 1 ran the AP solo laners in Mordekaiser, in Azir. Scout will not get his LeBlanc again. DMO making sure of that.
Starting to have a look now. I mean, there's so much that both these guys have played that you're going to be going right down the list to figure out what they want to start banning away from the mid lane. You do have a pretty mid-game heavy team, at least when the Ezreal and the Lee Sin here for EDG. So I was going to say if they wanted to go towards something like the Zoe, or if they want to go towards something like this, the TF, or maybe even a Galio that we've seen a little bit before, we could potentially go towards something along these lines.
What we've seen in game 1, I mean, when you had Ornn, when you had Ezreal, because Ezreal's bloody great late.
Yeah.
Ezreal's fantastic lane. That's why I love seeing the matchup, not so much from Aphelios side, but seeing Ezreal into Aphelios. Both those 80 carries can be so situational within their compositions. So what is the change? Because with no Scout, LeBlanc, with Twyla's champion pool getting shortened a little bit,
I wonder here if DMO are just going to first rotation the Azir if it's not banned, if they really want to prioritize it that heavily. Otherwise, you could end up seeing Scout going back towards something like the Echo that you were talked about already to see if they can make something work for them through this more assassin-focused, again, mid laner.
Bear was banned last game, actually in the first ban phase. So, okay, Chalitza, show us what's up.
So at least here on DMO's side, you're looking at a very much more of an aggressive, let's get into the face of EDG this time. You've got the Bear for the engage, you've got the Rek'Sai who wants to be getting in on top of people as well. So DMO this time around looking to have a little bit more agency when it comes to those fights rather than waiting for EDG to engage on top of them.
And Scout just says, I'll take it this time.
Yeah,
So
I mean, look, Scout is super good in this Azir. He had a crazy high win rate on it in spring. Doesn't have the same this time around coming into summer, but he'll start to rack up a few of these as the split goes on, and he's looking to add one more to that notch.
Ah, good.
Of course.
So, this is built to dive. I mean, we'd say that with the Volley Bear due to Stormbringer with Rek'Sai, but with Twyla in the mix, this is built to dive, and is a very interesting comp.
And I also want to say, by the way, that Twyla, although this Zillion he didn't pick up the win with, Twyla's Zillion is so damn good. So I am not going to be surprised if we see him churning out a heap of damage when he hits this 2 items. And especially when you've got a Volley Bear, a Rek'Sai, a Zillion now as well, you're going to be looking real damn good when you do get to these super aggressive dive in on top of people. And with all this resets and resurrections that'll be coming through, this could be a bit hot to handle for EDG's side.
And more emphasis that can be put on to Shubin after game 1. Because this time, he's got more of a front line to play with as well. Plus, the safety of a Zillion. So, be interesting to see how dynamics shift. Azir this time on the side of EDG. With some clear scaling that we saw last game play through once again.
And it also means that now you've got a double way of playing around this Azir Emperor's Divide. So oftentimes when we look at this Emperor's Divide, it's like, cool, this is going to be able to reset your fights. You're going to be able to shove back these dive compositions and give yourselves a moment to breathe. But when you've got the likes of a Zilean and a Volibear paired together, you've now got the Q on the Volibear. He's going to be sped up by the Zilean, so you're looking at a super quick bear that's going to be running you down. And there is always the opportunity that then that Emperor's Divide needs to be blown earlier rather than later, and then you get the ultimate coming through from Volley as well to just jump over and keep this fight going.
It's a time bear. It's like a timeshare, but more important here, this game around for DMO. Let's go. It's game 2, and we've got Groovy Zilean. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Twilight knows his stuff in this Zilean, so he's going to be a crowd pleaser with that one. But I'm just saying, look, when we look at Dominus' composition right now, as you said, very dive heavy, but you do have Shubin again on this Felios that can do a lot of work. And when you're looking towards EDG, who are going to be trying to at least play back a little bit from this heavy engage with BBD moving away on the Ezreal, having Scout try and reset these fights with the Emperor's Divide, there is the opportunity for EDG to have some wiggle room, especially when we get to those later game portions of the game where you've got a lot more power packed into this Azir than the Zilean. But definitely in these early stages, it's going to be pretty topsy-turvy as to who's going to come out on top.
I mean, I look at Chalitza, he's got press the attack here on the floating bear. So, 3 different runes we've seen so far. Aftershock's also in there, but Conqueror, PTA, and Grasp, the main ones. And as I just mentioned, Aftershock has shown... Lyric said this last night on the podcast.
It's just jungle volley that we've seen a little bit on.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, PTA is going to be interesting going into Ornn. The Gods verse. Bear God versus Ram God. Always fun. All we need is the Anivia in the mid lane, and we're set. And then Aurelion Sol, I don't know. He fits in...
I don't think he's a god.
He created
he's just
the
a massive
gods.
Cosmic thing. Yeah, I don't know what is.
He created the universe. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I got to get up to date on my lore. I used to be really good at it. As this is what we see every game, by the way. And that trading is going to be pretty simple here from EDG. But note, Shubin, of course, he starts with Severin. So won't mean too much in the long run. Wizard. Oh, this is actually really good for Chalitza. Press the attack enabled. Yeah. If you stand in Sky Splitter, you shouldn't.
I feel a little bit bad though, because when you look at the spectator client, just for anyone who hasn't seen a huge amount of Volibear, the Sky Splitter will show on the spectator a full second before Audi actually gets to see it.
Really?
Yeah, there's only 1 second for Audi to react to it. So it's a 2-second cast, and you get 1 second visibility as the opponent. So it does become a little bit more difficult to dodge. Then it looks like on your screen. So don't just start shouting at all these people. Going, I would have, like, you know, the guy watching the football match. He's got his beer. And he's like, I would have hit that. I would have got that in the back of the net. Well, no, you won't have. It's not as easy as it looks. All right.
You got a lot of North American people going football. It's NFL.
Soccer. Whatever, yeah. See, it gets confusing as well in Ireland because we got Gaelic football, which is a whole different breed entirely. So
I mean, we call
you've got it.
But the thing is, we call footy is AFL, but also football soccer, so it's a bit confusing. A Scout, I don't think he had a soldier available with the Arise, so he had to leave.
Yeah, gotta get out of there nice and quick. But this is what we wanted to see a little bit more of from Mako, is getting out and making these early moves, especially when they seem to be having a pretty happy time in this bottom lane, shoving in after that first trade went so well.
But that flash, that's big. And DMO so far, we're looking at Chalitza, who's got biscuits. Footwear, okay. Last stand there too.
So now you were talking about, look, how Twyla taking a lot of return damage though. You've got that flash burn, you got Xiaopeng who wants to play around this mid. You've even got Chalitza as well, who's shoving in the top lane. So there is a potential for a lot of attention towards Scout here. So we'll have to make sure he's managing that mana bar and those soldiers a little bit better to make sure he can still shuffle out if there is danger that comes his way, because he's got a big old target on his back at this stage.
I guess in this series so far we've seen like it's been jungle versus jungle and about EDG not getting their solo lanes off the ground. We came into today's segment talking a lot about, as Sky Splitter comes through again, a lot about how the solo lanes of EDG have influenced their map. GG's going to pay some attention to the bot side this starting game as Drenchline lands once again. Shubin does have his flash available, but uses the heal. It's the flash from Mitsuki, while mid, a bit of a dive. Scout doesn't have his flash from the last trade. First blood secured, no trade. Given over to Twyla.
Triumph will keep Xiaopeng up and healthy, and we just talked about it. Look, you've just burnt your flashes, Scout. You're gonna be the target of Xiaopeng. Manages to get the kill. JJ looking to answer, though, off of this teleport back in.
We'll see. It's double bomb, though, and yeah, super easy here. But Twyla gets out no harm.
So the thing is that Twyla on this Zilean will actually be quite a bit of a carry if he gets rolling, because well, Zilean in general, you think, oh no, look, he's just got these bombs, but Twyla Zilean is a different breed. He is the highest damage when he played the Zilean in summer last time against, that was when Helper was still in the roster, but he will do a lot of work here, so getting these early kills onto him will definitely help out in helping DMO in these mid-game fights.
Okay, Scout. Still trading better himself. Comet available on the Azir, that would be part of the reason why. As Mako roaming once again, but this time, this game, he's not going to be punished. As this is a deep commitment. Putting the control ward down, of course, and we get Pro View. We also get Twyla who plays on windowed mode. Or borderless, one of them. I think it's windowed.
Yeah, it looks a little bit funky, but still, look, able to pick up the kill there. You've already got the 2 amplifying tomes for the Zilean, so well underway. Well, not certain what build he's going to go. We do see the Summon Airy. Usually on a Zilean, you'll actually oftentimes see the Glacial Augment, and they just kind of go towards this more utility-focused style, but Twyla more than likely still building that GLP.
But he doesn't have ulti, and he's been caught out. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. He's just dead. Nicely done, but Scout needs to run away. The Death Sentence will secure his fate as well. And a kill given over to Xiaopeng, a 1-for-1 trade.
And this is the nice thing about the volley top is you can bring him to these fights nice and easy because he will always have that priority. The big issue here, though, is that's that teleport burned, and DMO will need to turn this into a dragon now before Scout gets back onto the map. Otherwise, they run the risk of Audi shoving out this top wave and being able to join in for a dragon fight with that ultimate available.
With the hero, and the dragon's going to go down. Ping's going from BBD, but they're a little bit too late. Dragon drops. Mako ready for a dredge line, but opts not to. So first dragon of the game here for DMO with a 2-1 score. Nice, Death Sentence, hang on, Blast Code. Well, Schumann wants to go on in. Xiaopeng wasn't really ready for that one, but he has the knock-up, and Mako's going to suffer. That was innovative from DMO.
Mitsuki coming out of his shell a little bit in this series. I like to see it. And you don't expect that as EDG. You think, right, these guys are back. They just got a kill in mid. They just got Dragon. They're going to want to spend some of that gold, or at least Xiaopeng will definitely want to be returning to farming so he's not falling too far behind on pace. You can already see he has hit that level 6, so keeping match with JJ at the moment. But
I need to stop the back of Chalitza, and they've done it.
Yeah.
Here comes Scout, but no, it doesn't have the ulti available either.
Yeah, so they're going to back away, but still DMO playing this early game well, and this is surprising for me.
Dark Passage is there, True Shot Barrage, bit of damage on the way out, but he does have Severum, and we'll start choosing that now. But good trade here from Mako and BBD.
I'm surprised to see this from EDG, though, because they were so strong on First Bloods, but they're falling behind here.
Damage out from Chalitza. Second part of the W going to come through as Stormbringer under the turret. Out he calls the Forge God, gets the knockup, but not in time. Well played by Xiaopeng for his second kill. Jeb, he's got this as well.
I mean, you can try, but there's no wave, there's no way out, and you will manage to turn that back around.
Meanwhile,
but Audi's still going to lose out on a lot of CS top lanes.
What's happening here? Twyla's on a journey of some kind. The Wizard will give over a kill to Scout.
Oh, doesn't have the damage to clear the back creeps. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, we'll manage to go down there, and with JJ now knowing, hey, Twyla's gone, he's got no TP. Xiaopeng's out of the picture too. I can start up this Rift Herald.
This has been a very big turn of events.
This has been a weird early game, to be honest,
What happens when you get a Zillion? Let's have a look and see what happened mid, because bottom left-hand of your screen, oh, he was shoved back.
Yeah, and then obviously not wanting to run back in towards the Azir, but here we go, Xiaopeng.
Yeah, we are now acting more like the LPL. The full in engage comes through. Demo start the kill off, but Audi with a 2-man knockout yet again. Chalitza back with the Dark Passage. Scout's now here, but he doesn't have the Emperor's Divide. However, Herald is stopped.
Look at BBD though. He's still shoving in this bot lane. So when you've got that jungler now down for DMO, they can't start up the Rift Herald, and you're getting this turret plates onto BBD. So EDG are winning out in this.
This has been a more blood-heavy game.
Definitely has been.
Plate's gone down. You mentioned BBD. He's already got the Sheen. Show me Tip. And then what? Only the boots on top of that for now, but still a very good start here for the Ezreal. While JJ returns and says round 2.
Gonna be looking to start this up. There isn't people here from DMO, but he's not gonna do it fast enough before the likes of
He's on a
Mitsuki
ward.
can roam up this river. You got Xiaopeng in the wings, and Chalitza almost having access to that ultimate again. Gonna be a little bit of time, so if they can force EDG back, they might be able to do something. No, they're not going for it. They've just decided to get this one.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, look, they're gonna get these turret plates anyway.
Eddie does
Shubin's
it.
pushing here, so we'll just go, right, you know what? You guys are gonna get this Rift Herald, that's fine. We are getting the plates you're going to eventually get anyway in this bottom lane, so we'll just work with this instead.
He got 3. That's what happens when you have Chakram as a Felius and you stand next to the turret. It's just so damn quick. So BBD straight means pretty much nothing now. With the BF sword, they get the extra shove in. It'll be a nice back here. DMO in this early game, yet again, leading in gold at the 10-minute mark. Not as severe as it was in game 1, but still a nice lead to start the game off. And they've set themselves up for the mountain coming up in a minute 10.
But don't forget, EDG will be the ones that outscale in the later stages. You got Nazir, you got that Ezreal, plus all the Ornn items to give out as well as nice little Christmas presents. So they're going to be in great shape when it comes to the later portion of the game. So if DMO are not getting this snowball rolling, there is the potential here that EDG just sit back, relax, maybe fight for a 3rd or 4th Drake, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe they manage to scheme one out of the hands of DMO.
Feels nice when you are with the Zillion though. Xiaopeng hits 8 just so much sooner. The other bonus is like probably going to be a level up as the jungler if Twilight keeps funneling the experience, the passive of Zillion over to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng already up a bit in CS, has warriors, but so does JJ. They're now grouping around, 25 seconds to this dragon, and you can see Chalitza's actually walking down as well.
Doesn't have the teleport, Audi does, so has shoved in that top lane and lane, and now they're going to look to see if they can fight nice and early, because if EDG are just able to play this back, they can have Audi shove in this top lane, but DMO going to start up this dragon the second it spawns.
Spotted out Chalitza, they know he's here, and of course has been missing for lane for quite a while. The Herald mid going to be the play for EDG while the dragon goes down.
Look, we said already, they're looking to fight for a 3rd Drake or 4th Drake.
Yeah.
They're happy to give this one over and get these advantages instead. Get the gold on towards Scout, accelerate this guy. Audi as well, getting a few turret plates himself. So EDG happy overall with that trade.
I mean, it's quite large when you think that Scout started the game getting camped. He's now 2-2-1. He's picked up those turret plates. He's 10 CS ahead. That first item should be coming pretty soon. Well, for Audi, you mentioned Sunfire Cape on the horizon for sure with the Bramble Vest already in hand.
And Scout is one of my favorite Azir players in the league. He is so good in this champion. The decision making as well as when to go for these aggressive swoop and boop plays versus play it back and just keep auto attacking down. Like, I love watching him, and when he's got already this far ahead and he's starting to get to a place where he can command those later game fights, I'm happy to watch EDG play this out.
Pause for a second, Dagda, because JJ and Xiaopeng heading towards the top side. Chalitza already at half health. The Frenzied Ball needed for the heal back, but Call the Forge God gets a knockup while JJ makes his way in, but he's bursted out, flashes away. Here comes Xiaopeng's ulti, and he's now in the perfect position to hit up Audi as well. The Bell's Breath stops, but he flashes in the end. And with the speed up from Twilight, who's now joined the fray, DMO should be okay. They get out, they win the fight.
I was so confused with Chalitza's sirens going off. I was Xiaopeng going back in.
He is. Feeling confident maybe if Twyla's
Oh,
nearby, but
nice.
far away. Gets a knock up into the ultimate. The chrono shift just in time. Scout does get one though. Sends Xiaopeng backwards and Audi spaces himself out. Messy from DMO. And Scout is just having a field day. Xiaopeng needs a kill. At this point, you feel while in the bottom lane, Shubin and Mitsuki will kill, or at least force a flash out from Maker, who gets healed and still dies in the end. 7 kills each team, triple in the top side for Scout.
No, Scout is now 5-2 though. 3 kills going to this Azir. DMO getting a little bit ahead of themselves in that top lane, although they do get something back in the bottom side. But Xiaopeng thinking, okay, I can get this resurrection off. I don't have to be too worried with the chrono shift, but the problem is you bait in everyone else in the team. Chalitza can't follow up. There's no speed up left for him, and this is disastrous.
It really is. And Azir has 5 kills pre-15.
Don't make me watch it again. So sad.
We didn't get to see how he dies, but we could have guessed. That is Nash's. He already had the lost chapter.
So this game very much has now turned into Shubin versus Scout, and Scout does have an extra couple of kills under his belt, so it makes it a little bit more Azir favored right now, but I mean, if Shubin has to kind of be versus the world on this EDG side, and unfortunately, if the rest of DMO are giving kills over to the carries of EDG, that's going to become a big issue.
I feel like this game was always going to be about Shubin anyway, with the Zillion, with the volley there locked in as well. So just further exemplifies how much focus there's going to be for DMO's bottom lane. Well, you can see across EDG, there's more turret plating in their back pocket. They do, they're trailing by about 300 gold in this second game. But after what you saw with Scout and his Dark Seal that was in hand, high expectations now built out of this mid laner for game 2.
Looking at this Rift Herald spotting just under a minute. So EDG in a pretty good spot to try and fight for this if they want to. You have the Nash's Tooth, as you said, picked up for Scout, and they have control of this jungle too. And with Twile on the bottom side with no teleport, they can look to fight fairly quickly.
Just getting forced out of their jungle a little bit here. Herald's going to be coming up. Herald number 2, that is. Scout. There's the gold on the left-hand side of your screen. And into Chalitza. Well, Emperor's Divide sends him back, but the bear jumps over, and Scout maybe misjudged this until JJ comes in. They flash away from Chalitza, but they've committed to topside, and everyone's roaming up.
Could have been great if they got the pick, but they haven't, and now DMO want to fight.
Teleport into the middle for Aldi. Going to pop Call the Forge God. Shubin gets targeted on for JJ, but he gets poked down and dies. A mistake from the jungler of EDG while Mako goes in as well. He will fall while Audi gets a 3-man knockup, but they rely on Scout, who's all the way at the back. The Infernum with the Moonlight Vigil takes him down. And EDG decided one at a time, and now Chalitza's angry. Will be running in, has the option of BBD at Audi. With the Frenzied Maul, bit of damage, Audi searing charges away. DMO in a good position.
Thundering Roar just running out on Chalitza, so wasn't able to get the stun onto Audi, but DMO, they win that fight. They will get this Rift Herald and look to crack open a couple of these turrets if they want to, but you still have that dragon about to spawn in just 15 seconds. So DMO will be looking to rinse and repeat that fight with a couple of their cooldowns coming up slightly earlier, but still, you're going to be looking at the likes of Scout having that Emperor's Divide back and a lot more of the bigger ultimates still available for EDG.
Watch this one again. Call the Forge God was good. I think Audi played a pretty crucial part. But Zillion's ulti.
Yeah, Audi got this big knock-up here. The problem was JJ went in earlier, couldn't get anything off with the Dragon's Kick, so he ends up just falling down. Great Moonlight Vigil from Shubin as well, but here we go. JJ still has kick. You've got a lot of ultimates here for EDG.
Mitsuki just stands in the way of the soldier as well. True shot barrage. But Scout's going to finish this one up against the wall. Now Xiaopeng has to back away, and they've just given over the dragon. 4 versus 5.
No ult on Audi, so here we go.
Line. They want to start the fight, but look at Shubin in the back line here. Has Infernum for the fight. Audi's low. Double Bob kills him into the back. It's Dragon still secured by BBD, but Shubin is so confident. He's walked into the middle of the fight, hiding around. They can't kill him because Aphelios had his team after a triple after the shutdown before. It's ready to play round 2.
And I thought that fight was going to go so much better for EDG. They had the ultimates available on BBD, Scout, JJ, and I was like, right guys, here we go. Set up in the pit. When DMO run into you, just knock them back with the Emperor's Divide, but with both BBD and Scout's ultimate invested into trying to kill, I think it was Chalitza, but whoever they were trying to kill, well, it doesn't matter because now you've used 2 of these big ults that could have been enough to turn around this fight, and it opens up for Shubin to move in aggressively, knowing there's no Call of the Forge God there, and they can pick up that fight.
It's not even a question for me anymore. Am I looking at Scout or Shubin? I'm looking at Shubin.
Yeah.
We'll watch this again because Aphelios has 7 kills.
Yeah, so well, look, already you can see that you've got these 2 ultimates that we talked about down, and now when we're moving into this, Shubin's good to go. There's no real CC that's going to be there. I don't know how he's surviving this long. I thought there would have been enough damage to take him down, but he's just about able to eke out enough damage. Picks up that triple kill. And where was this Shubin for so long?
As 2 people at DMO in the brush. Scout thinks he only saw 1, but the Chrono Shift on top of the Rek'Sai while Twilight just dies. Now Scout is still building a name for himself in this game, but Xiaopeng takes him down, and it's left to a 1 versus 1. Mitsuki in, makes it a bit unfair, and Jedge is going to get knocked up. Mitsuki, I thought he thought the Sonic Wave was coming in with a resonating strike. Shubin was behind him though, and he won't do it.
No, but it will give the opportunity for EDG with everyone on DMO going topside to crack open this mid lane turret. So at least they're getting back something more than just a 1-for-1 trade. But I mean, I'm looking at Shubin in this game now. I.e. Runan's Hurricane. More than likely going to be getting towards that fan. Actually, doesn't even look like it. Just going to go straight for the Death Stance as the third item and make sure that he's incredibly difficult to deal with in these fights.
He saw Twyla over a ward and thought it's only him. Commit. But there's two.
No.
But I mean, for Scout, who's so damn fed, getting another kill, sure.
But also giving over the kill does go to Xiaopeng. It's not going to be the end of the world. This Rek'Sai kind of got to the stage where when we get to team fights, it's not going to be massively useful, but still, it's nice to get some kills back. And when we look at that gold, there is a 3,000 gold lead for DMO right now, and a lot of that is on the AD card.
So we will watch with bated breath as level 12 Shubin has picked up a rapid fire cannon straight out. That's his third item.
So it becomes really difficult now for EDG to deal with Shubin, because not only is he a Felios, not only is he 7-0, he's also going to have Twyla who's going to be working to keep him alive, going to be accelerating him in fights as well. So that movement speed means that Shubin can play these super aggressive fights and make sure that he's in the midst of things like we saw at that Dragon Pit. So he's only going to get so much more use out of this pick right now.
Colonel's flip-flop. He's jumped down a lot after that last fight, and I think I would too. DMO is set up for a 2-0. And I will say that early, even with a 3k gold lead, because a Felios this fed this early in the game, I don't care about scaling anymore. I care about when does he get his fourth item, his fifth item. Is it before 30? Most likely. We've got a Baron sitting up, though, with the control ward in the back of the pit.
And he's got a 50 CS lead over Scout as well, who we're talking about the two that we're keeping an eye on to be the big carries.
Yep.
So Rabadon Deathcap nearly completed for Scout is going to be a big power spike, but I don't know if it's enough, especially as you can see DMO wanting to play towards this Baron and try and bait EDG into another unfavorable fight.
One more fight and EDG will lose this Baron, but if EDG can find themselves in a Felios without a chrono shift, then maybe this game comes back and we start scaling a little bit more. So it's item checkup time because Cloud Dragon's on the horizon in 40 seconds. Waiting for that Rabadons from Scout, waiting to see what comes forth here for Shuber, at least the components.
Twyla just got the Rod of I didn't even see the Rod of Ages. He got a 20-minute Rod of Ages.
Why?
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 I didn't even spot that. That's a terrible idea. Come on, Twyla, I'm trying so hard to big you up. I know every time I look at DMO, Twyla's looking good. But then he does these weird item builds like GLP Cassiopeia and a 20-minute Rod of Ages. I'm just like, come on, dude. Give me something to work with here.
I'll wait for the Protobelt Azir next time he's on it.
Yeah.
Scout has found Twyla. Let's see how this Rod of Ages comes in handy. Teleports in as the kick is available for JJ as well. He's going to slow down with the hose. Out he gets the knock-up thanks to the ultimate, and he doesn't have time to use his ulti. Twyla lets the team down.
Yes, he CC'd before he can get it down, so now EDG, with all these members on the top side, can start to commit towards this Baron. You don't have that tool we were talking about for Shubin, so with JJ still having this kick up and how successful he was in getting onto Shubin in the last game, there is a potential for him to disrupt anything DMO try and fight against.
As Mitsuki's been caught on out, BBD's here as well, the dredge line and the ultimate into the back line. They've found Shubin, and DMO with such a lead just need to keep him alive. He will manage to flash and heal his way out of there as Mitsuki uses his own plate, but Chalitza can't re-engage as Xiaopeng. That's how you throw away a game. That's how you throw away a 7-0 Felios.
The thing here, though, is Twyla has respawned, has that teleport. He's going to use it towards the mid lane. So EDG trying to bait DMO into this pit, pretend like they're on this Baron, see if they can get onto Shubin once again.
They're waiting. I don't know why JJ doesn't really need to be still.
There's nothing really left here for EDG, though, to disrupt Shubin. So with Twyla's ultimate still up, this could actually be a DMO favorite fight despite Xiaopeng being down.
On Vision now begins. Where is Shubin? Still mid. The pings go down. They know they're safe for now until Shubin goes into Fog of War. Audi's there, hidden. Needs the knock up as Baron's going to be taken into the back line. It's still there. JJ with the smite and it's secured. But now the shove back from Scout may have done enough until Felios gets a triple kill. But thankfully he dies in the end. And BBD's left with Chalitza. Big Bear versus Wonder Boy. And it's Wonder Boy who lives out.
That was a way more of a closer fight than I expected. BBD, though, managing to finish out. It turns out having 2 carries sometimes works out better than just having the 1, with that big knockback coming through from Scout, giving the opportunity for EDG to close out that fight. Baron going over as well to EDG is massive, but Chalitza coming in, they try to burst out Scout, but with that Zhonya's they can't quite. And then here, that's the decision making we talk about Scout for. That's what makes him such a potent Azir player, because flashing forward, shoving everyone on DMO back in aggressively towards BBD. And although you do get this moment of Aphelios things, it still means EDG can close out the fight.
Yeah. Having him burn him in a fight is always a bonus. He's got Storm Races. He's got Storm Races 4th. I feel like you probably go Death Dance at this point.
I was going to say, I would have preferred to see Death Dance. Look, the crit is nice. He's full crit right now, which is great.
Yeah.
But I still think having that survivability in fights to give you a little bit more leeway for Twilight, or even maybe open up for Twilight to pop it onto the likes of Chalitza or someone else in these fights as well, could work out really well. But I mean, look, Shubin is going for this full damage. He knows he's got basically his Death Defiance
he is
more
the hero,
so with Twilight,
yeah.
so yeah.
So he doesn't care. Maybe double IE to finish off. We'll see. Expect a Death Dance or a BT, as EDG picked up the Baron in their last raid. It's only left onto BBD. They get bottomed while... Hang on, are you ready? Because Scout pushes it back in. That's the ultimate used by Twyla underneath the target. Xiaopeng doesn't care. Still does a lot of damage. Has to ult now. As the bombs kill him, he comes on out. And Twyla lives. DMO are pushing mid, Dagda.
And they're pushing everywhere. They're doing everything. They've managed to get Scout. And despite there being 2 members of DMO on topside, EDG are prepared to battle mid. So DMO, they're coming out ahead here.
They definitely are. That's what happens when the most
going
fed
on?
member goes down. 36 kills, 26 minutes. That's part of it. It's an interesting game of League of Legends.
Yeah, you can say that again. Baron buff will be ending soon though, so DMO will back away. But either way, like this is super strong from DMO. This is not what I expected to see from them here today.
The Rod of Age is stacking up as well.
It's really useful. Well, it's getting to a point where
useful.
it's like, yeah, but
I mean, isn't the second stack of Rod of Ages like super like already gold efficient?
yeah,
It's like the second or the third,
I think it's
is
third,
already
yeah.
so gold efficient. Base stats are like 91%.
Yeah.
So it's obviously an efficient item, and with the way things are going, why not? Have more mana means you can throw more bombs, means you can also have
more
enough
health
to...
as well, means you can play a little bit further forward. It's, if you do get dove on, you've still got that survivability for yourself to just keep yourself alive, to keep Shubin alive. It's like this chain reaction of events that needs to happen, so then Shubin can carry. But he's doing that right now, 10, 1, and 3. It looks like he's actually going to go in towards a Bloodthirster as that last item to get a bit more survivability in his kit. So, I mean, Shubin's all out on the damage right now.
You know what I love about Xiaopeng? This game, he's always behind enemy lines. He's pretty useful as a Rek'Sai, even at this point in the game. And Cloud Soul's on the horizon in 10 seconds. So, DMO with control in River are begging EDG to walk in as teleport comes through.
Apologies. That actually might be a GA, which I wouldn't mind either on Shubin instead of the Bloodthirster.
Well,
but
let's
we'll have to
look
see.
the fight for now, because the turret's
is
already
up.
poked
Yeah,
them
here we
out.
go.
Scouts at half health thanks to Shubin. Cloud Soul given over. Of course, it won't be game ending, but still, DMO feeling pretty comfortable. Mid priority obtained by Scout, but DMO walking through this choke. Graviton with the ulti from the Moonlight Vigil connects, but that means Shubin can walk in.
Still a lot of minions on this top side too as well, though. Needs to be cleared out. It does actually get the tower before they can get to it, so... EDG, they do lose the soul, but it's a Cloud Soul, and I mean, you don't have a huge amount of champions that can use the soul portion of it, but definitely that 20% CDR, it's going to be super nice on the ultimate, so Twyla having that ultimate up a lot sooner, because it's super low cooldown at the moment anyway for this Zillion, so I like it. I mean, it'll work out pretty well for what DMO are looking to do.
Bear's going to be fast after Stormbringer for about 6 seconds, so that's always fun. He's also got Righteous Glory, so... setting everything up for Shubin to carry in the back. Let's wait until see what that BF sword turns into. Because the way this game's gone, if he had a GA, he would live twice.
James Bond.
You always live twice if you're a Aphelios. Probably is the most James Bond kind of character, right? He has different weapons.
Yeah.
Uses them all really well.
He's got Q, who
he
gives
never
them to him
dies.
as well.
You know?
Yeah.
People keep thinking he dies, but he always comes back. Yeah, that's right. What? Yeah. Thresh's Q.
No, I mean, he's got his sister. He just
Oh,
gives
his
him all
sister's
he's
cute,
got
sorry.
Q's, the armor,
Adam.
you know? It's like, I got this gadget for you. Why don't you want to try it out? Yeah.
Always, you know, just uses the gadget without asking. Big sigh from the sister. Well done. I think James Bond is right on the money there for Aphelios. That's probably why it's so frustrating, you know, the protagonist doesn't die. You're like, how does he not die?
He's got plot armor, that's the problem. It's like he almost goes down and then he just pulls out this massive inferno and ends up winning the game. And he's got this the
plays.
Oh wait, am I allowed to do that? I don't know.
That's alright.
There's a lot of DMCA
We're
going on. I'm not ready for this.
already in the deep end. I don't think it's going to pick out your voice, don't worry. Actually,
I don't know. I'm pretty much pitch perfect, to be honest.
No,
so.
I got a DMCA through Twitter, actually.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
For, yeah, Old Town Road. I'm kind of upset about that. It was a very old video. It wasn't even a good video. I'm like, okay, I'll just delete it. As we've been here mid for about 200 hours now. As Twyla coming in for the ultimate clockwork roundup. Baron's up, though. That's why you see waves being pushed. And EDG stuck mid while DMO make the move. But they're on a ward. And we begin the dance again. But this is just going to go down. Someone get there.
They're trying to. Audi does have Call of the Forge. Like, he's the loser.
Mitsuki with the engage in the backline. Boxes there. Subin sets up the turret down on the Maker as the flash away. Call the Forge got great with 3. But Scouts all the way in the back. Xiaopeng goes a bit too far forward. But Mitsuki finds a re-engage. Xiaopeng somehow lives for so damn long. But Subin is at full health. BBD driving over the wall. He flashes on in because he has the Zillion. And this clockwork roundup has ended with another triple over to DMO's AD carry.
Who needs a karma when you got the Zillion? Shubin's feeling it, and he's looking to close EDG out in a 2-0 stop.
DMO on the verge of their first ever series win here in the LPL summer, and they do it in style. Cleanly against EDG, they bait them in. 13-1-4. Shubin is just that Aphelios player.
I'm sorry for you, Helper, but there's no damn way you were getting back on this roster. Shubin looking clean on this Aphelios. DMO hanging all their hopes on this AD carry, and he comes out clutch.
A big way to finish off the series. A 2-0 from DMO. Their first series win, but DMO have only picked up 2 individual games. That's the thing about this roster, is only against Suning could they pick up a game. Now against EDG, who are meant to be a top 8 team, they pick up a whole series.
And they looked convincing. This wasn't like it was EDG, yes, making some mistakes, but it was DMO in control. They were the ones making the plays. They were the ones choosing when they wanted to fight, how they wanted to play the map. And when it came down to those team fights, Shubin looked amazing. And for Twyla, who, although he's trying to step up to be the carry, where he's been going towards the Syndras and the Azirs and these types of champions, for him to be able to go back towards old comforts like the Zillion and have Shubin step up to take over that carry role works wonders for DMO.
A really sour look there from BBD towards DMO at the end of that game. It's kind of funny because I think BBD had a good series overall.
Yeah.
Probably the best out of BBD and Aldi had the best series there. And I think there's a lot of questions with how Scout played out the game, how fed he got, and then moments where he got overzealous and kind of jumped in head first without thinking. And versus his counterpart mid laner, Twyla, who, you know, Zillion's not a carry mid. He's a supportive mid laner. All he had to do was support Shubin, and it was so easy when we got that Rod of Ages Zillion speeding up the Aphelios.
Well, the thing was, it became real difficult for Scout to try and enact his game plan. We saw him get off to a good start where he's getting some, well, solo kills, he was getting some pressure in this mid lane, and was getting fed. But we already talked about this issue in draft where you are going to have so many people running and gunning for you, where you've got this Volibear's trying to get in, you got Xiaopeng on this Rek'Sai who's going to be a nuisance. So when you try to use that Emperor's Divide, there's always secondary follow-up where you've got Xiaopeng's ult, where you've got Chalitza's ult as well. So trying to keep this backline safe is really, really difficult. And then as well, you saw how well Twyla's playing this Zillion, keeping those ults to the very last second, so then he can toss it onto someone, and then those speed ups, right people at the right times, whether it was onto Chalitza's Volibear to make sure that this bear could get into the face of EDG super effectively, or onto Shubin, where Shubin flashing in aggressively. I love to see AD carries who do that.
I mean, it's a really good sign for Shubin getting comfortable. He didn't look like this whatsoever in their last series. So again, a good sign. I think it will be an Aphelios MVP again. There's no doubt about it. Shubin will get it. This time around, even like game 1, Shubin has played well. Shubin's played really, really well here. And Mitsuki has had his best series yet.
Mitsuki looked absolutely great. I want to give credit to Xiaopeng. This was the matchup. We talked about how influential jungle was going to be, and he controlled JJ from start to finish. And it really felt like even though JJ opting into this Lee Sin every single rotation, it didn't give them anything, and Xiaopeng was able to run away with these early stages, set up his team for success, and then when you got Twilight and Shubin in game number 1 and just Shubin rolling in the second game, there was no stopping DMO.
I don't know what happened to Scout towards the end of that game. What a real good recovery from the mid game where he got focused on by Twyla and then Chalitza and Xiaopeng just dropping by mid. He started out 0-2 or 1-2, picked up the big, the big triple, or at least the 3 kills in the fight, became 5, and then didn't go anywhere from there. So it's kind of disappointing when we talked about EDG's solo lanes being the strength here, and Scout in this series was a bit back and forth.
And I think that was kind of the issue. Was I wanted to see Audi opting into something where he could be more carry orientated. Yes, we got the ore in both games, but I mean, it didn't really have the massive impacts we were hoping for in game number 1. More so because there wasn't the follow-up damage from BBD and Scout, and then in game number 2 again, it was kind of like, okay, cool, like you're getting these Call of the Forge Gods off, it's doing some work, but again, there's no follow-up onto Shubin. There's no one who's able to actually play into this middle portion of the fight to deal damage onto Shubin in the back. So this Aphelios was nonplussed the entire time he's getting aggressive.
The interesting part about it is I don't call that an Aldi fault. I mean, like a drafting fault for EDG, right? Is where if they want to put more emphasis on Audi than put him on the carry that we talked about, right? His Ornn still looked really good. Game 1, there was a Searing Charge knock-up that changed the state of the game.
I don't want to say it was a drafting mistake from EDG or anything like that. I personally just wanted to see Audi on something that he could carry on. I wanted to see, because I think realistically, him against Chalitza, I think he can beat out Chalitza in that side lane, and going towards the likes of Camille or something along these lines again, where he could, or even if we saw that volley locked in, going towards something like the Fiora, I think could have given a little bit more maneuverability here, but EDG putting such high priority on this Ornn kind of dictated the rest of the way that this team fights and what style of game you want to play. And I mean, DMO were able to read that in draft and come out looking pretty hot.
I mean, at this point, there's a lot of praise for DMO, the roster that we thought were going to struggle to pick up a win, and against who. For EDG, this is their first 0-2. They've always picked up a game win against WE, against IG, against top esports in their series, but the EDG today looked pretty average. And this is a concern because we gave them an excuse for losing against WE, for losing against IG and top esports. They're teams that made playoffs in spring, but losing like this to DMO, the 17th team, is more than an off day. It needs to be reflected on, and they need to come back stronger.
The thing is, though, like in their wins, EDG still look good. They're still super heavily first blood, well, not reliant, but they will get first bloods in 79% of their games. Yep. This was not a game where it looked like they had any control in the early stages, and it was super uncharacteristic of EDG. It just felt like JJ, once he saw that Rek'Sai locked in from Xiaopeng, don't forget this is like a Xiaopeng special. He loves this Rek'Sai champion, so he just JJ just lost it. He was like, I don't know how to operate against this. Xiaopeng's running away with this series, and the head went down and didn't know where to go from there.
We're going to look at some Shubin highlights. Meanwhile, though, EDG will sign off there. We'll move over to DMO because this was their game. And, I mean, Shubin got ahead so damn early.
It wasn't even that he got ahead early. He did, but it was also his positioning in these fights was super strong. Understanding how to play in a knife's edge. Like this play right here, to have that confidence and to go in this aggressively, run into the pit amongst everyone on EDG, just go, I don't care, I'm running folks down. That is super impressive. And the positioning, the mechanics as well, to be able to dodge away from some of those mystic shots, to get away from the Azir soldiers, it was super pleasant to watch just Shubin really come out of his shell this series.
I mean, even just like here, all the way in the back, right? Yeah. This is the final fight where Shubin doesn't need to land the ulti. He decides, okay, I'm going to flash over the wall. Let's go. And Zillion ulti was down, by the way. He still went over.
Yeah, Zillion ulti had gone on to Xiaopeng in that fight. So this was Shubin just knowing, look, I got this. I'm full crit. I'm going to hit like a truck. Hops over the wall. 13 kills to his name. nearly 35% of his team's damage there. Shubin, that was amazing.
I mean, this game, I agree more so that Shubin definitely deserves the MVP. Deserved it in game 1 as well, but it was a group effort from DMO. And finally, a bit of dynamic to play through, especially with Shubin this game. I mean, this was just a star performance, especially around that dragon we saw in the replay. Dodges Sonic Wave, dodges Ezreal, dodges everything, just moves in, interweaves. Some really good positioning. So individually, Shubin showing us that experience does come in handy. Player since 2016, has been in the LPL before. Played on Game Talents, if I'm not mistaken, alongside Gimgoon, actually, at the time. Yeah, was on Game Talents with Gimgoon and Republic. So he's been around since 2016 LSPL. And it's good to see that that experience here in the LPL today really prevailed.
Yeah, and I think now when we look at DMO, we're like, right, we got a way that they can play here. They can either go through Twilight a little bit more, but we know Shubin is now capable of standing up. And it feels like it did just take a little bit of time for the jitters to be worn off, because this play here has me with such high hopes for DMO.
We're going to see where they go from here. The first win on the board for DMO in summer in 2-0 fashion against EDG. However, coming up next is the old Gala, the debut of FPX and V5 running head-to-head. We'll see how this one turns out right after the break.
哎，这个盐好像插到草外了。
哎，但很坏，30块钱都不给你。
哎，但是回来的时候好像要打一套奈特。
敢不敢上？
哎，一波
杰
杰完那个
这边绕鬼术盲僧
丢到了，
这位置死了呀！
再推回来，
哇，鬼术盲僧，哇，杰杰这波真的灵性。
特别好回防的中路要绕很远一圈，这个都是有可能要被找机会的。预言家出来，闪现一勾到了 BBD 这里有点危险，这里是没有双招，还是最后一次去让 BBD 收下了这个人，是让这边的泰坦收下了人头，而且发条这一拉到了2个人接上，关羽天老影。收掉了奥迪，
我告诉他应该是也要死。
小龙看一下是谁的，小龙剩下一丝血，回血了。
这波预言家是被奈特给秀了，进来想抢，
艾特拿到，旁边一个引疗员，
但阿水倒了，阿水这边直接被开到了，后续一个大招框的是个369，这波团战感觉他们不能接了，这波要撤。
后面在龙坑里面想要留下这边，
哎，优米，我还没上车呢。
尽在我的掌控之中。
需要去抢一下，
抢不到的话就看能不能发挥一下，而且再拖一会儿猴子也可以击过来。这边一张黄牌定一下，定到的是一个泰坦。
哎，这波感觉还可以，在辅助这边关键激发开起来，还在追，二叔赶紧一脚把这边艾希踢走，后续
悲伤的位置有点危险，加一个闪现上去，一直 A 一直 A， 这2个人打团没有办法，像个战神一样。
哎，但是猴子来了，这边
猴子过来，这个位置是哎，旁边是一张牌刮死了，这边是刮死了哈罗，
哎，
开启一个金身，结束之后没有死。
魔偶生气了。
这位置团战已经要打起来，
大，但是这边汤博先把龙拉一下，要等龙回血。EDG 感觉可以直接 run 这个龙，
泰坦一勾没有勾到，
龙是谁
反而
的？一千血龙，发条打了下来，这边发条是没有用惩戒，直接把龙打了下来。正面团战，汤博摧枯拉朽，接着沐浴龙血，远古龙血可以直接摧枯拉朽，毁掉 EDG 的团战。
哇，最后 JK 拉50拿到一波吹波 Q。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you
存在就是折磨，混乱将赐予你自由。折磨只是个开始。不要抵抗。你只能埋怨自己。
Very cute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FPX and V5, our second series of the night, and a big way for V5 to state if they are one of the top teams in the LPL and or if FPX is still rolling up. I'm Mysterix. This is Dagda. We're taking you into the second series, starting with, I guess, a very big statement there is you can hear the Chinese casters in your ear. They're excited on the other side as well. This is a big matchup, Dagda.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how that matchup is going to go as well, because for me, this is the test for V5. Because we saw them falter and stumble a little bit against LGD, which was another one of our top teams. They managed to take down RNG, who at the time were looking like one of our top teams, and now they're against FPX, and I want to see if they can keep this hype train rolling.
Because everyone's excited about V5, the future world champions. They're going up against the 2019 world champions today. And we're looking at Crisp and Pete Big God. That's a lot about the story here today. Wish we could use his old name, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. But it is a hype matchup, to say the least.
Definitely is. I mean, look, there's no way looking at some of these rookies on V5 that you're not going to see them gunning for that world stage. But definitely, as you talked about, the old trainee in PP God going against his former trainer.
And it was amazing. Against RNG, it was an easy, with a clap, 2-0. You have to look at how V5 played this game, and it was so well coordinated. The shot calling again to be highlighted, as we found out actually the other day, it's Weiwei and it's PP God who are the two big voices of this team.
And it does make sense that they are, because the way that V5 like to play this game is certainly focused around these dragons, focused around objectives and trying to use this team fight orientated compositions to get these advantages. And that's why at the moment they are sitting second in Dragon Control in the LPL. They are first in Baron Control, which is hilarious to me for the team that only got a single Baron in spring to now be sitting first in Baron Control. But this is how we're going to see V5 look to try and control this, is around these early objective fights. It's Weiwei who likes to track the enemy jungler, use some of these back timings, use some of the control that he's managed to gain for himself in that jungle matchup to get the dragon.
But it's also important to look at the support matchup. We were previously just looking at Crisp and PP God. Let's take a closer look, because between these two supports, it is about the old and the new and how they influence their lane, but also how they lead the team.
Exactly, and for PP God, it is very much looking towards him getting involved in those fights. But for Crisp, we've started to see him get out, have a much higher first blood percentage rate, because he wants to go and make plays towards Doomby in the mid lane. Get out and start working towards these Rift Heralds in the top lane, where he can get into these juicy fights and try and pick up some of those kills.
And it is good to see Chris kind of performing close to that limit of Worlds in last year. Although there is still more room for improvement, for FPX, Crisp on form usually means the team follows.
And you can see here, even though he does end up going down in this clip, it's his hook that gets the win here against Invictus Gaming in this game. And as well in this bottom lane, this is where you get to see Chris bringing out some of those more funky picks in the Wukong with the Senna, and it's where he gets to shine and show some of that playmaking ability that FPX do rely on when it comes to these team fights to set them up for success.
Playmaking ability, that's why I love that. He's still packing heat here in the bottom lane. Crisp is still that big support, while on the other side, you need to remember that PP God came through onto V5 with no expectations. We're now talking about his courage, his bravery, his valiance.
And PP God can work both ways. He is a menace when it comes to playmakers like the Bard, setting up these picks consistently for V5, but also when he gets his hands on the Thresh, he's more than happy to play this more defensive style, help Sam D, keeping him nice and protected so he can be the carry. So I love this dual style that we get from PP God, which is why he's such a threat and why he's so favored in that support role.
I mean, I wouldn't give him Bard. 3 games, 100% win rate. PP God's Bard looks like some of the best in the league, which is, I mean, surely it would influence this, but we're going into a matchup where, for the first time ever, V5 are second, right? FPX are 8th. 5-1 V5, 3-2 FPX, and the casters have no idea where they're predicting here. That's why we're split across the board for our predictions. I thought I'd show you because at this point, I don't think anyone feels confident, but everyone's looking forward to the series.
And look, I've gone for FPX here because, look, I think they've obviously got the history there, but they haven't been looking the best along the way. But when you look towards V5, they've looked super consistent. They have looked very good. And honestly, it was a coin, well, not a coin toss. I still give the edge slightly to FPX here, but it really could go either way depending on how this mid-jungle matchup goes. Because if Doinby can get out and start to roam, and if you can have Tien on a good day take over against Weiwei, it feels like the whole game plan for V5 starts to fall apart.
But Dagda, you coined the double D bottom lane, did you not? The double D duo.
Double D duo.
To be more specific.
I did.
Now, when they're in the mix, how do you get past that? How do you beat V5 when League of Legends is their birthright? When Worlds is their birthright? Nay, the World Championship title is their birthright. This roster was built to win Worlds. And LPL, they're just going to walk over FPX.
I don't know how I can follow up on that
2-0.
I don't know how I'm going to follow up on that speech. I mean,
2-0. Cut to the cameras. 2-0.
I understand the passion. I am there with. I want to be a believer.
Confidence.
Yeah, but I gotta see it here today. This for me is what makes or breaks it. If they can step over FPX, and we can see V5 really controlling this, because we have seen mistakes coming through from Tien. Same from Doomby. Khan has looked like the most consistent member here, which is why BuBu is going to have his mettle tested here today. But this is, as I said, a big test for them. We have seen them stumble against some of the top teams like LGD before, and now they've got to try and beat down the current world champions. This is where you get to prove to me that V5 really are that world championship caliber.
I'll say you just forgot the 7th V, which is very good at the game. Right?
That wasn't a cop-out at all. That was actually written. It's part of the PP God Testament.
Hey, we got so many Vs for V5. We got all 5 of them out, but there's always extra added on. We talked about Sam D and PP God in the bottom lane. We are slowly heading towards pick and ban, ladies and gentlemen. Mole is the only person left out of the spring roster that went 0-17. If I was Mole, I'd be like, this feels so much better. He doesn't have to deal with Y4. He doesn't have to deal with, who was it before, Max, who was sometimes pretty whoop. And then, who else? Like
Xiaohan was there for a little bit.
Yeah,
and
but
Alias was there as well.
AS6 or Daylight.
Yeah.
That was not fun experience. Alias was okay. Alias was consistent in spring at least. But yeah, I mean, this is a very turn of events. If you're a V5 fan, and we know there's many of them, you're looking towards FPX now. E-Stars on Sunday, and then the true test. This will be like the warm-up towards top esports 2 Mondays afterwards. So
yeah, and I think this is why I'm like looking to get a grip on where exactly V5 are, because they have looked good, but there have been some shaky moments, and I want to see now against a team like FPX, who've been very reliant on this early aggression and trying to get themselves snowballing. Unless we see Doinby going for like this Karma Philios combo that they had before, they've still been going towards making these roaming plays happen, like Rumbles, the Gallios. You've even seen both Mole and Doinby pull out this Fiddlesticks now as well. I'm looking to see who blinks first, maybe ban it away, but either way, it's this roam heavy style where I think V5 might struggle just a tad.
They've got large champion pools. I know Mole will go things like Lucian mid as well.
Yeah.
But for Doomby at the moment, you were telling me this before broadcast. I mean, he's got like 11 unique champions played.
13 games.
And he's played Karma and Galio twice.
Yeah.
So that's pretty insane.
11 unique champions over 13 games, which is absolutely insane. And we talked about Karma starting to come back into the meta, and especially with the Aphelios there.
Yep.
We've seen it paired with the Ezreal as well. It can just work so well with these hyper carries that we're kind of seeing at the moment. And then as well, I mean, look, Galio has kind of been banned against him most games at this stage because of how big of an impact he can have on this champion.
I'm excited to see the mid lane matchup, of course. I also am really excited, for jungle and top. I know we are just going through the roles, but like Tien versus Weiwei, they could be two of our top quality junglers. Tien has had some mistakes. In recent series, Tien hasn't been the cleanest. Weiwei has. Weiwei's Graves right now has a 21.5 KDA with like a 80% win rate after 5-6 games. So
yeah, he's nuts. He looks absolutely nuts at the moment. And I think that's why I am focused so heavily when we come into this matchup. And I know we highlighted PP God and Chris because it is the master, and now, well, I mean, I don't even know where to put PP God. It feels like he's matching Crisp a lot at this stage, but it is at least the guy who trained him on FPX Blaze. But my focus for a lot of this is going to be on that jungle and on the mid, because I want to see if Mole can keep Doomby in check. Both these guys have liked to get out and roam for Mole and for Doomby. When we look towards Tien and Weiwei, Tien doesn't like when he's kind of kept in a box. He likes having options. He likes being able to play his style of game. But that's exactly what Weiwei does. He shuts you down. He keeps track of you, makes sure that it's very difficult for you to have a fun time against V5. And that could potentially just throw a wrench into the works for Tien, throw a wrench into the works for FPX. And that's, again, why this is such a big series for me. To see, can V5 enact their game plan and put control onto what has been one of the most difficult teams in the LPL to put control on.
Also, I'm very curious about the top lane dynamic. Khan versus Bubu never would have been a hype matchup, but Bubu's been performing really well on V5.
He's got like 6, 7, 8 solo kills.
I mean,
now.
Bubu wasn't even
what the hell?
a top 8 top laner. He was bottom 3 with
just
bin.
Silly. It is ridiculous.
He was put in the bin. So
yeah,
this is kind of crazy is how this roster shaped up. Now, if you haven't tuned into V5 before, this is a roster that was 0-17 in spring. You should have heard by now. They became an internet sensation, a meme. Now they're a meme because of how well they're doing, but it's going beyond that to becoming a good LPL team. I just want to elaborate. I believe we have a delay. I've been told that my ears are cute. I don't know. I have...
people say it all the time.
I'm still waiting on... anyway, delay. Because we're not into champs. Like, there's a delay.
Yeah. I want to... Look, going back to kind of the way that this is going to start playing out for me in my head is like looking at this bottom lane, because we got SamD, PP God versus LWX and Crisp. So, I mean, SamD and PP God have been super aggressive in that bottom lane. They have been, and I said it before the broadcast, or at least to start, that these guys have been top 4 AD carry and bot lane for me, AD carry and support. They have managed to shut down Betty and Ming. They completely took over that lane against them. They've gotten multiple duo lane kills. In their very first outing, they killed Helper and Mitsuki several times. And then you got to look at them going up against LWX, who hasn't been so hot as of late.
That's true. Hey, we're finally here though. Players out on stage. I guess because we're doing some long introductions today, it's a little bit different as Khan's going to be starting here. Tien in jungle. You know, Doomby mid, he knows your thoughts as LWX and Chris, your bottom lane with Coach Warhorse, which will be closely behind them.
So every time I see Doomby, I just see his Twitter account, which has all the weird dances he's done at the moment.
Yeah. He did the Fiddlesticks invitation recently, didn't he? Yeah.
Still, though, a man that is very much well known in the LPL at this stage, looking absolutely amazing. And these roaming champions, but we have seen some hiccups along the way for FPX. We saw them get back into form over the last couple of series, especially against E-Stars. Want to see if they can do it again.
Give you top Weiwei in the jungle here. Mole mid. It's SamD and Pung Pung God down in that bottom lane. I'll elaborate in a second. So, I'm in the time. I am super excited to see this team running into FPX. I also wanted to know if I had confirmation they do call PP God, not Pung Pung God.
Yep.
An elaboration for anyone out there. PP God's name stems from his real name, Guo Peng. right? So he's called himself Pung Pung God. So he himself is the god. So it comes from his name.
I don't think anyone denied that. I mean, just look at him.
Because I believe the real name was Pung Pung Shun, or Shun, which is God, right, in Chinese. However, English name, PP God.
Yeah.
So I know people are thinking maybe it's about something else. It's not. Sorry to disappoint you, but the man on the left side of the screen, he was caught something a little bit dirtier a while back that he didn't realize. Now is crisp. Something I'm not allowed to say on broadcast.
Yeah. Anyway, moving forward. I mean, looking at it, we're gonna have to come up with something different now for PP God. If he does end up like winning today, well, I mean, what goes beyond godhood? Like, what new name do we need?
Center of the PP universe. That's what he is. How's that?
Sure. I don't know if it rolls off the tongue quite the same,
No,
but I mean,
it doesn't.
we can try.
But he would be so large that you just can't deal, right? A god is probably infinite amount of space. Yeah. Find something
what's
more
the Kanye
infinite.
West lyrics? It's like, what's a king to a god to a king? Alright, whatever it is, and then what's a god to a non-believer? But everyone's a believer in PP God.
I'm sorry,
so
I only listen to real music. I'm sorry.
That's a goddamn lie.
I've
seen your YouTube recommended.
What, Rolling Stones? Hey, I like rock and roll. All right? Hey, rock and roll like this matchup. Let's get to pick band. Take me in to our unofficial match of the week because I am stoked to be casting another V5 game.
PP God Thresh is already off the board. I wonder if they go for the Bard here as well. It's going to be really interesting, actually, if we just see high priority focus towards PP God and then, like, well, what are you going to do, bud?
It would be the respect shown. At least you get the Ornn taken off the board, which has been a priority ban here for a lot of our top-tier LPL teams. Galio from Duumbi as well. We saw this in the last series. Now the question is, do we see an Aphelios ban as...
No ban.
That is... well, that stopped at 8 seconds, though.
Oh, did
so
it?
I feel like, yeah, there we go.
Oh,
There's Kalista.
Okay, so Kalista going to be banned away. I think Karma should be banned away here by V5 because there is the opportunity here for FPX to go for, well, the Aphelios.
They have a brain.
They banned the Aphelios instead.
This is why
right.
V5 are going to Worlds, because they know what to ban.
I was going to say ban the Karma for the Aphelios lock-in, but ban the Aphelios, and I mean, you still get that potential Karma lock-in here for Duumbi, but at least it won't be paired with something as obnoxious as the Aphelios.
All right, well, Ezreal already out on the table. No Kalista, no Aphelios. We talked about the Karma being left open. We'll see what the priority lands here for V5.
I imagine it's going to be the Ashe here for SamD.
This could be punished.
Well, that's the thing. UBU has just high priority on this Renekton so damn often, and it does leave, especially Khan to just do whatever that he wants. Yeah.
Khan plays Quinn top. So
oh, no.
We'll see if this is a mistake because we've already got the Nidalee nice and early here. Tien does play the Graves quite a lot, so let's see what the assumption is for the jungle matchup.
Well, you might have had your apathetics moment right there because it looks like we are going to have the Graves coming in. I think as well you could end up seeing just a Karma locked in here, or maybe we do just see that Quinn gone for straight away, avoid that being banned away in the second rotation, because I don't see why as FPX you don't just look to go for this side lane split push and have Khan, well, on the wings of Valor bring you to victory.
That's true. We'll see, because usually a final lock-in, well, no, actually, you're right. Might see it soon. Ignite with the Graves jungle, by the way. Keep an eye on that. That has been a go-to.
Either way, I think on V5 side, I think Ashe will probably be the next pick here for themselves. It's kind of been what they've defaulted to with SamD. So, actually going to go with the Wukong. Oh, I mean, I'm surprised by that. You're kind of opting into a bad matchup, but eventually Wukong can do a lot of work. Here, though, there's the Ashe. You're a bit worried about being dropped down the priority list when it comes to the second ban phase, and SamD's Ashe is undefeated right now. It's only 2 games, so not a massive accolade, but still it's looked really, really clean. He's only died once on this and has, I don't have the stat in front of me, but like, I think it's a 19 KDA or something like that.
Let's just say it's 900, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool, yeah. Round it up.
Rounding up. So you're starting to lose supports. It's interesting because both teams have opted away from supports early on, where a lot of other LPL teams will pick this up as soon as possible. And you got the Nautilus taken away. You've got a lot of questions as to whether FPX will do the same with a support pool.
I imagine if I'm V5 here, I can go towards something like Bard, banned away, but still Leona works pretty well here. You get that guaranteed engage, or at least that follow-up on the pick potential with the Ashe. And the idea usually when we see the likes of, you know, this Renekton and stuff like this is where, okay, we can start to try and play this kite back composition where we don't give the Renekton an opportunity to actually get in and he turns into just a meat shield and a buffer for damage, well, that becomes a much more difficult prospect when you have this long range engage from Ashe, and if you want to pair it with something like that Leona.
That's going to be the ban instead. It's interesting because Crisp actually plays a lot of set support. But now it's really limited. There's been such a big focus on Crisp and PP God. Glad we set this one up.
There is the opportunity here for FPX if they want to still... Oh, it's going to say not go towards the Galio, but maybe something like a Twisted Fate and still have this big impact when it comes to that mid game. You haven't seen what Mo wants to go for in this mid lane, though, and we still know that Fiddlesticks is on the cards as well, though. So we'll have to see how all this is going to churn out.
Especially with it, when you already got the Ezreal Graves. But we've gone so far down in the support pool. There is a Yuumi available, but Crisp is not that kind of player that wants to play Yuumi all that much, right? He's a great Leona himself. He's a great Nautilus.
I mean, that's all we kind of seen out of him so far. The set's been the other major pick for him. I mean, look, you know he's been around long enough. He can play a lot of these champions. But there we go. Looks like potentially here, this is still not guaranteed to be going towards Crisp or Doomby. We'll wait to see how this loss lock in. But I think it's just buying time to see what the support role they want to fit in is.
Doomby hasn't died on this pick if it is him. A Brom would be a throwback.
I mean, it works well here. Brom, obviously, you can do pretty well with the Leona engage, where you just toss up the shield and you're able to block a lot of the incoming AD carry damage and buy yourself a lot of time. Makes this bot lane, though, very susceptible to being pushed in and starting to chip away at the towers for SamD and PP God. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised here. Karma, at least, like, I'm actually not sure. So you got 2 seconds tether, I think, would.
Okay.
So I think you will. The thing that I'm working through the math in my head is, because when you look at this Fiddlesticks, you want to be able to get the full benefit of your reap off, right? Because then you get the cooldown reduction, you get that last tick of damage to help burst the wave.
Of the drain, you mean?
Exactly. Of the Bountiful Harvest.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry.
Yeah.
The big thing here, though, is Karma's root won't come in fast enough, I believe, to root him. I could be wrong with that. I think you will just about get it off as this Fiddlestick. So, I mean, it's a nice pick here for Mole, and will keep Doomby honest and in lane and give the opportunity for Mole to roam.
I mean, because V5, it's so easy to be like, well, they're probably going to get outscaled, right? Like, we look at how this comp sets up, and there's a lot of pick potential built up here for game 1.
And this is where V5 have actually been quite strong, is, as we talked about, having Weiwei match the jungle, keeping him under track, and then finding the opportunity to make these quick picks as they set up for objectives sooner, just off of Weiwei's direction. This is where we were talking about PP God and Weiwei's strength as shot callers lies.
I like that we've come into game 1 with the Fiddlesticks.
I knew it was going to come in. I was just waiting for it to happen.
Only been played in the LPL by these 2 mid laners. Mole and Doomby, only people to pick it up. Now Mole shows us a second game. And this is going to be fun. Can V5 continue their run? 5-1 right now in the LPL. LGD are the only team to have taken them down. They've beaten BLG, Vici, RNG, OMG, and DMO. Some mixed names, but coming off a 2-0 against RNG, that's hype to go up against the 2019 World Champions. We'll see how they fare going into the form of V5, because FPX right now need some wins on the board.
I cannot wait to see these team fights. Because on the one hand, you got V5, as you said, you've got a bit of a pick comp that you can work with, but also your team fighting is pretty damn strong, where you've got Mole on this Fiddlesticks who can dive in aggressively, disrupt a lot of FPX's front-to-back setup.
Yep.
Yeah, Mole already starting. But and as well, then, you've already got a lot of enablement for the likes of you, even Weiwei in these fights as well. But when you look over at FPX's side, hey, look, you got LWX who's going to come online about that 17-minute mark. You're looking over at Doomby as well, who's going to be spiking pretty hard off of 1 to 2 items. So FPX can look to fight at these early dragons, and I think we're going to have a big old scrap when we do get to that 3rd drink.
Just excited to see that we've got a fun lane ahead through mid. I remember what we've seen so far. I know that's sarcasm.
It's not at all. Okay.
Dagda, we got to start reading my sarcasm. Because
look, you just sound dejected a lot, to be honest.
Hey, that's true. Mole is going to press W in the middle of a minion wave, and Doomby's going to press a Q, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah.
As surprise party Fiddlesticks is the skin. Nicely done.
Woohoo! At least this sound isn't as obnoxious. So from a viewer's point of view, I'm fine. Base skin fiddle, this noise is so annoying to listen to.
I will say, if it was anything, do you remember when Pike got remade and his W, when he
Global.
goes, that was like a global sound. Could you imagine if the party poppers were that loud for Fiddlesticks? As we got junglers making their way to the top side. It's a single buff into Raptors clear here for Tien. A little bit faster, of course, as Weiwei has gone for single targets with blue buff now heading up towards the Wolves. So we're heading towards that top side ever so slowly for both junglers. As Hippie God gets a stun, but Cussive blows are going to go through the Zenith Blade. They hit 2 first, and Chris gets exhausted down. They're too far forward. The Unbreakable goes on up. He has to flash away. LWX has to leave, and that was just a rookie error from LWX and Chris.
Back and forth it goes. Yes, you do hit the level 2 first, but when all said and done, LWX does have a higher health bar, but Crisp going a bit over-aggressive here. A lot burnt from the Braum.
Just surprised that they get caught out by a level 2. That's Summoners down for Crisp. And we'll see what happens now. Exhaust was burnt by PP God. They're pushing into the bottom wave while Doomby actually getting a bit of priority towards topside river. Scares off Bubu a little bit. He's pushing in as Mole. You okay. Get used to that noise.
So I'm not too worried about Doimby if I'm V5 getting that ward, because this is the thing. Mole is already pushed out. He'll be able to come join, help out when it comes to picking up this Rift Scuttler. So that's why you can already see Tien has moved down towards bottom side. He doesn't want to deal with both mid and top pressure. So when it comes to Weiwei and getting the advantages as Nidalee, he can play pretty heavily through this top quadrant of FPX and try and set Tien behind.
Look at what V5 are doing though. Just spotting him out. Look to contest the Scuttle. They won't find it, but still getting a bit of information down. So Scuttle for Scuttle. As Tien is set up for, well, no dragon here, of course. We're a minute away, so Tien's going to back away for now. Mole is setting his effigies in the dust, in the brush.
This is pretty much just standard for Fiddlesticks, is trying to get vision control as much as you can off of your effigies, just so you can continue to just bountiful harvest over and over again, because you are a little bit susceptible to a gank. You still have that fear, which can make it a little bit annoying for a jungler trying to get in, but if you've got hard CC like Doombeat does, it can make it a little bit easier to set up that gank for, or onto Mole even.
As we saw a camp getting taken away, Weiwei elongates his back, and Tien is a bit behind of the clear right now and even loses his Raptors. So a small net win here for Weiwei as he goes back, picks up the skirmishing smite.
Weiwei can just path down towards this bottom side once again, though. You're going to have Mole, who after TPing back to lane, will shove in and then can move over towards this dragon just as it spawns up. I know it's a little bit early, but you have Nidalee, Sam D, and PP God are very much in control of this bottom lane as well, so they're going to be in good shape to go towards this.
Doomby got poked out a little bit. I think it was by the Reap, and Mole sees him, but he can't do too much, so he'll stand here. He'll press W again. God, I miss old Fiddlesticks, but this is nice and ridiculous. This is old Fiddlesticks level of ridiculous. As in a bit of CS lead, but the wave's going to crash. Mole gets to walk about again. He's not 6 yet, though. Doesn't care. Still going.
So you can see at the moment, Khan is hovering in base. Will eventually burn that TP back towards top lane. I wasn't sure if they're waiting to see if V5 are going to try and make a play on towards Dragon, but with Mole showing in bot lane, they'll be damn certain that some funny business is going on in this bottom side river.
I love how LWX just gets eaten by Mole and he walks back. So not much happened. But Mole could be walking into a trap. The rest of V5 are here. He's going to drain for now. Stands in the middle. Chris puts up the Unbreakable, but Weiwei's here. Lands the spear onto the support. First blood over to V5. And this is the thing. You can't kill him. As he hits level 6, he forces out a double flash. V5 with a massive net gain.
This is why you don't go on to Fiddlesticks. He runs Aftershock, he builds tanky, and you cannot get through him when he drains. And you see firsthand, FPX, despite Doimby spamming this Fiddlesticks in Korean solo queue, is clearly not prepared for it.
And V5 go back to Dragon. I'm sorry, it's like when I first heard the name PP God. This is going to take me a while, folks. But Dragon to go down to V5, 1,500 gold up through the CS lead that's built in the jungle, through the assist that's come through mid. and a small CS lead down the bottom side. This is a good early game against the 2019 World Champions.
And we've seen that this is the best way to deal with FPX, is have a champion that forces Doomby to just stay in mid lane. He can't go help Khan, he can't go help LWX and Crisp, and he's forced to just try and clear these waves over and over. Fiddlesticks does just that, and now it's going to be difficult for FPX to try and enact some of these plays they like to. And when you get to the later stages, yes, they do end up having a comp that will outscale, but this early game with already the Dragons being started to amount for V5, there'll be a fair few fights where V5 are just in a better position.
And I love what we saw there on our screen, that Weiwei picks up the blue buff. He got the first kill, he has a lead in the jungle. Instead of giving it over to Mole, I mean, Mole, as you said, he's the tank. He's going to sit there in mid, he's going to drain. Not really going to run out of much mana if he clears the wave anyway. So, for Weiwei, he's set up to succeed. He already has runic echoes as he goes back.
And as well, we're actually looking at the Glacial Shroud here from Mole, so oftentimes we'd see more of a tendency towards the Spirit Visage first against an AP lane, but understanding that, look, Doomby isn't going to be the main source of damage in these fights, and he's not really poking Mole out anyway right now, so just going for that armor build instead, and then we'll be able to have more of an impact in the team fights.
It's fun to see a champion that actually builds Frozen Heart again on League of Legends.
Yeah,
it's an item that we I think don't ever see.
Was Urgot the last? Oh,
Urgot
maybe.
I mean, it's still a pretty gold efficient item from memory.
It is for armor, but it's just if you don't have the health there to back it up, it doesn't matter a huge amount. But that's kind of why I fell out. And
oh, Fiddle, here we go. Doomby's going to be called out. Reaped on down, flashes forward for PP God. They're behind turret. Mole is tanking up. Flashes away, survives for now. Tien does have collateral damage, but not sure. Almost kills. Oh, what a duo from FPX. LWX picks up his kill.
Well played by FPX to turn that one back around, but you can see pressure from V5 already coming, where they want to get aggressive. And again, this is what we talked about for V5. They have been impeccable when it comes to their objective control. Dragon won, Rift Herald won, and already getting that for at least some blood for themselves in this game.
The bottom lane roam to mid. They're heading on towards two turrets. Weiwei has the Rift Herald, but doesn't really need to drop it here as Tien shows up. And Sam D picking up a much-needed CS, while LWX does trade, so good news for the bottom lane of FPX, because LWX picked up that last kill as well.
Yeah, and a good read from FPX, because this is something that V5 like to do a lot, which is getting all 5 members involved in Rift Heralds and just reading, hey, look, we don't need to do it.
Cyclone top into Dominus. Khan is going to take the trade. The second version comes out as Weiwei's in for the spear. The Javelin toss doesn't connect, but heal for Bubu as he tanks the turret himself. Weiwei launched on Khan into the mirror image. Too many bits of turret damage, but Bubu gets in nicely as Weiwei takes the last one.
And again, we're seeing V5 playing so well with Weiwei, being able to set up plays for Bubu off of that play in the top side that Khan started.
Doomby to match. FPX behind. 2k gold
Look
at 10 minutes.
Look at the mid lane though. V5 are fine. They're going to go, cool, you go protect top lane. We're just going to take your mid.
Oh my god, the Javelin toss connects as well. Over to Tien. Weiwei's behind enemy lines. And the better jungler wins. Tien just needs one more auto and he goes down. And Weiwei has the biggest balls I've ever seen.
That was amazing from Weiwei. And they can still make this play mid. V5, I asked if they could make early plays against FPX. Well, they've answered resoundingly yes.
True Shot Barrage can't clear the wave. The Heralds through mid. Sam D is about to benefit off so much gold. And Weiwei ahead by 25 CS in the jungle. 2 kills and now turret plating.
And you're starting to see these first items come in for V5 as well. So when this Infernal Dragon spawns, they're going to be so strong.
Well, PP God may have been caught out. However, Soul Flare for the return. Khan, it's only a mirror image as Chris joins in the play as well. That was an ultimate from PP God. And they managed to get away after all said and done. A 3k, name 4k gold lead at 10 minutes.
This is incredible from V5. And Weiwei, we talked about this quadrant belonging to him.
Oh my god.
Spots out Tien
essentially
for a second.
blind.
I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. And now we get to cut over towards the dragon fight where it is for an Infernal. FPX may want to fight, but honestly, I think just give it up at this stage. You haven't got your Sheen on LWX. Yes, Doinby has this Athenes, but you're not really in a position right now to try and go against V5. And actually, looking at the items here, Bubu opting for this Blade of the Rune King Renekton, so he's going to extend how long he's valuable against Cod in that side lane to make sure there's just nowhere that FPX can win out on for a while.
Because remember what we talked about with composition, scaling here for FPX quite obviously, while V5 want to continue the ball rolling, and the pick potential so far has been pretty good, but Sam D, we haven't seen the enchant across the arrow because it hasn't needed to be used. Just remember that's another part of the kit as Dragon gets started up.
Yeah, I mean, look, their team fighting's super strong right now. Their pick potential's really strong, and even the split push by BuBu right now is going to be causing a little bit of issues for FPX right now, but they're picking up the objectives that they need, and now you're looking at Soul Point already coming up soon, so V5 really hammering home that they want to fight FPX at their own.
And this is a carry build being built here by Weiwei, who has such a lead. The Seeker's Armor Guard in hand. Instead of something like the Athenes that we normally see, Weiwei invading once again. He already has a 30 CS lead in the jungle, but FPX are responding.
Mole is here as well, though, and they want to clear out this vision before Mole gets here so we can again get that big all fear, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do so now, sneaking about.
The poke is insane. You mentioned Mole over the wall. The Crow Storm in with the Solar Flare locked on down. V5 have the lockdown, but the True Shot Barrage does its damage as PP God will be the first to fall. Khan comes in as well, and it's over ambitious here from V5 as a double kill goes to LWX.
It was too late coming in for BuBu. You already had Khan well on his way, a lot of damage being able to put down by FPX, and they're able to separate out that fight beautifully where they can turn on towards Mole and towards PP God, remove them, and then turn towards the rest of V5.
And the bleeding is sowed to a degree here for FPX. Another fight like that, another issue that goes wrong for V5. And this early game lead could start to disintegrate. So after this, we see the game turns around yet again.
So Weiwei not able to get the follow-up damage here, thanks to Doomby being able to keep him under pressure across the wall. Can't finish off Crisp, and the rest of FPX just get here far quicker. Khan quicker on the trigger with the teleport. He's involved in the fight, gets the knock up on Mole before Mole can flash over the wall. And this is where V5 bit over ambitious, but you got to be prepared to make these quick calls as Mole.
As Ignite goes down, that's going to stop the healing. Mole has Aftershock. He flashes away. It's versus 3. The concussive blows land as well. Doomby under turret, but yeah, we're doing this drain thing again. And in the middle of the minion wave, Mole is going to get back to full health. So worth an attempt here for FPX, but Fiddlesticks once again.
I mean, he's low. Eventually,
there we go.
Do get something. But look, I mean, V5 can now answer anywhere else on the map. You have Weiwei down here, 1v1 against Khan, but more trying to protect BuBu as he goes towards the turret.
Should be able to take this one. Sam D backs away from mid lane as well after getting Blade of the Ruin King and Double Dagger in his inventory. You mentioned BuBu. He's on the way towards Blade of the Ruin King, so I like the build adaptation considering what V5's objective is in this game. As we're doing this again, are you ready? Mole, does he have Crow Storm? Well, he's going to use it on the spot. Drains on the spot. Doomby takes the turret shot. Mole just needs to drain again as Khan. Stop diving the Fiddlesticks. FPX are lucky they got out alive.
Oh, I love it. How do you have Doomby play this with you and not realize it's a terrible idea to keep trying to do this?
He played it and he started it.
I know. And even then, you've got this amazing Ashe ult from Sam D to keep him safe as well. Nearly managing to get the kill, but off of that, V5 now will pick up the second Rift Herald, and with this 4,000 gold lead, they can look to extend it even further.
I want a replay of that so badly.
This is why Fiddle is so stupid.
Oh, man. It took 3 people, and I think that won't happen again. I think FPX have learnt their lesson as Weiwei for the second Herald. Yeah, I do. Zonya's also on Weiwei is a big part to notice. He's invading once again. The aggression continues.
I think they're just here to try and protect Mole. I don't think they're actually trying to go aggressive here. More waiting to just add a bit more gold into their back pockets. And you still have this Rift Herald available, so if they can start to draw members of FPX around the map, well, then you can shove in these side lanes, congregate in.
Khan might be caught out. The Zenith Blade onto the clone. Lucky to get out, of course, but Khan was a bit deep there.
Khan is going to be super difficult for V5 to lock down because a lot of this engage can be blocked by his clone. So the likes of Sam D's ult, where you've got PP God, is going to be trying to get those stuns as well. If he can quickly skedaddle with the clone, it means that you've at least got someone on FPX that can check some of these bushes or at least get some vision control back. But we're 40 seconds away from this dragon, and look at that gold.
7,400 on Weiwei. Where is Tien? All the way down the bottom. He's 2.5k.
God.
ahead of Tien. Now, Tien was the 2019 World's MVP. So, Weiwei is outperforming by 2 levels in this game. 2 items with a 50 CS lead.
LWX is performing really well, though. He's sitting on 3 kills right now. He's picked up enough that he's actually going to be a bit of a menace here at these team fights. But CV5 trying to suffocate out the vision for FPX, not giving them an opportunity to go towards this dragon.
That party balloon was placed down by Mole to scan out the vision. Dragon now spawns. And FPX have no intention of being here, but the next one will lead to an Ocean Soul. When you have an Ashe, when you've got an Idley who's constantly in combat, I mean, when you got this team, Fiddlesticks was Ocean. Does not sound,
silly.
I just realized with Spirit Message that does not sound like fun.
No, it is not. I think we've seen it before, but or at least we are close to it. And yeah, it is not enjoyable. You cannot kill this Fiddlesticks with Bountiful Harvest. But you see again, this is Mole looking to find these picks, trying to make sure that he's just wandering through the jungle, being a nuisance, making sure you've got to play extra cautious as FPX, especially with no objectives on the map. It's buying time for BuBu to get these side lane pressure down, and it's hard for FPX to try and answer for this.
I mean, FPX are spotted out on the top side as 3 members, and V5 just pushed down mid here. PP God and Sam D should be able to push this fast with Rift Herald in tow as well. This is going to be a trade in the end, it looks like. LWX the only person to hold mid, and BuBu is still bot.
Oh, wait, we got Weiwei sneaking around, trying to get onto LWX.
Javelin Toss not going to land though. Still hard for an Ezreal who has Arcane Shift available. As Javelin Toss actually will land in the end, and they get damage on the inhibitor turret, and BuBu gets bot.
I'll take that trade any day as V5. You're getting 2 inner turrets, trading it for a top tier 1. Doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. So right now, V5, you've just seen there's a Ruinous Hurricane picked up for Sam D. Mole is now very much on his way towards that Frozen Heart. Spirit Visage now completed. This is looking dicey for FPX.
What timeline is this?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. Oh, we've gone off into a weird old place, hysterics in the LPL.
It's so nice to see that V5 are not 0-17. I have to say, it's still a nice... There's so much more to discuss as... Hang on. Tien's not going to take it. Okay. We're thinking about it, but it will be BuBu who gets away in the end as well, while LWX pushes through mid. 2-item Ezreal here, going to be the Hope the Scaler that FPX lead with.
I'd also like to point out the difference between Khan's items right now and BuBu's. It's a little bit drastic, because you've already got 2 completed items versus a bunch of components for Khan, so... BuBu is very much in command of this bottom lane split push, which is why you're seeing FPX trying to send multiple members to help. And they will get the turret, which is great, getting some gold back in the favor, but you are giving it a lot of control over towards V5, towards this Baron area.
At the very least for FPX, at this point, getting a turret with no trade from V5, that's a win. Game going on, still a win as we've talked about. V5 now getting super aggressive towards this jungle, and Tien has lost a lot of CS at this point. And Weiwei still level 12, 2 levels over him. As Doomby's going to get engaged on the lockdown as he takes a Javelin Toss. Confident LWX is behind him. But takes another one here. PP God poked on out. Crisp joining the fray. Mole closely behind as well. Sam D's here too. Mid getting pushed on in. You can see what their goal is. It's bottom side approaching the inhibitor.
Yeah, and because Khan is going to be shown in that top side, they know that they're free to go for it, so push in mid, rotate towards this bottom side, and Mole just trying to play in the shadows here, so FPX constantly have to doubt as to where this Fiddlesticks is.
Almost towards the second item as well. Sitting on that Spirit Visage for a while with the Glacial Shroud. There's Mole, over the wall, here we go, LWX, good dodge away. The Arcane Shift missed time there from V5, unfortunately. As Tien joins, and that's 2 ultis burned out. At least a minute 30 till Dragon won't affect them.
They'll be back up, they'll be fine. It's not like you're going to suddenly have FPX turn towards the Baron and try and take a fight. So they will nicely, though, for FPX's side, get back vision control of their own jungle before this Dragon comes up. So it does make it a little bit easier for them to try and defend against this Soul. And they really need to right now, because if you end up gifting that over, V5 are going to be in such a strong position.
A minute to go. Khan's grouped up as well. Weiwei's now backing and resetting. I'm curious about his items too, as yep, a lot of damage from Mole. It's going to take him a while to get that Gromp, but FPX do get the Scuttle Crab towards River, and they've cleared out a lot of vision from V5. A pick here would delay the Dragon, as Khan is going to get feared away. Mole spotted out 30 seconds ago.
Bubu, though, is hovered off the side. I believe he's been spotted by Tien, so FPX are looking to back it up a little bit so they don't have the Croc in at their midst, but still, a lot of poke can come through on both sides here from the Nidalee and the Ezreal.
They move into the choke. Bubu's now moved in himself. He's got Black Cleaver damage done to Khan. PP God ready as well. The Javelin Toss only onto the clone, luckily enough, as Crisp is caught out. Over the wall, stand behind me, but the Solar Flare for the follow-up. He goes gold while Bubu zones off the rest of the team. They need Khan to get him, but Crisp, he's a bit of support. Mole will get him first. Forward goes Bubu. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits Doinby. The Javelin Toss wide as V5's front line is starting to get burnt down. Khan helps give LWX another kill, but it is a trade-off in the end as Doinby almost dies from the Javelin Toss. It is a 1-for-2, or 1-for-1 rather, with Dragon now starting.
Tien is still alive, and so is Weiwei, though we could have a repeat performance here. PP God hiding for the Flash Zenith Blade.
Oh, the teleport coming in. It's a little bit late on the side. It's a double TP, in fact. FPX forcing it out, but Ocean Soul's given over to V5. Sam D in the middle of the fight, trying to kite back, and FPX are in a choke. They don't need the Fiddle ulti with PP God going forward. Khan trying to get this Ashe, but Ocean Soul gives V5 the hope with another double over the way. This game could be theirs.
V5 are going to look straight towards this Baron as well. They're looking to keep this snowball rolling, and what a fight from V5. Sam D outsmarting Khan with his flash, managed to avoid it, managed to heal up, and Bubu, he's got straight top. He wants a few more of these turrets while V5 Baron it up.
He's got full control over the top side. There's no way FPX get anywhere near this Baron. That's going to fall super fast. And that steal from Weiwei, this game from Weiwei, has shown you why he's quickly risen to the top of the jungle pool.
He has looked so damn good. And for someone that was kept in the dark on Sunny Nest, now coming up to V5, finding a home in the most unlikely of places and looking amazing. Big mistake here from Crisp, though. We highlighted at the start, look, this has been at least a little bit more consistent from the bottom lane, but Crisp getting caught out sets this all up, and nearly getting the turnaround here with Khan having this great ult, and especially with Doinby and LWX here. In these chokes, it's really difficult for the likes of Sam D and also Bubu to have major impacts in the back fight, but this is, so watch, oh, is this, no, it's Weiwei's. I was going to say, this is the steal, But watch Sam D, flashes away, Khan is actually chasing him through this brush, and it means that Sam D manages to outsmart Khan long enough that he can heal up off the Blade of the Rune King, heal up off of Dragon Soul and a heal of his own, and just run away with the fight.
I mean, Weiwei's heal just does so much, even without the supportive items. It's pretty insane at this point. And V5 have a 7k gold lead against Fun plus Phoenix.
And Dragon Soul.
And
Baron. A lot of damage.
And a lot of damage, well said. We got 2 items across the board and then some. Athene's was just picked up now by Weiwei, so those heals are going to be even more painful to deal with. Plus you have a blasting one in hand. Weiwei has smacked Tien on the bottom in this game 1.
And I wanted to see this. This was the test for me for Weiwei. Can he control this map against Tien? Can he exert his dominance in this jungle matchup? He takes the Nidalee, he does just that.
But Khan can bring this game back. Even with Ocean Soul, the re-engage with Cyclone into the backline. But the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Sam D. He only finds one. It's onto PP God, who also carried the rest of that fight as Bubu comes in. Dominus at the ready. Mole is over the wall and he'll die. But that could have been so much worse. But FPX have a numbers advantage. Slow does not connect. The Javelin Toss does with the volley as well, but they're back at full health. FPX now need to run.
There's going to be poke and heals on both sides from Doinby and from Weiwei, but Sam D coming forward. Still have that Baron, Khan on the side, but no ult available for the Monkey King.
I mean, Ocean Soul makes this so much harder. Ocean Soul with the heal from the Fed Nidalee. And it ends there after Mole goes down.
You still have a lot of wave clear from Tien and Doinby, which is going to make it difficult for V5, even with the Baron buff. And Mole, unfortunately, trying to make that play, come in over the wall, ends up just gifting his life and giving enough time for FPX to steady the boat.
Mole is back alive now. And we reset. It's still a 9k gold lead. So FPX have still very much in the seat of, oh no, this game's pretty much done. However.
The thing is, though, you have a big ol' LWX.
Yes.
He's 5 kills, has that Last Whisper upgrade with the Mortal Reminder, now working towards his Death Stance. So he's going to do a lot of work in these team fights. Empower him with Doomby, and now you've even only made that worse. So Khan, although has been set behind early massively, as you can see from the CS numbers, he's only just after finishing his Black Cleaver. He can still just set up LWX for success, because it's just about CCing the front line long enough that this Ezreal can do the work. So V5 are still going to be iffy when it comes to these fights, but as long as they can set up correctly where you do have Mole in these flanks and Bubu can get in thanks to Sam D or PP God's ultimates, it can work a lot better for them.
Hey, item breakpoint here, sir. Void Staff for the Nidalee.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, that's how confident you are with the way this game's been going. And there is almost a flame horizon for Weiwei over Tien. 4 level difference. Tien has been shut out of this game. I've said it many times. But look across other lanes. While Doomby has a lead himself, of course, over the Fiddlesticks, who doesn't farm much, Sam D's now punched over 310 CS at 27 minutes.
And he's been impeccable in these fights. The positioning from Sam D, we always praise, and it's coming out and helping save some of these fights that FPX are doing their darndest to win back. Now though, Bubu and Mole trying to see if they can play keep away in the jungle. Look at the amount of traps littered around this place.
Yeah. It looks like Weiwei is ready, as Mole is doing the same. Double, he's an effigy. He's got an effigy behind him. They expect not to see him. He does show himself a little bit though. Drains and fears, but not too much damage as you would expect. FPX are pushing mid. Baron has expired, but Elder's up in 30 seconds.
And that's why you can see Bubu hovering down towards bottom side. They want to be like, look, Bubu, you can continue to shove in. FPX got some wards though, which are spotting out his roamed mid.
Sam D poked down a little bit of damage onto Mole as well. PP God wants to start this one up. It goes back as Bubu in for the flank over Doomby. FPX are quite low, but Bubu is not committing. The heal up from Doomby with the shield still there. He's going to be backing away, but he's backing on a...
He has teleport though. He has a teleport. It's okay. He should be able to make it back in here, but you still got to be super careful. They're checking with that Ezreal ultimate to make sure the V5 are on it. Here we go.
There's that TP. It's Doomby riding in versus
Mole.
5. They still haven't spotted out Mole, who gets into the middle and starts up a party. Elder secured, and with it, an easy game because LWX is going to get exploded as well.
I can hear the Shrek from here, hysterics. I'm a believer, and I never should have doubted in V5's capabilities. They will close out this game in what was a masterclass from the new kids on the block.
Weiwei dismantled FPX and Tien. They'll run it through the base and destroy everything. The death timer's not that long. But even with Elder, V5 are confident they want to end it here. PP God's going to take this one up. Doomby has to flash away as Bubu himself has facilitated his role this game. V5 as a unit exposed the Nexus. They're on it. They just need to hit it away as Sam D is going to be the target. But it's done. V5 dismantle the world's 2019 champions.
V5 2020 World Champions is looking a little bit brighter of a dream after that game, because my word, they ran away with us.
What a V5. What the heck of V5?
I am so happy. I am so happy to see what V5 have become here, because they completely control that game. Weiwei in the jungle looked impeccable, completely taken over against Tien, setting up those kills everywhere on the map, and then operating this composition beautifully.
Hey, I shouldn't be surprised. I told you V5's going to Worlds.
True.
And I did put out a tweet saying, you know, this might be the only time we see FPX V5 because the next time they'll verse is in the Worlds final. So that makes sense. But to be that clinical in game 1 against FPX was impressive. And I spoke about Weiwei so much that game, but he really dismantled Tien.
He was so damn good.
Yeah.
Being able to not only get in and very quickly get this camps rolling for himself where he's getting that experience in the CS lead, but also understanding, hey look, I can move in towards this top side, set up plays here. We talked about how strong his objective control is, getting that first dragon off of finding an early skirmish, then moving into a Rift Herald again off of these skirmishes that V5 are finding. It's just this quick snowball that very quickly gets ahead, and it was a macro gameplay from start to finish. There wasn't a huge amount of kills there. It wasn't like this big brawling game, but still V5 shot into this 9,000 gold.
And consistent with Sam D and PP God. I mean, like, PP God started the engages, Bubu's there as well. The focus elements were how Mole sets up and then way to clean up, because he was so far ahead, his damage was always at a high level.
They did an incredible job of setting up for
Look
Mole.
at it.
Yeah, I know, LWX was trying his damnedest, but the problem was that FPX couldn't get into a position where they could look for these front-to-back team fights. The setup for V5 when it came to vision denial, getting to these objectives early, and even using the hawkshot in an awful lot of situations, just double down on that, meant that you couldn't really get in anywhere as FPX to be like, right, we're safe moving in here because we don't know where Fiddlesticks is. We don't know where Mole is for FPX. And you even saw in that very last team fight where all that vision had been denied preemptively, Mole gets into the perfect position, the 5-man ult, the team wipe for V5, and FPX drop game number 1.
I gotta say, there's one moment in that game I will remember for a while though, and that was topside when they tried to gank Mole a second time.
Yeah.
And versus 3, the Fiddlestick survives and drains it back up. It's great watching this pick in action here in the LPL. We did talk a bit about it on the podcast, but the way it was played in this game by Mole, you know, Doomby's played this too, and I think Mole has been the real successor to bring it into the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looked absolutely amazing this game, and you can see it's just such a nuisance to deal with. You can't push against it, you can't go and kill it, you can't do anything against the Fiddlesticks, except maybe ban it away, which I feel like we might be seeing in game number 2.
I hope this goes the distance, but with the way V5 played game 1, who knows what's possible. That was a great way to start off the series. We're going to get a game 2 right after this break.
Not a fair fight.
或许这里其实是承担了比较多的一个伤害的。
这边
看一下
摩根
摩根直接顶到对方2个人，
Fight me, small warrior person.
同时马上闪现接超了4个人，
还把大楼拿了，哇，这一波3打5击杀4人拿下大楼。
Wanna go?
If anyone's watching this fight, they owe me money.
看一下这里悲伤的位置是被发现了，这里勾到 Q 杯啊，这个大鳄鱼身上被套了一个虚弱，但是第一时间并没有秒掉他。
That's a KD. Not dead.
直接进场是被爆杀爆进去了，然后拉到了好多个人，同时一个 W 打出了不错的一个伤害，44个救火已经倒地了。
You swing on the boss, you better not miss.
Do not turn your back on me.
虽然找闪，他这个位置队友，
两个队友汇合一下，有个灯笼。
哇，这个灯笼很关键。
是的。豪森的一个位置选择也还是不错的，但是他3个
腹地进入3个刮破，老王那一波完美配合，南墙一个大，往后跑，再交一个闪，但是位置还是跑不了。
Come, look me in the eyes.
I'll leave them in pieces.
右这个位置开了一个大招，看一下
W 第一下伤害好高，一个 Q 技能，再一个 E， 直接把卢克给秒掉了，我天呐！
可以选择往下面 E， 但是可能是得知了下面有个船长，但这一波
还要再打一个绿毛也有点危险，他居然打下了一个双杀。
Embrace the jaws of death. So many things to squash.
开到 C 位的话，
位置，哎，搞到来了，这里他是有一个疾跑的。
Go time.
嘲讽到了4个人，这波激光眼一下去直接爆炸。高级空中炸出了一个烟花，虽然是给到了一个宇宙光辉保住了一下自己的兄弟，但是没有任何的办法，因为输出实在是太低了。
You're going to need some mending.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
V5 destroyed FPX. That's the reality we now live in. A game one where V5 destroyed the world champions of 2019 in under 30 minutes. I'm Mysterix, this is Dagda. Weiwei is such a good jungler and is playing out of his mind. He gets MVP in game one, so well deserved. His Nidalee will be banned.
Weiwei's heyday at the moment because he has looked so damn strong for this team. And even in that last game as well, just how composed he was from start to finish, setting up play after play, pick after pick. He just took over against team.
It was that first blood that made such a difference, and then the fiddlesticks
This
mid, the momentum. Yeah, this was the BB play.
I love to see it, and I love to see V5 coming into the round. This truly is the dankest timeline where V5 are able to just out macro FPX from start to finish and put a dominant performance in against the current world champion.
It's amazing that we can talk about so many different players, even in the series. Mole with his 5-man ulti, sorry, 4, towards the end as well.
Look, it was 5 in my heart, you know.
I mean, Khan walked back into it, so technically still 5, right? And then we talk, Bubu had a stable game as to what he needed to do. Pete Bigot and Sam D, stability was there as well. This roster works so well together. That's why we're praising it going into V5's blue side for game 2. And remember, FPX have made no subs. I know people wanted to see Gimgoon, but it's Khan once again to run into that top lane.
I don't know if Gimgoon puts a plaster on this as much as people wants to see it. It's not like, look, that pick of the Wukong into Renekton, I'm not a fan of. You have the counter pick there and you opt into a poor matchup, which was really strange to me. You do eventually outscale, but unless you can have these strong team fights where Wukong can have a better time than Renekton, you can make it work, but that's not what happened here.
But you know what? I think the fan sentiment with this, and I kind of agree with them, is it's the dynamic that Gimgoon has with FPX, right? It's shifting gears and saying, we are happy to have a weak side top laner. We are happy to take a step back and go back to what our old style was, but more so, it's a team that they've had together and that one world. You know, Gimgoon is their top laner. Khan's moving into this dynamic, but that's changed because FPX have now played with Khan a lot more. They know how to play with Khan. So I think it's a very interesting discussion, but still, again, Khan game 2, Dagda, V5 are on blue.
Karma going to be banned away, Galio going to be banned away, so we are seeing still a lot of heavy focus towards V5 into these champion pool. So on the opposite side, I wouldn't be surprised to see either Fiddle locked in by Doomby or banned.
Well, the Nidalee's
the Weiwei, yeah.
So that's very important. I think that's a great step for FPX.
It still means, though, that we could see a lot of flexibility when it comes into this draft, because, I mean, we do see the Aphelios more than likely going to be left open here.
Yeah.
But you can go towards the Graves for TN this time around and have a bit of an easier time with that Nidalee not being locked in.
I'd like to see that final ban. My curiosity is, yep, same thing.
Okay.
Hey, they have brains. Wow.
Learning is occurring, which means that maybe we'll see an Ezreal picked up here for Samdi. Has played it twice, but not 100% certain.
Maybe the priority goes differently. Weiwei gave away the Graves in game 1. But after what that performance was, okay, another carry-style jungler in the hands.
You talked about already, Hysterix, coming into the first game, is Graves, 80% win rate, a 21.5 KDA
Best
for Weiwei. Yeah, it's been the go-to for him. So he's perfectly comfortable, and FPX are saying, come at me. If you want to play the Ezreal, whatever, we're going to take this Ashe away from Sam.
The crazy thing is, you don't look at LWX as an Ashe player. Like, it hasn't fit his pool in previous years. So seeing it here when he's already played so many different champions is interesting as a dynamic shift for FPX. We go back to Sam D and we see the Ezreal, as you talked about, now support early or Bard.
I think you can leave open the support here. Maybe you want to get, like, genuinely Fiddlesticks or go towards that Ornn as well. I think could work out super well here. The thing about Ashe is she does struggle against teams that are great at just engaging on top of her because she doesn't have the best of mobility. So going towards that style does make sense here. And Tien will go towards the Trundle, so trying to kind of follow up on what is some of the pick potential from the Ashe and alongside this Thresh, but definitely going to be in a losing matchup when it comes to Weiwei. So the opportunity here for Weiwei to once again put a stamp on this game.
Interesting that they're getting rid of some of Khan's priorities against the Ornn matchup. You get rid of the Kayle. We've also seen, what else have we seen in this matchup? Anything
Sorry, I got distracted. PP God was giggling, and now I want a PP giggle emote.
I thought you said you just want a PP, so that was interesting. But double support ban, maybe why he's giggling. He's going, ha, I've got something else up my sleeve. His Thresh taken away is a big priority. Also, Doombee's Kassadin taken away is another big priority. So we've been really target ban focused in this series so far. Now the next step.
But it's also a lot of these champions that can match scaling, right? Because KO can go against Ornn and go towards that uber late game. Kassadin as well can go towards super late game. And I think what V5 are basically saying here is, look lads, you've got an Ashe, we've got an Ezreal. We are eventually going to outscale you, so if we just opt in towards this scaling route and remove some of these like quick band-aids for the late game, like the Kassadin and the Kayle, we can just strive towards that 30-minute mark and look to beat you at that point.
That could just be well into the top lane for Khan. Up against the Ornn. Seen this matchup a couple of times. Especially when you want to leave Doombee's counter pick open. Mole loves Zoe. In spring, even with a losing V5, we're like, Mole Zoe is pretty good. And it was not given over to him. He's already played it 3 times here in summer, and he will show us a 4th time if it's enough to pull V5 over the line as a support needed for PP God.
Has played the Nautilus before, more than likely going to be something like the Naut or the Leona here. Leona will give you a lot better when it comes to team fights and the long range potential in fights onto the Ashe, but doesn't pair too hot into the likes of Thresh, at least in lane. But
yep.
I think at this stage, when you're paired with an Ezreal, you're like, look, we're not really fighting for the lane here. We're looking for more of that team fight oriented play. So V5 with the Graves, a Zoe, and an Ezreal are really strong off of those 2 items. And especially when you got this Ornn here as well, they can look to have these strong front-to-back team fights. And when you're looking over at FPX, wasn't sure if we're going to see Doombe actually taking that Sylas into the mid lane, but Khan going for that Sylas in the top lane can survive against the Ornn in the matchup and then still have a lot of damage, a lot of potential to turn these team fights around, nicking away the Call of the Forge God from his counterpart. So Khan in a great spot here alongside Doombe on the Orianna.
Doombee's Orianna, we've seen it once before. It was the game where Khan picked up Ornn, and it was the other day actually against Easter where it was that massive shockwave that is pretty high in the Twitch clips right now if you want to go and check that out quickly. So Doombe picking this up again against Mole. I mean, very different dynamics in comp this time around. And starting with V5, I mean, we're a bit more scaling this time, and we don't have to build up the momentum quite as quick.
They do have some scaling, but the 2-item spike on Ezreal and on the Zoe is so incredibly strong. Plus that poke potential that you can have is super high when you do get to objectives. The good news is for FPX fans though, you've got a really nice way of dealing with that because you have this super long range engage that can come through from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You have as well Sylas who can just steal away a Call of the Forge God. So you're not too worried about poke being an issue because you've got these go buttons that oftentimes you can just use to jump on top of V5.
Don't forget the Orianna as well. An easy way to set up the fights here is, I'm curious, feels like top lane set up with a bit more gusto to make a difference this time around. No passivity here from Bubu. He's going to be leading the charge as we go into a game 2 where V5 have an edge. They picked up game 1. They looked like it was so easy doing so. They're on the verge of another 2-0 like they did with RNG. FPX need to show us that they were, in fact, last year's world champion, and they can stand up to the current best team in the world.
And a lot of that lies on the shoulders of Tien. Tien needs to step up in this game, which is hard when you're a Trundle into a Graves, but Weiwei once again has the potential to take over this early game, set up V5 for success, and then when you get to these mid-game fights, V5 are just so far ahead that they can win against the other front-to-back team fight comp of FPX.
FPX was starting with an invade in this game, and then they're spotted out by a ward, but also a nice ward from them as well. As
I actually haven't seen that dance before. That is amazing.
I think when you play Ezreal, you pick other skins. It's a Battle Academia one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Weird. One anime I have not watched. FPX are going back towards their red side now. They were expecting Weiwei to still be here, but he's gone to his red. They will spot Tien out. This is good vision gained by V5.
And as well, that ward isn't going to die before he actually clears this out. So there is now... Oh, he's going to be spotting it. But there is now the opportunity. I was going to say if they didn't clear this, to spot out where Tien's going to path to next. If it's going to go Krugs and look for a full clear, which is what I imagine he's going to go for. But we'll never really find out. It actually looks like he might mix it up a bit and just go for more of these solo camp clears and look to try and get out onto the map a little bit early.
Another reminder, in Weiwei's Graves, 21.5 KDA. He's played, this is his 6th game on it now as well, so really high win rate, only lost on it once. He's heading up towards his top side himself. We've seen with Ornn versus Silas how sometimes Silas can overextend and then not really have a way out.
So in this top lane matchup between BuBu and Khan, it actually is fairly even. You can have Ornn do a fairly good job, as you can see right now. But the whole idea here is that you can just extend and be back as Khan, because you've got the Kingslayer to heal you back up, and you can survive the laning phase and then become super strong in team fight. So that's what the game plan here for Khan is. You're not going to see him trying to kill BuBu unless either player makes a mistake.
As bottom lane, FPX hit 2 first. BuBu playing through the wave. That's really nice, but the Abscond Abduct does eventually connect, and we're seeing more of this. Searing Charge, is it available?
It's under tower though, so like, it's kind of Khan trying to bait him in, going, go on, I dare you.
It's fun watching it all, because Ornn does not strike. He's not a tank. We've said this so many times. Ornn is a carry.
Have you tried to kill him?
He's literally a tank carry. Ornn has so much damage early, so you can see already leading with a bit of a lead, but he's pushed up in CS as Weiwei's started his invade nice and early. Look at where Tien is though. I believe the camp is available, so he's doing the same.
Yeah, and you can see Mo roaming over to join him here as well, just making sure that you're playing towards BuBu and Mo once again, which has been a bit of the game plan here in this series, especially when you've got the 2 solo lanes that should be pushing and able to support Weiwei if there is any funny business.
I love that both junglers just leave one Raptor as well. Not going to let the camp reset. Weiwei hits 4. Tien going around to Krugs. He did actually pick up Scuttlecrab, so he's on the bottom side now, the ability to dive, while Weiwei is shadowing top.
Weiwei is going to back though, so here, I mean, you're getting at least a little bit more experience towards Tien, so he'll be able to go towards the scuttle of himself and then back in towards his own jungle and have Krug still there after this back. So it means he can go then back into kind of a full clear down towards the bottom side once again.
Straight here from BuBu. Bellow's Breath at the Abscond Abduct point is a sight to behold.
Yeah, Khan needs to be careful because he's kind of getting to a point where he's in combo range, but will have the Kingslayer, but might just be CC'd for too long.
Straight from Mol mid lane meanwhile. And last game, you said it at the end, we didn't have many kills, but it was always, there was so much tension. Yeah. V5 obviously knew their win condition was build momentum and snowball. You know, this time around taking it a lot easier. It's about like, okay, we're going to trade this side of the map, that's fine. It's not like, oh, this is dire straits immediately. And we're 4 minutes in, it's a much slower pace. Weiwei's now back onto the map, once again going towards the top side. Tien is here as well. You talked about the CS difference and the experience difference. Tien now picking up the Krugs that were remained untouched by Weiwei.
Well, the thing is, Tien hasn't been pressured too much by Weiwei so far. So as long as Tien is able to just keep clearing like this, he did a good job of reading the invade pattern from Weiwei, he'll be fine. I mean, it's about getting into these team fights where you can still match against this Graves. So as long as you're not falling behind to Weiwei, that's a win for Tien.
Not going to be using top side now. In the second game, talked about expectations. Now the setup is you said 2-3 items for Mole and Sam D. The Team Rocket duo without Meowth. Team Rocket with their, daughter that needs to move out of home. She's about 33 years old. She's got a shield and a sword. Put that down. We're having breakfast.
It's always awkward, isn't it, when they show up?
Jesse and James. It's a sequel to Pokemon where they're
Yeah.
real life. As LWX not going to be taking the Dark Passage. The Death Sentence connects. Weiwei was coming down. PP God absorbs a lot of the damage. Solar Eclipse is out, and Weiwei just going back and forth with Mole on the horizon. Going to be spotted out here with a Hawk Shot. Tien nearby, but a level advantage for Tien to be noted.
Bew's moved down though. He does have his ult available. He's walked the whole way down. I don't think they...
Oh, over the wall, the play's there onto Sam D. He dodges away, gets exhausted. The turnaround from PP God, but he's left on his lonesome as Bew now needs to come on in. Call the Forge God, lines him up as Khan hasn't stolen an ulti yet. Chris gets low, the flash forward Mole almost connects it. As Dragon's still being procced here. Call the Forge God stolen by Khan is going to knock up PP God. The Shockwave is available as well. The Searing Charge as doing me. Shockwave is massive. Khan cleans up the rest. And FPX have taken this fight. There's no doubt about it. It's 3 kills in the back pocket.
Big mistake from V5 to take this fight. Bew had walked down, but once they weren't able to get some kills off of that initial engage, you got to play it safe. Sam D isn't in a position right now that he can fight. And as well, that beautiful shockwave from Doomby just shuts down any sort of aggression from V5.
Oh, you've given a kill over to the Orianna, the Silas, and then Tien takes one too. Really good start to the game for FPX. This is more of the expectation that was set as we watch this one again.
So neither AD carry is backed here, so you are heavily reliant on these more ultimate reliant champions like the Oriannas, like the Silases here, and when it comes down to it, FPX's ultimate usage was just far better. Mole going heavily aggressive as well, not being able to land any of these paddle stars, so a lot of that damage missing out too. And FPX are able to come out on top. Now, in this series for the first time, FPX are sitting on 1,000 gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, a good start. It's great because, in a way, it'd be really upsetting if FPX lost 0-2. But in another sense, it wouldn't be as competitive. I want to see this go the full distance.
I want to see something out of them, right?
Something.
They weren't able to keep pace.
People might discount V5,
It's like, FPX were on a bad day. They weren't able to do it. But look, I mean, FPX now, they are in the driver's seat. They are the ones that, at least if they can continue with this, will look great. You've got, actually, PP God looking to make a play mid.
Okay, well, Drop Bubble's there. Doomby flashes away, pays respect. His cleanse was also on cooldown.
As FPX, though, what I'd like to see them do is try and just continue with this strength, push over towards this Rift Herald. You now have Khan, who will again have this ultimate up and available, can actually start to steal away some of these more gauge-heavy ones, like the Leona, since you've got that call out, the Forge God will still be on cooldown, but especially when you've got Sam D, who's going to be stuck in the bottom lane here, you can shove in this wave, have Crisp and LWX roam up if you want to, and try and threaten more of these fights where you're stronger, because Sam D has gone for a cull and a tier. He's not in a fighting position right now.
Yeah. V5 want to contest anyway. Starting on a ward. Sam D, PP God is actually still nearby. Khan behind the pit. And V5 now going to be pushed off it, but look at mid. There's so much pressure there. The wave's going to get pushed on in. I know we're looking top, but we should be looking at FPX moving up.
If Bew does manage to force out Khan, though, that could be a bit of an issue, but I don't think V5 are going to try and fight for this first Herald. You can see already Sam D still in the bottom lane, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, V5 like to fight. That's what I've learned. Chris lands the hook. Doomby gets paddle start out as a two-man shockwave comes through, but Bew's joined the fight. Call the Forge God lines them up. The arrow sailing through and in between. But FPX have the bigger health bars, and they're back on the Herald.
You see now, though, Sam D has made his way over, so a lot of those ultimates now down with the Call of the Forge God used and the Solar Eclipse, so maybe the poke is enough for V5 to dissuade them, but they decided they've had enough. Not that call needed to come in earlier from V5, though, because Sam D's roamed all the way up, couldn't trading this play for turret plates in the bottom lane, but instead isn't actually getting any sort of advantage back for V5.
Some of those small gaps that we've seen from V5 in the past, a touchback to their BLG series, even versus LGD, right? Where sometimes the shot calling has been really good for V5, but it's not perfect. This team is definitely nowhere near perfect. As Mole will at least go back mid after the Herald goes down, picks up a bit of turret plating, but look topside. This is a big advantage. LWX setting it up as it's 3 versus 1 underneath the turret. Bew doesn't have the ulti. Takes too much damage though in Crisp as the box goes down.
So, I mean, you can see right now Tien, after what was a shaky game one, as the damage will go on to Doomby, is starting to feel a lot more confident in this game. And being able to work in conjunction with Crisp is exactly what we want to see from these. They are such a nice pair when they are able to have influence around the map. It's why we see Crisp with such a high first blood percentages, because he's often paired with Tien. But this time around, they're getting control, they're getting vision, and they're forcing back V5 from just being able to influence the map how they want.
It's also the Thresh pick that at MSC we saw them beat, I believe it was JDG in the semi-finals, and we saw them kind of take them down. And Crisp had a really good showing on this champion. Both these supports should not be given Thresh, by the way. Both their best champion by far this split. And now gripping up with Tien, like you talked about, 30 seconds till the Dragon. Setting up for it, FPX have priority. There's a first item on Doomby as well.
FPX are going to be able to take it. V5 aren't going to fight. SamD already moving towards this top lane. Same with PP God. They're just going to say, look, we're going to gift this. We've made too many mistakes here in the early stages. We're going to take it slow, not extend this 1,000 gold lead for FPX. And what we can do then is at the third Dragon, when we've got the Luden's Echo and some more items onto SamD, we can look to fight them.
Call the Forge God going to be used to clear the wave at this point. BuBu's not backing down. Even with Doomby here and the ultimate available, BuBu could be in some trouble. Shockwave under turret flashed away from, and the Enchantress Arrow dodge. But still, FPX don't care. They've got minions to take, turret platings to keep.
They do slow down this push on the bottom side, though. You got to wait for a few more of these minions to arrive up. He does have Herald, though, so you will be able to eventually get the push going, but it's just trying to delay it enough that they can answer on this top side.
At least get somewhere close. Khan is moving back up towards the top side. Herald now finally coming in. Gold is spread between Doomby and LWX. Doomby is a big Orianna already. I think this game he's setting up to succeed once again.
Yeah, and I mean, when you've gone for this Luden's Echo build, you're looking more towards that late game. It's not the GLP build that we've seen sometimes creep into the LPL, where it's more mid-game focused and utility focused. This is Doomby going, no, I know my role in this team. I am to provide the late game insurance to make sure that with these big shock waves, I'm giving enough of a bruise onto V5 that LWX can clean up in these fights.
It'll always be interesting to see second item. Spellbinder usually the go-to, but we've seen other options here in the LPL. We'll talk about that briefly in a moment. That's great English. We'll talk about that in a moment. We still don't have first item for Mole. First item was picked up there by SamD, but there's no Iceborne / Trinity Force just yet. BuBu sitting on the components towards the Majora's Mask, but that's not there yet. By the way, BuBu is in a big CS lead. Have you noticed?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been doing reasonably well. Yeah, pretty much. And
he farmed. Remember that last fight? I think he came back and farmed mid and then went top.
Well, he was already, like, this is the thing. We talked about, you survive as Silas in this top lane. You don't win this top lane matchup. It's more about then getting to the team fight. So this isn't uncommon if you end up as the Ornn in this matchup to actually come out as CS advantage in a couple of these situations.
Also, BuBu so far has had a pretty good series, so there's that to account for as well. Will be really nice when he's going up against the Silas. SamD's now sitting mid. Turret plating has gone down.
I'm really curious to see how big these Orianna ults can be. Because, like, think about it. You're going to have Mole coming in from a different angle. SamD's going to have his Arcane Shift. So you're kind of relying on hitting PP God, BuBu, and Weiwei. Now, that is still amazing if you can hit these consistent 3-man shockwaves. But I don't know how much Doomby is going to be able to do in that regard. I'm going to be really happy just from a fan point of view if we can get these consistently off, but I'm not entirely sure if we can guarantee that for the side of FPX.
I mean, at the very least, it's better so far. SamD has to cleanse an Arcane Shift away. Unfortunate. Chris getting a good hook means they can shove mid, they can set up towards bottom side because something's afoot. FPX are clearing out, pushing in for vision. Khan's pushing bot, while Mole's pushing top. I will say, V5, not that far behind in gold, all things considered.
And a lot of that is going to be on that CS. You can talk about for Ornn, you can talk about for Ezreal, and although they are behind in kills, they've been keeping up when it comes to those towers and making sure, again, as we talked about, they're not giving any more over to FPX. Well, although this bottom lane one is going to go. I got something I want to tell you. You're not going to like it.
What is it?
No, I was going to say for that bottom lane tower.
Good.
Look at Doimby's gold. Holy moly. That is a lot.
I'm actually surprised Sam D's closer behind it. But you look, CS, we mentioned 20 CS over LWX. Has just been farming out. Plus he has the coal that he can sell anytime.
True.
And we've got another Dragon coming up. FPX already on 2. Cloud Soul, not going to be as great as the Ocean Soul was for V5 in Game 1, but still, they've held control. And V5 are now resetting towards that objective. As we've got another Herald coming up as well, sir.
So we've got the Herald coming up, we've got that Dragon coming up. You just got the Iceborne Gauntlet completed on Sam D as well. So there is an opportunity now for V5 to start looking for a couple of these fights, but still not guaranteed that they really want to go for it, because LWX, he's got his Blade of the Rune King. You're looking at this Orianna looking quite large and in charge. I don't think they want to try and tussle too early yet. Be more looking at that Dragon rather than the Rift Herald that they go for.
Okay. FPX have topside priorities. Khan has stolen away, called the Forge God to defend the bottom side turret. Weiwei stands in turret for a little bit too long. But V5 are committing down here. Dragon's up in 30 seconds as well, as the Herald was taken and secured by Tien.
Instant back coming through from Weiwei. He realizes his blunder. He's just taken half his health bar with 30 seconds until this Dragon, so they can't really go and protect the Dragon at the moment. Giving over that Dragon Soul would not be a good look for V5.
I like what Mole's doing, stopping Doinby from backing when he himself bit of damage down. Not too much mana either.
And when he's this insistent on backing, it looks like he probably has that Spellbinder you're talking about completed, and also maybe sticking around to try and hold on to this mid lane turret.
In the bottom left, we just saw the Shockwave was used as Mole's going to get tagged by the arrow on the way out. They don't even need the Orianna ulti, but he will eventually steal a summoner, use it away. Dagda, while we saw that trade and while we see Herald mid, Shockwave's not up for another 15-20 seconds.
And V5 can still look to defend this mid lane turret as well. FPX looking to try and get priority so they can move into River and get vision, but V5 aren't going to let them go and have that easy.
So, Enchanticle's arrow is down. True Shot Barrage tags him on the way out. They're trying to stop the Herald and Viewbee walking up, but it gets the charge down, but not the completion. As Call the Forge God, lay it down only onto one to poke out Tien. He flashes away with a Solar Flare closely behind. Khan now ready for the re-engage as Viewbee is the one slowed down, but the poke from V5 as Sam D. Arcane shift forward is massive. Khan left alone in the lane. The trouble bubble absconded away from. Dragon's still there, but V5 had the turret on their mind.
I was about to say, I'm not sure what ultimates Khan can steal away right now.
He wants to steal the flash. Okay. He's got it. Now run.
Khan does have the ultimate from PP God, so they could look for these re-engages. The problem for a lot of that was that the Chantal Crystal Arrow was down, and Khan, I believe, couldn't use Viewbee's Call of the Forge God as well. So they didn't have that guaranteed engage tool that we talked about earlier. So the poke was free reign from V5, and FPX are forced back.
Tien just walks up and smites it away. Trouble bubble lands from Mole downtown. It lays down LWX, and the flash comes in again. Mole doesn't have much mana left, but he's forced away FPX. The turret held onto, and Dragon was secured before. As Solar Flare stolen. If PP God didn't back, if he didn't
I
move,
mean, it's PP God. He's omniscient. You know, he knows everything.
PP deity, right?
Yeah, exactly. He knew what was coming. He knew what was going to happen. He manages to escape away, and good call there, because as we were saying, look, you already got Mole, who's super low on mana. If they'd lost PP God as well, that could turn into this mid lane turret going down out of nowhere.
Turret that's been holding everything together at this point. Gold at 2k for FPX still at the 19-minute mark. We're looking towards Baron coming up, but it's way too early to be talking about that. Instead, note the items that are on your screen. Second almost here for Doinby, who is going towards that Spellbinders, the 206 CS Orianna.
I'm still waiting for him to back. I still want to see.
And
He must be so close. He's been sitting on these items for a while, so I want to see him if he's actually... I'm assuming he doesn't, is why he's still here for the wave, but yeah, now going to back away. So, but it does mean that V5 at least have a bit of a tempo advantage here, where they can start to get pressure towards this mid lane and see if they can use the backing timing of Doinby to get the turret, but it looks like they're not quite in a position to try and go for it at the moment.
Yep, he went back, Spellbinder's up. So, stacks galore. Now, Doinby picked this up in the previous game. He got 1,056 AP versus, who was their last game against? Versus E-Star, sorry.
E-Star, yeah. Sorry, I was watching because I
you're
saw
okay.
that pillar go down. I was like, hold the phone. But it looks at the moment V5 not trying to pressure things too heavily. Mole trying to get control of this top lane, and it looks like they're going to try and shove in top, force an answer from FPX, and then look to try and take some of these turrets with just the extra man pressure. I mean, we already talked about how much poke is possible from this squad. If they're sitting underneath mid turret, anyone on FPX is going to be just a target for it.
It's like a shame you don't have Ocean Soul if you're FPX, right? It would have been
I know.
nice to deal with. 2 items to the Ezreal, still pushing mid. Colonel not too sure, he's gone 60 to 40 with FPX under his belt. As PP God is face checking, but just dropping a ward.
He knows.
Yeah, did a bit of a dance. Dangerous as Chris lands the hook. The death sentence onto Mole. Pillar placed behind him as well. The Sleepy Trouble bubble. And Mole, even though he's behind in CS, he's still a big deal here for V5.
There's no real follow-up because they're still looking at LWX split pushing in this top lane. So they don't guarantee having everyone here in case V5 all collapse, especially since you just saw BuBu dip into the shadows. So instead, just a hook, a little bit of a warning, but it's still FPX. They're at least holding on to this lead for the moment, and it's not really growing or shortening either way.
But you can see that every time Khan moves into Fog of War, the pings are going down from V5 because he's stolen away BuBu's ultimate. SamD and PP God are going to feel the wrath of it as he walks into the choke. Weird pathing from PP God. Golden in the nick of time from the Death Sentence. Shockwave available though. He gets pulled back in and his Solar Flare is not too good. That's a mistake from the bottom laner and FPX take him down.
He's done so well at it, avoiding everything FPX were trying to pick him off with, but unfortunately at the end of the day he gets caught out by Khan. Nothing really here, though, is the big thing. I mean, yes, you get the kill, the gold is nice, but there's an objective they can go for. Mole is still pushing top lane, still a minute towards Dragon, so it's not massive amount gained. And honestly, you don't have access to this Call of the Forge God now for this part, for this Dragon
least,
fight.
you've taken away a flash from the Leona, right? Solar Flare's on a cooldown too.
Should be back up. Solar Flare is on a fairly short cooldown at this stage.
True.
So, I mean, that's not a massive issue. It's more, well, Khan will have access to the Solar Flare. Just, I think the Call of the Forge God, having that for this Dragon fight could have meant a lot more, because you're still going to see V5 trying to contest this objective.
I want to see a Silas still portal jump. It's got to look ridiculous. It's just so silly. It's like, why would you? But when everything else on the board is
Portal
so much
jump, you then get the second part of the abduct. So
Oh,
then you
yeah.
jump back, then fly in. yeah. I'm on board. I'm on board.
Okay. Hey, Void Staff, second for Mole. The Morello haters would love Mole right now. As FPX are going to get the mid lane turret right before the dragon spawns. PP God is back up and available. But FPX are waiting. Khan needs to steal an ult Solar Flare in his back pocket. Shot Barrage. Tags everyone.
V5 need to be careful about moving through these chokes, though, because if they do, there's a chance that everyone in FPX just dives on top of them and you end up with these big
on the back
shockwave
of the pit.
opportunities.
Wants to steal collateral damage, doesn't get it though. Line him up into the carries. A Solar Flare on top as well. V5 get FPX low as the poke is still flying thick and fast. The arrow through the middle as well. Mole is flanking them around, but zoned away by Doomy. Shockwave. FPX is so low, but the turnaround from Doomy walks too far forward. He was over ambitious, and my lord, that fight on a whim.
Very, very close. It does give FPX the dragon, though. Should give V5 this mid lane turret, however. So it's going to all come down to if FPX can finally secure that last dragon, give them the soul, or whether V5 are able to keep them at bay. But BuBu, I felt sorry for him in that fight. He wasn't able to move for the entirety of it.
He's playing the Ornn tanks well. This is what you're saying. It's amazing how no one died in that fight. This game, too, is still delivering. FPX are playing a lot better.
You have to be careful those V5, because this is where I start to get worried, especially when you've got a couple of rookies on the team that over-chasing into these jungles against Doomby is perfect for him. He leaves the ball behind. Right, you're going to run straight over a big shockwave onto Mole, onto SamD, which nearly turned that engagement. So, V5 need to play a little bit more honest, need to make sure that they're not going as aggressively forward, but you can see it's still. If V5 have the opportunity to get on top of FPX, where you don't have these gold buttons available for Khan and for LWX, it turns into a very different fight.
You can see Doomby now also has the Void Staff bottom of your screen. 2,500 gold over Mole in this game too. And FPX as a whole, that's pretty much their gold lead, bar the spare change. Baron's still up and sitting there. V5 getting control in this top side, while FPX have other plans on their mind. They're heading towards that pushing wave in the bottom side. This is where SamD and BuBu are. They'll be spotted out on a ward, encroaching territory. They want to push mid, they want to control these waves and continue forward.
Yeah, V5 are just trying to get their waves under control right now because you can see Mole. Oh,
Samd
no,
in a straight line. He's dead. And that ultimate pays dividends. Samd down for 40 seconds. FPX have mid, and they also have a Baron sitting there.
How many times do we see it in a straight line? It ends up getting caught out with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Good on FPX, though, to catch it. Great from LWX to send it straight into Samd. And now they can just turn towards Baron.
His cleanse was about 20 seconds from being up as well. FPX on Baron, 5 versus 4. This could look to help seal the deal. That's full health bars, but V5 are coming in to challenge.
You do have 2-level advantage for Weiwei, though. FPX would need to turn and fight so it doesn't turn into an advantageous smite fight for Weiwei.
Depends on Mole. Trouble level lands here. Weiwei can't get near the pit. The steal from Mole, maybe no. It is secured by Tien and turning for the fight. Onto Bubu, who can't get out of there in time. Mole poking from the side as the solo play for the disengage, but Bubu's life will be sacrificed and an attempt to get in and steal. Mole's out as well, and FPX 6-0 with the Baron in hand.
Honestly, I think if Mole hadn't gone over the wall, he might have given enough time for Weiwei to get into a position to go for the smite, but all said and done, FPX will pick up the Baron off of that nice pick onto Samd, and this is how we wanted to see them play, was to find some of these nice engagements that can set them up. Now they're looking so strong coming into this.
Tien has taken 42% of the team's damage. Wow, that is a good role player here for the jungler of FPX, and much better performance than what we've seen in Game 1. Game 1 was very, very average from FPX, and this is much cleaner.
I mean, fantastic arrow here, but Samd not getting wide enough to escape away. I thought he was just going to go straight up into the jungle route, but actually hook onto Zoe.
Okay, pick again. Mole dodges away from the shockwave, but Weiwei does not. The arrow lands on him as Mole survives, flashes away. But now they're searching for Bubu over the wall. Mole just commits suicide, and Bubu's going to do the same. FPX with this Baron, they're big death timers. They might just go to end the game.
They can't, especially if they get Samd.
Well, Samd, one hit away and he dies. Spin to win from Kanu. True shot barrages away. And FPX say enough is enough. Let's bring this to a game number 3. They'll head into the Nexus turrets. Weiwei will get turned into silver if he comes anywhere near them, and the solar flare to delay will not work out as Weiwei, even on the fountain, will be pushed back. And FPX, 9-0, take us to a game 3.
Welcome to the series, FPX. Glad to have you here. What a performance from these guys, especially as we talked about being able to just keep this early game calm, let Tien get to a point where he's going to be in great shape for this pick, for finding some of these team fights, and it really felt like V5 taking some of these weird fights to begin with, where they, like, the dragon fight didn't work out for them. They also then went towards Rift Herald straight away after, and it just ended up being FPX off of 1 or 2 early fights, snowballing their advantages.
Those 3 kills down towards Dragon, and it's amazing that, like, that same place is where Weiwei got first blood in Game 1 and then snowballed the game, and they won from. That same place is where FPX got the kills, essentially snowballed the game, and won from. So it's amazing to see that one player's turned this series into a Game 3.
And it's funny to see this sudden priority on the Ashe as well, because clearly these teams are very good with it, and being able to catch out people unaware, as we've seen in both these games now, has been so monumental in the success for both these squads.
Exciting to see that FPX actually showed up. I mean, V5 in certain ways in that game, they had small moments and small opportunities, but they never picked up a kill. They never got a pick with this Ezreal Zoe. And that dragon fight towards the bottom side where FPX got so low was the only moment where I was like, oh, actually, V5 can do something. But unfortunate, because at the end of the day, Khan and Doombie, the solo laners, plus the Ashe arrows were great. I mean, Crisp, FPX are talked about. The players.
Yeah, and they did such a good job on FPX's side in disengaging from these fights, where it made it so difficult to try and get onto them. Because even when Bubu had the Call of the Forge God, I was like, right, here we go. Going to be straight across the team. It was running for the hills as FPX, using the command dissonance to just create that distance, get a little bit more of a kite back, and then just see this Ornn all the live long day. So there's no hope of him actually being able to get on top of you and provide that front line that the rest of V5 really needed.
Because Bubu's Ornn wasn't that bad, but Calm was just so much more impactful with the ult he stole. Mole did a bit of damage, but yep, end of the day, Doombie having a good Orianna game, really stable here from FPX. A 28-minute win. V5 won game 1 in 29:45, so this series going to an hour and a half, it seems. But game 3 thrown up in the air.
And it felt surprising to me to see Weiwei not have as big of an impact in this early game, especially after we talked about him being on the Graves. But when you look towards that mid lane, I mean, Orianna Trundle is actually a pretty difficult matchup for Zoe to deal with, so the mid jungle 2v2 was not highly in his favor. And then looking towards top lane, the Ornn, it didn't really matter if you got them ahead. You're not going to be playing towards this Ezreal in the bottom lane, so Weiwei it looks like anyway a bit caught out on where he can actually have his impact and what he can play through.
I think Weiwei on Graves has never looked so, passive, right? Weiwei's Graves is normally a lot more aggressive. You talked about it yourself, about getting in your face and shutting down the enemy jungler. Weiwei in game 1 was very much like that, so it's interesting to see a dynamic shift. I think B5 running into game 3 is going to be a big question as to side selection so far, because the first pick on blue sides have been very different. So Ezreal or Graves. Yeah. And it's like, other teams doing this, yes, but this series, we're banning out of Aphelios. That's good.
You're a happy man when Aphelios is banned. I know you are, but I think still, I mean, this draft starts to get super interesting, right? We've already seen, like, the Ashe priority suddenly popping up for FPX, getting that out of the hands of Sam D. Graves being tossed back and forth, and even then the Nidalee bans coming in towards Weiwei as well. So is this starting to really spice into something that we got to keep our eyes on?
Find out how it progresses. One apiece here with FPX winning game 2. We'll go to a break. See who takes out the series after this.
就像刚刚那样，就是你跳过来，我先溜。
哎，但草人这个位置被照出来了，直接过来怼草人，草人很难受，闪现被打了出来。但正面怎么说？一波吸了一口，大招来了，草人20面进场，威力很足。
哦呦，这波被刘总打到有点爆炸，蓝条边被秒掉，705的话也是被融化。这边皇子可能要上，被恐惧了一下，
这边皇子有点危险，
给了个治疗，
有灯笼，
想抢，
哎，抢到了！
冥王真的是勇士啊！
而且正面则是 TP 复活以后 TP 到正面，
跑步闪现想跟人，这边扭到2个人，反手快点中了一下，奥菲六斯给一个大招，但是奥菲六斯被挂了个虚弱，这个虚弱很致命。
但是李伟强的输出位置很好，正面到现在还有4人对面，
还在吸，被炸死了。哇，这个虚弱谁给的？
又好了，这边还能再追吗？
要等奥菲留斯，
鱼有没有机会？有点机会。
这几个人的血量有点低啊！
只要被人戳进去，敌方这里很危险。
大招直接拉下来，
这波
楼知道风之棒拿到楼，流星都被秒掉。这边草人好像被打断了大招，草人被插满了毛，这边还在吸，没有捡治疗。
完了，奥菲留斯也阵亡了，鱼过去强行换掉一个人。
但是这风之棒怎么办？
全是宝，
草船借箭，身上插满了箭，但是没办法顶住了。这边风之棒拿到一个4杀。
阵地战当中，其实发条的装备起来，阵地战 IG 也不是特别虚了。
IG 这波肯定不
怕。勾到一个南风，但南风这里其实是很肉的。
哦呦，这个蓝魔大跟奥特还不错，
就可以直接比较的闪现。
这里厄菲留斯大招是被南风给吃了，
但这一波效果其实一般啊。一在打刮了一下，
救赎加一口，
勾到 EZ 了，
刷了一下刷到双 C， 但 POP 跟 Rookie 都有闪现，拉出来，
先拿下龙魂，
哎，龙魂拿下了小天，这波感觉 IG 要炸了 ，IG 要炸了。
视死如归，就在今天。
勾到了，想吸我就勾。
杜一碧，
蓝魔大招直接封路，但后面巨魔来了，
但是没什么打到的伤害。
皇子来了呀，这波皇子过来，不能上了，感觉要卖了。
对，风之矛死掉，这波又是跳出一个大招，EQ 挑起来，4个人，放羊大招
，Rookie 终于赶到了战场。
皇子跟发条经典配合。
望者何方者，虽远必诛。格玛西亚。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This series is spicing up much like my KFC burger I just had. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined in Shanghai by Dagda, and the players today at the Shanghai Arena in Hongqiao have decided we're going to go the full distance. And let me tell you one thing, man. That's exciting, because FPX didn't show up before, but now, after Game 2, after a 9-0 stomp in kills, it gets serious.
Like, this is for everything. We have seen a stomp on one side, we've seen a stomp on the other, and I don't know what way this is going to land, Hysterics.
I'm looking forward to seeing the final verdict here of the series as Doomby picks up MVP after game number 2. His Orianna clean this time around. 100% kill participation as well, with the damage added on top.
I mean, every single time these fights were starting off, it was, or at least, well, ending, it was Doimby's Shockwave that was ending them. So I'm not surprised to see him pick up this MVP. I mean, very first fight, Doimby Shockwave.
Yep.
As we're trying to escape, Doomby Shockwave nearly turning it around. So, yeah, this guy was everywhere and such an important part of the puzzle for FPX.
And this was the first part of the game where FPX just found that lead, and V5 never felt like that bounce back. Always on the mend and catching out PP God, catching out Sam D. It was FPX who forced the engage, and it ended out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, look, FPX looks so strong. You talked about LWX. His pick potential off of this Ashe was really, really strong. A lot of follow-up coming through, and it felt like at every point in time, FPX had an answer for what V5 wanted to do. Now, though, we're coming into Game 3. We get to see a very different style for both these squads if they want to go for it. I think, again, we'll probably see the likes of this Nidalee band away. I imagine Graves will still slip through. Felios will be gone. But I still want to see something a little bit different from V5, where they can have a bit more control towards these objectives in the early stages. And as well, if I'm an FPX fan, I want to see Doomby again on these carries, or at least things that can dictate the mid lane. Because in game number 1, a lot of the problems were that fiddlesticks, where you couldn't actually get out and do anything as Doomby. The second he's on an Orianna and he has that pressure, he looks so much better.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. We're going to see Fiddlesticks in this third game from one of these mid laners. I'm just sensing it. I sense it. When the crows are unleashed, I can smell them. Birds in the air, as they say, like you just don't care.
Ah, that classic phase, yeah.
As soon as we get in the big fan, I'm waiting for... how should I say this? I'm waiting for the big carry jungle performance in this third game, because it was way in game 1, Tien was stable in game 2. We're now to a third one where he loses Nidalee again. FPX on the blue side, and they've opted for this side as well.
I wonder if we will again see that blue side of Felios ban. It could be the opportunity
red side,
here. Or
you mean?
I think blue side.
No, it was red side last time, actually.
Yeah, but in the game 1 it was blue side. I prefer it on blue side. Oh, sorry, red side.
Red side.
I am...
It's because of V5, I know.
I was like, yeah, okay.
It's okay.
But yes.
We got a Felios ban.
This is why you get me. This is why it's good. But yeah, gonna see the Ashe locked in straight away. Super high priority here. So look, the thing is, as Ashe, you can be punished if you start to go to those later stages where into an Ornn, into these guys, you just don't have the damage to get through them. But we haven't seen these games go that long. It's very much dictated by who gets this early control, gets to run away with it. So LWX going for this Ashe where you can guarantee some of these picks and get that CC is awesome.
I'm curious as to what changes, because Weiwei has been picking up Graves as a priority. Now opts into the Trundle matchup. Says, Tien, take it. I don't care. You can pick the Graves. I'll take your side of the coin.
And it just means that, again, it's Weiwei doesn't have to have too much of a priority pressure here where you're trying to work through the jungle, trying to control the matchup. Instead, he can look again towards these team fights a little bit more. And when you've got an Iceborne Gauntlet and these Trundle Pillars, it becomes so difficult for you to maneuver in these fights.
Chris, we're going to see support here. Oh, hang on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't watched FPX at Worlds, just remember they did this a lot, as that should be a Nautilus locked in. I don't know why it's lagging a bit. This is always a flex. It doesn't matter what meta, what season we're in. Nautilus on FPX is always a flex between Doomby and Crisp.
It is, but I do imagine that it is going down towards that bottom lane for Crisp. It has been his most played this split. And I do know it is a flex, but I still think at the moment... Oh, we got it! We got it! PP God got his Bard!
100% win rate, 3 games. He's not lost on this. This is his best champion alongside Crisp.
That is... And LWX now has realized, oh boy, we've made a mistake. Because one thing that Ashe don't like is things that can pressure the backline that can come in from far range. And that's exactly what Tempered Fate does. We've seen PP God against iBoy in their Vici game. How quickly he can turn these picks on and set up V5
It's such a big change from V5 because in Game 1 and Game 2 it was always the second ban phase where FPX banned this away.
Yeah.
V5 thought, oh, it's fine, we have priority elsewhere. They've shifted gears and they've put more weight here on the Bard rather than the Ornn that's just been banned away by FPX.
It's usually because they prioritize BuBu so heavily in that first pick phase. We've seen the Renekton early lock-ins, the Ornn's early lock-ins. Now, though, we're seeing FPX go, okay, let's see what BuBu's made of here. Ornn going to be banned away. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe something like the Renekton, because that opens up a blind pick Wukong here for Khan if he wants to go towards that.
But the priority could be for BuBu to pick up the Wukong before him, especially when you have the Bard and you've already got the Trundle to build up for these engages. Let's see, because this is already so different.
I'm holding, I'm waiting, I'm holding. There we go. Okay, so it is the Renekton. So we could open up just the Wukong first pick here, as he talked about for BuBu. He has got a couple of other champions in his pool, and maybe we just see something locked in mid lane from Mole to guarantee that counter pick up in the top lane. But looks like instead they're potentially going to wait and see if maybe we get a sneaky Fiddlesticks like you predicted here, Sterix, in that role for
I just
Mole.
wanted to see it. I didn't smell the crows.
Never mind.
Syndra's normally banned a lot. Like 60% ban rate. The fact that it goes through, this is one of Mole's best champions as well. He loves her and Zoe.
And it fits super well with the composition right now, where you've got this super strong mid game, you've got a decent amount of pick that can come through with Tempered Fate, follow up with this Syndra. And overall, Syndra doesn't really have any bad matchups right now, so you're free to do what you want here. And even if you do go towards a Rumble, you'll take quite a beating here as Doomby in the early stages.
But it does guarantee that it is a Rumble mid and a North bot, as has Khan played Volibear. My sheet opens.
He has not.
He has not. He's played Kale, Quinn, Wukong, Renekton, Morn, and Ornn.
Oh, he's not. He's undecided.
How good would they be at diving?
There we go.
With a Rumble Volibear.
Yeah, I think BuBu is going to be real unsafe here in the top lane, because especially as Doomby, when he's on something like the Rumble, will oftentimes give up a wave in mid to get these roaming plays off. So there's a high chance that they just go up towards top, beat down BuBu over and over again. I like the Wukong here. Although you do lose out against the Volibear early, it gives you a little bit more survivability underneath these turrets if they do go for the dive zone. But honestly, you're going to be playing super passive here as BuBu. And even if you do manage to survive a couple of these dives, which you probably won't with Khan switching off the turrets, it's still not going to be fun times for BuBu.
It's an interesting way to end this series. Mole gets Syndra, PP God gets Bard, but Doomby back on his Rumble. LWX again on this Ashe, and Khan says there's a bear in there. BuBu is going to be crucial. And Dagda, you're about to tell me how this all works, because I mentioned FPX before. It feels like they could dive quite easily. I say that a lot with Volibear, but with a Rumble, that's kind of easy.
Yeah, definitely the dive potential on both sides of the map is really, really strong, because even though you've got the Volibear there, you've also got to be thinking about this, Ashe Nautilus playing the bottom lane. That's a lot of CC to follow up on very, very quickly. Setting up super well for the likes of an Equalizer, or even having Tien come in over the wall with the Graves burst damage. So you have like classic FPX here, which is this early dive potential, early roam potential coming out from Doomby into super strong early to mid game fights as well. Think about like that one item spike for a lot of these our champions. So we got to see how V5 are going to deal with this, because they've still got to wait a little bit longer. You got Sam D, who's going to be still waiting to get towards the Mana Moon and the Iceborne Gauntlet. You're waiting for Bubu, who will more than likely go for something like the Tiamat first, then into a Triforce. So he's a way off of completing these items. So FPX, at least for the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game, have control, and then it starts to even up towards Victory 5.
Game 3, V5 picked up number 1. The very first game of the series in dominant fashion. FPX nailed them down in Game 2 with a 9-0 kill score. We're to a Game 3 where I'm sure a lot of fans were like, this is where V5 will drop. We've gone the distance. And these teams, in some regard, feel evenly matched because of what we've seen in 1 versus 2.
I 100% agree. And a lot of this has come down to that mid-jungle 2v2. And that is where I'm looking right now, because I feel like V5, when you look at Weiwei Mole versus Doomby and Tien, if you can land a stun into a pillar from Weiwei, you pretty much remove Doomby very, very quickly. So I think looking at this, there's an opportunity here for V5 to try and play heavily through this mid lane, turn that into some of these dragons that we were talking about nice and early, and then set themselves up really nice coming into that mid-game spike off of 2 items we were talking about.
Surprised we don't actually see a cleanse coming out of LWX. Confident of him to pick up heal versus this Bard versus the Syndra. And while Sam D yet again, the cleanse here after we saw the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, that's going to be needed. And we begin. Crispin LWX. Oh, close. Jungler's starting towards the top side, leash from Khan, but no leash here from Bubu. And it is a Phase Rush Trundle yet again.
Phase Rush Trundle, Phase Rush Graves, going to be looking to use a lot of that speed up when it comes to the team fights, including those Nimbus Cloaks. It works super well for junglers, so not surprised to see that too much. And even having Mole opt for the Phase Rush here in the mid lane as well, just gives him a little bit nicer kite back, and also just keeping Doomby at bay in these early laning trades.
Doomby will be dead if he doesn't have flash, doesn't have heal. Phase Rush Trundle, if no one's played against it yet, is so irritating. Pillar, chomp, auto, and you run after them, and you're a nuisance. So Sam D is getting annoyed by Crisp here. Really good trade by FPX, and V5 bottom lane only managed to get a nice little Cosmic Binding, but that's it. Sam D at half health.
Yeah, this is the thing with Bard. You don't really have a huge amount of lane pressure. And same when you're paired with an Ezreal, so hitting level 2 versus Crisp, able to get in aggressively. Sam D trying to finish off the creep, but couldn't quite do it before he took a big old chunk of damage. Here, though.
Yeah, Pillar is available. Level 3 Cosmic Binding against the wall. Crisp has walked in, has to flash away with the Dredgeline. He'll escape, but that's a summoner burnt here by V5 early in the game.
Crisp will be able to move out, though, but good to see Weiwei being a little bit more proactive in these lanes. However, Crisp and Tien want to try and get in. Will be spotted by that ward.
Just drop one themselves. Tien crossing over towards mid. That means Mole can pull back. We didn't talk about Mole summoners. He has opted for teleport in this lane versus the heal from Doomby. As Doomby's going to get a really nice trade here. Mole, even with the overheat, the auto attacks are great. Scatter the weak with Phase Rush. He's out of there, and now it's very important to talk about summoners because Mole is going to have to TP back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world, though. As Mole, having these trades that go poorly doesn't matter because you can come back in with full health, but Khan on Weiwei.
Weiwei just auto path top, maybe. It doesn't care about Khan. Dredgeline again. Sandy cleanses.
He's not having the best of times here. And what has been a lane that's worked for V5 previously, LWX and Crisp are really punishing. Especially when we talked about LWX and Crisp not being that strong as a 2v2 right now. They're stepping up big against PP God and Sam D.
The hope here for Sam D after using the cleanse is that he can survive this lane a little bit longer. Has the Caretaker's Shrine from PP God to heal him back up. Plus he's opted in for Biscuits in this lane. As we're getting a closer look at top lane. Volibear versus Wukong. Monkey Bear. The most innovative of the matchups in League of Legends.
Bubu's doing a good job, though, to keep even, because this isn't the easiest of matchups, because you do have some ability power damage that comes out from the volley bear, and you've also got a lot of damage that can come out very quickly from press the attack, so you don't get an awful lot of time to stack the stone skin, try and return that damage. So BuBu actually coming out even right now is a big win for V5, as he's about to hit that level 6, which is where this matchup comes a little bit more even for Wukong.
Did opt in for the biscuits, so that could be partially why. Doran shield as well, going to help a lot. While Khan goes back, it's a long sword and Ruby Crystal to start off his game. So the Phage, of course, standard pathway. We have seen Black Cleaver, we've seen Trinity Force mainly though, as there you go, Dagda, there's your matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've just bought his volley. You're going to have BuBu back. He'll use the teleport to get towards top lane as well, but it means we are looking at 4v4 when it comes towards dragons if you want to fight. I think V5, after that last game, they're going to be a bit more shy about going towards this, especially with Sam D low on health. Should just be an FPX dragon.
Especially when you look towards V5 and you're like, okay, the level 6 point is when they can actually start dealing some damage and start getting some of this setup that we talked about in pick bans. So BuBu and Mole both 5 and no one nearby. Sam D also bullied out in that bottom lane yet again. And Dragon secured here. Cloud to start the game off. Means we have an Infernal or a Mountain Rift coming up this game.
It's going to do good for both sides, to be honest. So nice to see something that will be a bit more impactful than the Cloud.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, look, this is what we expect coming into this. FPX, they are the team right now that have that 10 to 15 minutes to work with. So they're just looking to put as much pressure as possible. And here's the El Clasico for FPX.
Auto attack with the Ignite. Chris stays a little bit long in the engage here from Sam D with the Arcane Shift. Chris survives though, but against the wall, the end of the line does so much work. And it comes in for a double, while on the top side, BuBu is getting solo killed by Khan. Double Cyclone, but the bear enrages and forces the flash from BuBu. And V5 in the early game again lose out.
It's going disastrous for V5, and even in those lanes where we thought BuBu might be able to steady it out, take it a little bit easy, he ends up going a bit too far. Now though, with Weiwei sitting in the wings, maybe looking to try and collapse onto Khan.
But after Stormbringer, I mean, he's full health again. BuBu has to walk back to lane after burning the flash.
That play bot lane though is the play we talked about from FPX, with Doomby giving up a wave to go and roam, but now top lane.
No ulti for Khan or BuBu. The pillar perfect from Weiwei. Phase Rush enabled. The Sky Splitter gives a bit of shielding, but Mole comes up to pick up his first kill of the game. So response here from V5.
A minute until the Rift Herald's up though, so not going to be able to get any objectives off it. And you can see already Crisp has roamed up towards this top side, trying to get some vision control down, but this is just a great play, and Crisp nearly going down to Sam D. A good heal from LWX would keep it alive. I mean, in that case, I think Sam D even burning the heal, or burning the flash, wasn't worth it. You're going to go down. Might as well try and keep these summoner spells, but nearly able to turn one around.
I think it's quite incredible that that Chris survives there after all that as well. Sam D going very aggressive with the Arcane Shift was a cool play, but 2 kills now on LWX. He picked up the Vampiric Scepter and he has the Berserker Greaves this early into the game versus only a tier for Sam D. Things looking good yet again for FPX's bottom lane. This time LWX set up very differently from game number 2, where he had all the assists, he was set up through the arrows, but he didn't really have any kills.
Uncharacteristic from Sam D as well. We expected him to have a lot of, not pressure in this lane, but at least not gift over a bunch of hooks to Chris. So then he ends up falling behind. So surprising to see him, but here we go.
Well, can't get onto him. Pillar out of range. And Tien, meanwhile, is taking away the blue buff. V5 are moving over. Equalizer is available still. PP God doesn't have the Tempered Fate. That's a big difference.
Just have a level advantage over
level 4. Oh, the pillar was close, but Tien gets away the blue buff. And now CS leaders, FPX are committing to the bottom side dive. Tien maybe just going to walk out in the end.
So FPX still looking to put their foot down when they've got the pressure here. Managing to steal away the blue buff is really nice for Doomby because...
Hang on, I know you... that breath of fresh air, Dagda didn't feel good. Enchanted Crusader and the collateral damage. Sam D definitely having an off couple of games.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Sam D. This guy, he's been so strong for V5 and one of my favorite players on this roster, but right now he is not looking hot at all. And this is only going to get worse because, as I was about to say, with that blue buff being stolen away, Mo won't be able to push as effectively against Doomby, already struggling to try and get through that shield to actually deal damage to Rumble. So now, with that push pressure Doomby has, he just goes bot lane, rinse and repeat this dive, get the tower, and you're well on your way as FPX.
Already a 20 CS lead for LWX. He gets free range in this lane once again.
I don't know what Sam D was thinking there. Like, you cannot walk up that close with the Nautilus there.
He had Arcane Shift available, it looks like. Yeah.
I don't know if it was just off cooldown.
Maybe.
Because that seemed like a really long time to not use it.
That's true. Maybe it only just came up
Unless
after.
there was the potential he was waiting for that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to come out and then realized, oh god, I gotta use it now anyways. But
maybe.
Yeah, still.
I mean, the problem is here, much like we saw in game 1, the carry jungler's off to an early lead. And even though it's not Nidalee versus Graves, Tien is 15 CS up. As Unleashed Power onto Doom, he forces a heal out. So Mole, at least having some pressure in his own lane. But back to the jungle matchup. We don't have Warriors yet, but will soon. And Tien is going to be a massive threat this game.
Yeah, he's going to be massive. You've got LWX, who's very quickly going towards that Blade of the Rune King. So now, when you look at the second dragon, V5 can't contest again. And with how far behind Sam D is, I don't even know if they can try and contest for a third dragon. Like, he's got the cull, he's working up eventually towards those items, but he is going to be so far behind his curve.
You're going to think that for Sam D now, just wait for that call, wait for everything to come through, and then see you in about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Which is not where you want to be as an Ezreal. You really want to be hitting your stride in this mid-game, but especially when you've got to try and get through this volley bear, you're going to have a lot of damage coming out from Doomby. This mid-game spike from FPX is just as brutal as V5, so the fact that Sam D's behind just gives a lot more time to FPX to try and use this advantage that they're snowballing away with from this early game.
I'm ready to get Mystic level vibes here from LWX. You know, you remember WE Worlds 80 carry, now on a Freaker. One of my favorite 80 carries to watch. Even in the LCK, he's still super aggressive. I didn't get to watch this series the other day, but hope he's doing well. As FPX in front of the Dragon, this is an easy take. They're up about 1,300 gold, 11 minutes into the game, holding all the cards here with Rift Herald on Tien as well. He's clearing so damn fast at this point too. Control on all lanes. And right now for V5, just trying to get through the roughest part of it, as this time the Arcane Shift away from Crisp.
Still though, Sam D is playing so close here, and oh no, you can already see the dive is about to happen again. He's got no Mystic Shot.
Weiwei is nearby until Doomby comes through. You're right. Sam D's going to be locked on down. Weiwei trying to slow this play down. Underneath the turret, the Equalizer puts him into a corner at half health. He'll walk away as Doomby overheats. Really nice from Weiwei, stopping Tien as Mole is on the escape path for Doomby. Just needs to scatter the weak, unleash his power first though. Will slow down 2 members, but Mole can't get the kill. And everyone disengages.
Great from Weiwei to read that play. If Tien and Doomby had been able to get down a little bit faster, might have gone disastrously for V5, but Weiwei, again, tracking this enemy jungler, making sure he's stopping these plays come through from FPX.
Important stuff, because if that happened again, you're like, alright, only confirms the suspicion that this game could be in the ground. But holds on for now while Tien comes down to the bottom side, and with Rift Herald, doesn't look like V5 will be able to trade. I mean, this turret's already dead anyway.
And FPX get to hold on to this Rift Herald, so when you look towards the next objective, which is more than likely going to be swapping LWX towards this top lane, trying to use the Rift Herald to either crack open that or mid lane turret for Doomby, well, now V5 are going to struggle to hold on to these objectives.
Where for V5, it's Weiwei topside now, actually spotted out by a ward. A compliment goes to FPX because they've been really good at tracking this game. As Tempered Fate underneath the turret, Scatterweak does connect onto Doomby. The Unleashed Power is not available with the pillar against the wall. Doomby needs one more chunk and dies. Tien in the choke, but exhausted away as Rumble flies past the screen. Collateral damage not going to kill him, but Angry Bear incoming smacks him in the face. Peeping on his double flash from Mole and Weiwei. This game's heating up, and I love it.
And here we go. That's going to be the Rift Herald in the mid lane. They want to get these turrets down quickly. May not get the charge. I think it'll get the charge off just before it goes down.
Won't get the turret though, as turret plating will be given over to LWX and Chris. With a flash forward in the dredge line, won't connect, but a triple knockup ensues as Khan gets pillared. Weiwei again with a great pillar as Chris takes one bit of turret shot. Bugler's in the engage for the Cyclone Flash, but there's too much distance, and that TP will be wasted, but does push off FPX.
Yeah, it means the flash down from Crisp as well. So there was a lot traded there, back and forth. Khan, though, will have his teleport now for this third dragon. And
True.
we already said, look, V5 are struggling to fight for these objectives. That's just been compounded now with how far behind Sam D is. And, well, Khan.
Bubu's committing to this. They want to find Khan. Cyclone will slow him down, but the Stormbringer makes him invulnerable. In with the Sky Splitter underneath turret. Bubu takes 2 turret shots, and away he goes. Khan says easy, gives him a clap, and walks away.
And you can see the pings on mid lane turret, so this is the play where they do get the pick onto Doomby. Nicely done by Mole to get that stun. Unfortunately though, not having enough left in the tank to finish off Doomby fast enough.
Rumble.
And yeah, but V5 here, PP God ends up falling down. Khan doing a good job of opening up from the top lane. The 2 flashes after the enchanted Crystal Arrow. So, look, I don't know, V5, it looked real good in game number 1. Game 2 has given you that leeway, but game 3, FPX are very much controlling what has happened.
3,000 gold lead, 15 minutes in the game, and you can see how proactive they're being with this lead as well. Constantly forcing V5 back, and even the turret plating was massive, 1280 for the side of FPX. And it's kind of funny because Doomby has been the most supportive member so far. Tien's been the one killing, getting credit alongside LWX, and Crisp and Doomby alongside him, really setting up for these plays.
So we do have Dragon about to spawn in 50 seconds. I don't see how V5 can try and fight this. You've got the back coming through from Sam D. He's probably going to go for the Mana Moon Aid to finish that off, but he's not going to have that Iceborne Gauntlet. And this is the point in time where he should be finishing off those items like popping the coal, then working up where he's like, okay, cool. Sam D's good to fight. He's not in a position to. You've only got the singular item complete onto Mole as well, so he's not going to be able to hard carry this. Triforce completed for Bubu though might be the saving grace here, because there is the potential for Bubu to get onto LWX and burst them out with the build that he's got.
Especially if they don't spot him here on the flank. Flash available is big too with level 11. And FPX are here. V5 is setting up for a contest, but Chris starting the engage will be short into the minion. Sam D is horribly scared at Chris from this game as Scout of the Week. Mole walks into River against the wall. Chris doesn't mind. The engage is there into the backline. Equalizer laid down as well, and Enchanted Crysaro keeps him in the pit for now. The collateral damage used, that's a lot of ultis from FPX, but not much, as PP God will be targeted, burnt down from Doomby. Bubu sends him away.
Mole is just going to be able to TP back in as well, so that doesn't amount to anything with all those ults burnt.
Chris,
now though,
re-engaging here onto Bubu, not too much damage as Khan finds PP God in the backline. He's a saving grace for now. Dragon does go down to FPX, but Mole, as you said, a 2-man Scout of the Week, while Bubu zoned away. Chris for the re-engage. They're fighting back, but V5 just don't have the damage. And FPX will take the Dragon. They'll take the fight yet again, only losing Chris.
Mole isn't in a position to deal the damage he wants to. PP God goes down before he gets the Tempered Fate off to separate the members of FPX. And Sam D, he's got nothing in the tank. He's running on empty. He's fumes right now. And FPX can fight at the Dragon. And now they can turn towards this Rift Turret.
It's incredible because I think V5 a little bit stage shy after winning that first game. It's gone downhill from there, and FPX is starting to take back control. Still up by that 3k, but they've got the Rift Herald that'll be taken from Shelly here. And we've got FPX with such a big lead at this point in the game, with a volley bear that's getting scarier, and PP God, who wants to try and take him down with the help of Mole. V5 just looking for options here in this early game.
Because they know, look, right now, our mid lane turret's essentially gone. That Rift Herald can pop down at any point in time and clear that one out. We're now going to lose out on team fights for a lot of the remaining future, so we can't really go towards that. And Khan actually getting that off is really good, because the Tempered Fate could have split up this fight and made a very different story. It meant that you could have had Mole go straight down onto the rest of them.
Khan's dead. Mole gets a shutdown, and this turret's going to go down with it. We need context, because that's a big pick, at least for gold. Nothing's up on the map.
Doomby is pushing in mid though, so I think they're still going to be trying to look for this mid lane turret. Not quite able to do it with Chris, but that's a big pick. I mean, kill, shutdown, turret gold. This is massive for V5. Well, not massive, but it's at least getting some gold back over in their favor. It's just unfortunate that it's not going towards Sam.
I will say, Mole's 3-0. And that Spellbinder, excuse me, it took me a while. That'll be done soon. Mole's ahead in CS, and V5 just needs some damage to play through this game. there you go. They've shored up some of the gold lead with it as well.
And I think that was the big problem in that last fight, was that Mole had gone aggressive onto Khan and onto Doomby, but meant that the actual squishy members that he needed to kill, like LWX, he couldn't get onto. That's why I was talking about that Tempered Fate being so important in that fight, to get rid of the tanks and allow V5 to regress onto the squishy back.
We just saw what happened. It was was Red Buff sold? No, I think it was secured. It was actually just a nice combo from Mole with Unleashed Power that got the kill. I noticed that Baron's coming up in 20 seconds, but importantly, the next Dragon, which is Soul Point for FPX, 2 minutes 15, and we're already pretty much at the 2-item point for most of FPX. Doomby's almost there, as we're going on a journey.
Yeah, not able to find the Yordle though. So instead now, FPX get the opportunity to crack open this mid lane turret. It was bound to happen anyway, but I would have liked to see them being forced to use the Rift Herald to do so. Now though, they've still got that Rift Herald around for a little bit of time, and they can still look to take these turrets at, well, just create pressure wherever they want, really.
Excited to get towards more of this mid-game, Dagda, because it doesn't seem as cut and dry as I thought it was when we saw the early game of FPX. I'm waiting for that Dragon. Waiting for the Spellbinder Syndra. Also, I think there's a Locket on the way from Weiwei. And a Death Dance coming through from Bubu.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Locket for Weiwei. Death Dance, as he said. As well, it's nice to have Sam D finally coming into the mix with that Muramana finally finished. Cole popped as well, so now he's not as far behind as he was. Might actually have some sort of impact in these fights. So there is now where V5 have started to steady the ship. It is a 3,000 gold lead though still for FPX. They still have a lot of pick potential, and Doomby, having finished that Leandri's Torment, is really strong right now.
A Rumble with Leandri feels so good as your core item, as Khan is heading towards Bubu. It's pretty much the same item spikes for these two, but Bubu's ahead by almost 50 CS. He's been farming up to become a Storm himself. No pun intended, as Dragon's up in 40 seconds. V5 have control for now, but FPX are not grouping yet, just pushing out waves.
PP got a Mole though, looking for the pick. This could be massive if they make it work.
There we go, Tempered Fate flashed away from... Okay, you get a flash for an ulti, but you do not have that ulti for the fight that's coming up.
Which could be massive, but 20 seconds now on this. They do get the flash from Doomby, which makes him a bit more of a sitting duck in these fights.
As Bubu onto Khan. Bit of damage, but not going to commit the ulti just yet. 3 people mid with Rift Herald and LWX joining. Tien off to the side towards Dragon. Sandy just gets burnt down just walking nearby.
And this was the problem with them not being forced to use the Rift Herald earlier. They do get to create this pressure, as they will get the charge off.
They don't care. They need to go to the fight, right? PP God going to use the Shirelias in front of the pit. The Infernal being started. Mole gets locked on down by Khan. The bear angry again. The Stormbringer as Mole kites it away successfully. But Infernal Soul's been given over. And Bubu goes down mid-spin. Top laners trade off lives. But FPX have that soul.
V5 just haven't been able to find success in this game. You can see that for the Colonel as well. He well knows that with that Infernal Soul going over to FPX, it is pretty much done for V5. FPX have been able to figure out the early game and run away with it.
3k gold lead with Soul is still massive. 22 minutes in, and for V5, now eyes are on the prize towards Baron. We've got 5 minutes towards the Elder buff, which will be very early in the game. We'll see if they can survive this onslaught any longer. We'll take a look at this again, because they locked down Mole, but he survived.
He did survive, but the problem here is the rest of the bottom half of this fight, where everyone else on V5 is just being destroyed by FPX. Doomby, LWX, and Tien have so much damage, and the fact you've got to commit both your carries on V5 to taking down Khan says a lot about where the damage situation is on V5. Now, it only ramps up even worse. Inferno Soul, and as well, it's really hard to try and play away from FPX because you've got this long-range engage with LWX. So they can just play wherever the hell they want to the map, and you got to be careful about just being picked off, especially in your jungle here with V5 out of position.
You see, V5 are just giving up the mid-tier turret. They say, okay, we'll back away. Bubu's set up for a flank though. He still has the flash. Cyclone's back available with teleport. FPX heading towards the Baron side of the map. Look at where PP God is. All the way towards the top side, but he's been spotted out by a ward, as you can see by your king.
I don't think Bubu has been, though. No. Bubu is in a good position. This could be the Tempered Fate that changes everything alongside the Cyclone. They need something. This is the last-ditch effort for V5, but looks like FPX aren't going to give them the satisfaction of having that fight.
Fortunate timing for BuBu as V5 are heading topside. FPX are going to send Chris back. Looks like it's just time to reset here for both teams in the end, but I got to keep reminding, if there's one way this game goes the other way, it's Mole, right? Sure, the engage from BuBu is going to help, and sure, maybe Sam D with a bit of poke that he's now acquiring with his damage that's slowly getting there. But Mole is still really fed. So that's the optimism in me.
And that's why you're getting a lot of tension onto Mole from Khan, right?
Yep.
Because he knows, hey, look, as long as we get rid of Mole, we can win these fights. So if Mole isn't able to get these multi-person stuns and damage off, well, then it becomes a bit of an issue. But I think when you look at it, eventually V5 should outscale. It's just looking so difficult for them to do so right now with that Inferno Soul.
Problem is about how the game goes for the next 10 minutes, right? As the Hawkshot doesn't spot it out. Chris goes in. He expects him in there, but they're not. Scatter the Weak onto Doomby versus 3. Unleash power onto Doomby. Gets the kill, but Mole's going to be locked on down. It's his 5th kill. He needs to survive with the Tempered Fate. He'll slow it on down as True Shot Barrage with the TP. But it's a 1-for-1. Both mid laners go on down. And Khan TP's in. They're in front of Baron. They're going to start it off.
They don't know where BuBu is, though, so maybe we can find V5 with this fight, but Sam D doesn't have the power to back up this engage.
They don't feel confident. PP God now moving in. Weiwei's not nearby, though, and it's just poking over the wall. Half committing while Baron goes down. They didn't want to take the risk. FPX are giving it.
Sam D doesn't have the damage, so even if they go for this massive engage, they don't really have enough to get through Tien, LWX, and Khan. I mean, look, BuBu is the one-man army here in that engage, and he can only do so much.
Sam D walking up to the turret, but does trade back on LWX. PP God comes in for safekeeping as well. At least there is some damage here. True Shot Barrage nails down the middle. As, okay, Baron, Elder Salt. Ticking the boxes here for FPX. They've got 2 minutes until Elder is on the menu. As we'll see Doomby's pick again, which Mole ends up dying from.
And unfortunately, I think PP God here needed to ult down towards Tien and everyone else, but he thinks that he needs to try and keep the Syndra safe, and means that he only ends up sitting, left him there as a sitting duck for when FPX do get up there. But this is the thing with Bard, right? You're made, like, it's make or break based on how good these ultimates are, how good your split-second decision-making has been, and when you're under so much stress on this stage, with Game 3 against FPX and everyone gunning for you.
Oh, Unleash Power, sorry, rather the arrow and the equalizer from Doomby. He still got it. Sam D gets bullied yet again as Mole is in the choke. Thanks to the Infernal Rift, he'll get out. But V5 lose 3, and that could have been the nail in the coffin for FPX to break the bases. LWX is going to be solo killed. He doesn't have the arrow available, but BuBu gets a double ulti, but healed on up. Now he has to get on out, which is such a hard task. He flashes away. He wastes some time, but he too will drop, and it's a failed effort.
I can't blame him, though. It was a solid effort. Heal, though, was far too much, and now FPX will crack the base.
Mole's over the wall. Khan has flash and was ready for it, so he's going to back away. Base going to be broken, but that's not the game just yet. However, at this point, it feels like FPX have to do some solid wrong. Or maybe they just go for the end.
20 seconds on BuBu. They may just look for it. It is risky.
All right, well, Mole's here, bit away for the True Shot Barrage. Khan goes for the dive. They find Mole, and maybe it's as easy as that when you have a Volley Bear who has a built-in Ohm Wrecker, as it was so close from V5. But FPX playing like champions as Sam D gets forced back as well, and LWX forces them further forward as Sam D gets 1 onto Tien. He's dead too. BuBu comes back alive, but LWX just isn't dying this game. That's the problem, that this Ashe is in your face, and it was close from V5, but FPX hold their honor.
V5 gave him a run for the money in that first game, but by game number 3, there was nothing left. There was mistakes coming through from the bottom lane that opened up pressure for FPX. Weiwei not able to have the impact that he was hoping for on this Trundle, and FPX off of clean plays in lane, in the jungle, and the roaming from Doomby will pick up the series win.
Looking in good spirits here as they should be. FPX coming back, because against E-Star it was a good game. They destroyed E-Star. But here against V5, bar the game 1, This is an FPX that are growing into their form towards the end of the split.
And I mean, you keep testing them like that, we have to see those layers that are holding them back fall away. And it felt like that's what we got to see throughout this series, where each game that went on, they got stronger and stronger as FPX. And until we got to that final game, and it just looked like they were unstoppable.
Because we're heading towards a midway point, right? And FPX needed to show us that they were a team that could beat, you know, the rising stars of V5. And this is good. Now sitting 4-2 after losing to Invictus Gaming. This is good for FPX, but I have to say, did not expect FPX to start sweeping them under the bridge, because Game 3, Sam D and PP God had their worst performance yet.
I don't know what happened.
It's
Sam D, I have been praising non-stop for his positioning, how well he is in lane. Like, even as we went into that game, I was talking about how good PP God and Sam D have been when it comes to the laning phase, but I don't know what happened. Sam D getting caught up with several hooks. And because Sam D was so far behind, PP God is then stuck in that bottom lane as well, which means he can't get those roams that we usually expect from him with this Bard pick, and it all fell apart for V5.
The problem wasn't that, you know, FPX were going to dive bot, okay.
Yeah.
But by the time that came through, Sam D had already died and already been set up. No flash, was half health. The problem was that through the laning phase itself, Sam D started finding failure. Not that FPX were focusing, so Sam D was behind.
And the thing is, if he hadn't fallen so far behind, if he'd got to this point where, okay, it's a kill rather than 2-3 kills, a 30 CS lead that's gone over, well, then he can actually have damage and be useful in these fights. He'll have the Iceborne Gauntlet completed when he should have, but instead he fell so far behind that LWX's item spike off just the Blade of the Rune King alone was enough to change that bottom lane dynamic. And then alongside Doomby and Khan, again, Triforce and the Leandries completed nice and early, means they can just run away with it.
And then in terms of how people have been beating FPX, we go back to the LGD series, we go to the individual game of BLG. I believe OMG did the same thing. Targeting bottom for V5, when Sam D and PP God fall behind, a lot of the time that's been a window for teams to take advantage of the map, and it seems this time around Mole wasn't strong enough to carry the whole team falling apart. Yubu really tried to make something, but even he wasn't on the same page with the rest of V5, so it all fell apart when the bottom lane fell first.
And it's difficult, right, as Mo, because you know that Khan is just going to run straight through you. The whole way this team comp really wanted to run was, look, we're going to butt heads, we're going to go front to back fight. But the thing was that every single time, Khan was just so far ahead that he was jumping in on top of Mole. So Mole is investing everything in killing this volley bear. But when it then comes to the 4v4 afterwards, well, you're still winning out as FPX because your AD carry so far ahead, your jungler's super far ahead. Doomby was massive at this stage as well. So it never felt like V5 had an opportunity to actually find a fight where they could find success.
And when we got towards that Soul point as well, it's like, well, okay, we've just given over Soul.
Yeah.
What do we do next? And they're so far behind the 8-ball.
And even the Soul thing was strange to me because you end up seeing, okay, mid lane turret, we need to defend this. We need to at least bait out this Rift Herald so they can't just make Rift Herald in the mid lane, get mid priority, and then go straight towards Soul point. Instead, they gift over mid lane turret because they go and try to make a pick on Doomby with like so much time until there's any sort of objective. It didn't make sense to me, and it felt like at the end of the day, V5, we started to see a little bit of the rookie-ness of this team, where the shot calling wasn't quite there, and PP God and Weiwei not able to really shot call themselves out of the hole they dug themselves.
So games 2 and 3 were a reality check to fans, and I think we've seen how V5 can drop the ball, but we can also see how V5 can be such a great team. The game 1 was still so dominating, and I know fans will be like, FPX just won, why are you guys talking about V5? Because V5 is a bit of a phenomenon. A team that's been 0-17 in spring, re-rosters, changes up, and it was 5-1, now 5-2. They're still up there. They're still second or third on the scoreboard. So here against FPX, taking a game is still a big step, but it's about those games 2 and 3 that make them into a top 3 or top 16.
And I think the reason we are talking about V5 so much in this FPX victory was, especially in game number 3, it was a lot of V5 mistakes that were setting up for FPX success. And then it becomes an easy, just, okay, well, we're now several thousand goal ahead, let's just fight them and run over them because we've gone for all these early dragons off the place. So I think a lot of this is still FPX, especially game number 2. They look damn clean. They look like the FPX of old. So we are seeing at least a little bit of that shining light spark again. but I want to see more of this because game number 1 was still very up in the air.
It really was. I mean, it's a great series to behold. We'll go through Game 3's highlights because it is about LWX, who I believe will be getting MVP. And I mean, LWX through this bottom lane was just consistent, but we just had the FPX dive of old.
Yep.
Feels good when you get a double kill with one volley.
I mean, one volley sets up the double kill, and then from there, LWX just sweeps the fights. Doomby, yes, looked flashy with a lot of these big ultimates, but it was LWX being the consistent damage and these arrows being on point again in game number 3 to set up for FPX.
It's the same in game 2, right? LWX had a really consistent series, bar the first game, and we got to this point where, okay, the pick potential's so great, and the damage from LWX with the 3 items at 27 minutes.
It was this combo between LWX and Doomby as well, with the arrow from LWX over the ults of Doomby just set up for so much damage. But you can see here, well played by LWX, 5-0-10, and that kill participation is sky high for an AD carry.
It really is. It's the one who cleaned up the rest of the Nexus as well and secured the series here for FPX. So much gold over Sam D, that full item essentially with the 3K, and this is a good sign for FPX. We talked about how this win or loss could influence them, would be concerned with a loss. A win here over V5 is big, now sitting 4-2. I'm looking at their schedule here. It's RNG, Vici, and then Top Esports in a couple of weeks. So it's good that we see them ramp up ahead of RNG, which is a big opponent for them. It's the 2019 spring rematch.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of fans are now looking at FPX going, cool, are we getting them back on the right track at this stage? And I think definitely looking at these last 2 games, we're starting to see them get back onto what has been happening, especially after their win over E-Star. They are really starting to look back like the world champions of old, like we expect from a playoff team, or even from, I know they end up 3rd, 4th, but you want higher from FPX, especially after the performance last year.
Can always go higher. The Phoenix must rise. Well, for V5 fans, I'll give you this one. It's E-Star on Sunday. Don't get your hopes down. 1 loss to LGD and FPX. The other 2 world seeds, of course. V5 will still go to Worlds. Don't you worry. We'll see what happened here today if you missed on out. And if you missed out, that's a shame. Our first series, EDG, got slapped.
Yeah.
Not much more to say.
I don't know what happened there. I thought maybe we get a day of upsets after DMO really coming into their own in that series. And
this was an upset.
No, I thought we get 2 upsets.
Two upsets. No, we did. FPX winning was an upset.
True. Yeah, true, actually.
You know? Yeah. So you're right, Dagger. It was the
day of upsets. Day of upsets, definitely. But still, look, I mean, it has been a very interesting day, both from DMO stepping up and also seeing FPX and V5, what both these teams are now capable of, and really getting a firm idea of where V5 do land in the grand scheme.
Because we are slowly figuring out where more and more teams fit. If we have a look at tomorrow, another English broadcast day for you on the Tuesday. Remember, this is week 5. After this week, we only have 5 weeks to go, so every match starting to count more and more. BLG, LNG, okay, I know, chat, you're not a fan of that. You want to see RNG and WE. You want to see what was actually our 2 greatest team fighting teams at some point. And I tell you what, right now, I wouldn't disagree with that either.
Look, you're going to have Teacher Map versus Xiaohu. These guys who like to get out, roam, influence the map, and they're going head-to-head, and who can just be as much of a nuisance as possible for the other team.
Also, Cryan, if he's playing, because he did play the other day, a bit of a rematch against WE, because Cryan got knocked out by WE in spring playoffs, so a bit of retribution on the line. And I think so far I've noticed that our top teams, there's a bit more of a bounce between like our top 6 this time into like that A-tier echelon. I think we're separating top of the pack and our middle of the pack.
I'm still trying to figure out a lot of those teams that are middle of the pack, though. We've seen that we get good weeks out of them, we get some messy weeks out of them. EDG, the example here today, where I thought we would see them take over against DMO, they end up dropping a game. So it's starting, you got to constantly recalibrate where we're starting to see all these new rosters, teams, and even how teams fit into this new meta, where they land in the grand scheme.
You have to think that now the LPL should be getting to that point where we go, well, we know who's definitely going to make it. Top Esports feels like that team, and then everyone else.
And then, then it's up in the air. Like Top Esports, I'm like, cool, I'll pop that one in for Worlds.
If V5 won this, I would say that V5...
Yeah, I would have actually been, I would have been fully on this hype train. I would have been like trying to nick Lyric's hat as the conductor to be like, right, let's go. But unfortunately, they couldn't quite. I still don't think it derails it fully, though. I still think this is a playoff contender. But
we're at a pit. It's a pit stop.
It's a pit stop.
We're at pit stop at V5's town. They went out, they got some candy. They had too much sugar.
Yeah.
That was the problem with that game. Too much sugar. They needed to reset. Albert, from Dagda, from myself, from our English production team, a big thank you. It is bye for now, but not forever. English broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow.
I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on, your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear
Ребята, вы знаете, печатать нашу курсовую I was like Chora saw for a few times and I was like copy.
Yeah, I told you to sleep before.
Jack. Naked titties Jack.
Angling Jack.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know, babe.
You don't know what.
Wait, like really, I'm like, why our, you know, every night.
Huh?
Really, is that? See, like, I talked to you like 3 seconds ago and you're responding right now.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like someone is like using your Wi-Fi and downloading something, I guess.
Maybe it's streaming.
Yeah, maybe you're streaming right now, yeah. That's fun. So easy. And the new guy, he was so, well, yeah, like everyone makes mistake. And he was like, so it's like this, in a schedule, it shows that you're not a teacher in that class. But like a few days ago, our teammate told him that he has to get inside class because you're gonna be a reading teacher. And he said yes, that moment. And like today, what happened is, one kid just came to me and he said like, teacher, like there's no one else coming here. I was like, what the fuck you mean? What do you mean? And I checked it and it was his time. So I did some kinda, you know, test. I was like, guy, well, okay, so much you get inside the room. Instead of our boss, because our boss is supposed to be there, but he has a business. So last week he said that to the new guy that, you know, you have to be like substitute of mine. And he was like, yeah, sure. And what happened is he said sure. He said fucking sure. But today he skipped the class, like almost like, you know, 5 minutes left, and he get inside and he's like, sorry guys. And until I said maybe I will get inside, and he was like just like quiet. I was like, yeah, you have to get inside. And he's like, didn't know that, man. I was like, yeah, dude. And my team leader and me and another teacher, we were like, I don't know. Like, everyone's like, I don't know what's going on in here. Maybe it's gonna be fine. Yeah, so that's what it.
But you're okay, babe. You're doing good in there, so I don't really care about him, so everything is good.
I think about that academy, like the system, so it's good for me. You know, I know everything. So
Yeah.
even though I do the wrong thing, I can say like, well, yeah, I meant to do like different way, but it goes in like wrong way. They're like, oh, you're thinking that way, like that. So yeah. So big. So one translating one, you're gonna take an exam on tomorrow.
I have an exam tomorrow, yes. It's Korean exam.
No, I mean, job work.
I already sent it.
Really?
Yeah?
Was it fine?
Oh, it was fun, yeah. Like the one I showed the photo, like political English.
One that you learn, right? Like usually do it in your school.
Yeah.
I see. And like, how about others?
call today. I got a job like invitation, but they like everything is good, but they want to work in the office. So I said I can do only online. But so they said, oh sorry.
Shit, really? So, like, which job is it?
It was like calling in English, like calling center.
It's like a call center.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like that. Like consulting in English.
But they wanna do like in face to face, right?
They have a office, yes. And they're working there. So I'm just waiting for the other replies.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like, why the manager is not talking to, like, expenses shit on it?
Well, she has her work too, and the boss can be busy, and she doesn't want to, like, ask him in a bad mood or something like this. There are a lot of factors.
Yeah, because, like, the manager knows about your mom and boss well, so that's why they made a decision like that, I guess.
Yeah, the manager is the boss's sister, so.
Hey, but like I was talking with Dad, and we are pretty sure that until September means that you cannot withdraw the money from the bank until September, because that's the law in Korea and that's the law in Ewha University.
The law?
Yeah, they made it. So, even though like bank people say like that, like if when Ewha they figure out like you don't have the money
I kinda don't understand how can they figure out, like, let's imagine, okay? Let's imagine, babe.
Okay.
I come to the bank, for example, you're a bank clerk, okay? I have 20,000 on my card, on my account, and I want to get a paper that I have this money on my account for today. And they give this paper today. And it doesn't have like period. They just show that I have this money today.
Yeah, but maybe they have things good. It's like they literally said like if like international students have like 20,000 in their bank, like that.
Like
they literally said that they're going to check it sometimes. Maybe they like looking. I mean, there's a possibility.
well, the thing is, babe, like even I get this in Russia, this paper, and it doesn't matter if I withdraw money or not. It's like Russian account, it's Russian bank, and they cannot check it in there. And it's like they don't have expiry date. It's like 1 day paper. So like in bank they said if you need submit it like until 31st July, you better do it like in July and send it to them. I'm like, okay. So like I always thought like they said if your university ask it until like 31st July, you just make it in July, you go to the bank and you receive it in July and just send it to them because it doesn't have expiry date. It just shows how much money you have on your account on the specific day.
But it also means that you can just do it right now if you have money, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
It doesn't have to fly.
Huh?
Okay. So it doesn't have to be July, like if you have to submit it on July, right?
Yeah, of
It
course.
doesn't need to be.
It doesn't need to be. They just want to check if I have money, like this. Even they want me to do something till September. There is nothing like this. And the tuition payment is like 15 July.
15 June.
15 July.
July, you mean? I June.
Yeah.
July, yeah. She has her own house, right? Instead of selling it.
Who?
Like you
I
instead of
told
selling
you
her
about
house,
that.
how about the
What?
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 What did you say?
I couldn't hear you.
Like instead of like she's what was it in English? Give me a second. I wanna search it. Lump sum housing lease. Get someone else to live in her house and pay for monthly, something like that.
Babe, so it will be like 10만 원 a month. Like this.
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, we should go to Russia. Like, that's so cheap. I love it.
Yeah, it's cheaper here.
Like, it is
That's why I
absolutely
told
cheap.
you, you
Like,
can come here.
it is absolutely goddamn cheap.
What did you say, babe?
So, like it's just for one day. So, how about like your family, all of them, they're just getting money, you know?
Even they do it, they won't have even like 10th part of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, babe. I was thinking like the whole thing already. I don't know.
I thought like when you said like she's gonna sell the house, I thought it's gonna be like a like something like that, but it's different.
Well, I really don't want my granny to sell house, and even if she will be going to do that. First, it will take time, and second, it will take time.
Well, it will take time, but you know she can support your life in Korea.
But babe, I really don't want her to sell the apartment. I told you, like her husband, he's drinking, and he even hit her before. So if he sell apartment, she will have to live with him.
Shit, and they didn't divorce
Yes,
because of the money.
because they all.
I thought like you know when you guys like get divorced, like someone has to pay for like someone else. Like that.
No, they're fine. Like when he's not drinking, they're fine. They're meeting and like going out. But when he's drinking, he's like insane. He's crazy, and he's drinking a lot.
Why everyone's crazy when they drink? Is it like a special characteristic
I don't know.
of
Okay, I